Good morning. I will call to order the December 5th, 2023 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Capps.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
And Chair Williams.
Here. This time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item of business is approval of the minutes from the November 28th meeting.
Move approval.
Is there a motion? A second? Mr. Nelson will second it. Why don't you press the second button, Joan, since you, there we go. We have a new little procedure that, so it records it. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed? It's unanimous. The next item of business is the CEO's report.
Good morning, board members. I have 3 announcements, but to begin the first one, I'm going to ask Chief Deputy Jacqueline Alexander to make the announcement.
Thank you, Mona. And yes, Chair Williams, members of the board, I'm excited to announce that we have returned to the Santa Barbara Hearing Room chambers after a 4-month closure that allowed for planned upgrades to the Santa Barbara Hearing Room. The upgrades to the Santa Barbara Hearing Room are part of a series of scheduled improvements to better provide county constituents with access to the Board of Supervisors meetings and other public meetings that take place in the Santa Barbara Hearing Room. I would like to take this opportunity to share with the board, county staff, and the public some of the exciting new upgrades that were included in this project. All incandescent and fluorescent lighting has been removed and replaced with LED lighting, which has provided the county an opportunity for cost savings. All audio and in-room speakers have been upgraded. We have replaced the public comment podium with a motorized ADA-compliant podium. Microphone upgrades to provide better audio quality, and assisted listening devices, including an optimized hearing loop for T-coil use, an RF system for those without hearing aids or those that wish to hear Spanish interpretation of the live meeting, and coming soon there will be a Wi-Fi system that allows users to connect their own device and use their own Bluetooth or wired headphones with any tablet or smartphone. Please note, at this time, the T-coil hearing loop is functioning only in the first 3 rows of the audience seating, but will fully be operational in the near future. We have upgraded the large 4K displays with open caption displays available in the back 2 TVs. Closed captioning now available not only on CSB TV cable channel 20, both in English and Spanish, but as well as YouTube as previous. Fully upgraded broadcast system with 2 master control and production systems. Zoom and other codec integration for users in all hearing rooms of non-broadcast meetings. We also incorporated a ClickShare wireless presentation system for any users to connect their device and present wirelessly. An integration of the Granicus VoteCast system, which automates every part of the meeting process, motions, votes, and even speaker management, allowing the modernization of the voting process. Using an electronic process, votes are simultaneously recorded and tallied, saving time and compiling the minutes, as you will see our board doing today, so we appreciate your patience with that. In addition, individual board member touchscreen tablets on the dais are now displaying the VoteCast system as well as the meeting presentations. I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to recognize and thank the many individuals whose hard work, dedication, and involvement led to the success of this project. Shane Mahan, the contract capital project manager with Kitchell, who oversaw the hearing room AV remodel project, as well as Ashton Ellis, the contract capital projects manager with Kitchell, who oversaw the county executive office suite remodel, the 4th floor lobby remodel, and the elevator upgrades. Brian Rose, Kristen Tetherton, and Gus Allman from Triton. Paul Westmacott, interim CSB TV manager, as well as Silvio Mata, our previous CSB TV manager, who is integral in the project. Robert Schwieger, Martin Zitzelberger, Jasmine Yamanaka, and the whole team at Pegasus Studios. Akmal Bastras, Hala Eid, Marco Duvall, Crystal Velasco, Shelby Prendergast, and the countless engineers and installers with Key Code Media. Norm Russell and the whole NV5 lighting firm, and Brian Mulhauser and Michael Kelly with Granicus. And from the county, I would just like to thank the Board of Supervisors for your continued support of this project, as well as the many dedicated county employees from the General Services Department, the Information Technology Department, and the County Executive Office, which includes my incredible team, the Clerk of the Board, who makes all this possible. I cannot thank them enough for what they do day in and day out. If we can take a moment to show our appreciation. And I will turn it back over to Mona.
Thank you. Again, thank you to all the staff and the board for your patience. And as you know, we are undergoing a upgrade in the North County hearing room as well. I see all the staff who've been involved. They're a little bit nervous for the thanks so early in the meeting, so we'll see how we hold on, how we end up in the meeting. But thank you for that. Two other announcements. I am pleased to let you know that our own county counsel's office will be receiving tonight a presentation from the Santa Barbara Women's Lawyers Organization for being the 2023 Santa Barbara Women Lawyers Family Friendly Law Firm, getting that award tonight. Additionally, the Santa Barbara Women Lawyers also named one of our county council members, Dependency Attorney Senior Deputy Counsel Lisa Franklin, as Attorney of the Year. So this is a great tribute to the county and to the county counsel's office and to Rachel Van Mullen, our county counsel. So thank you again. And lastly, I want to let the board know that the State County Engineers Association recently named their 2023 Engineer of the Year, and that is none other than our Director of Public Works, Scott McGulpin. As you know, during his 35-year career at the county, Scott has strived to be the best role model and mentor for his staff, taking on local leadership roles as well as state and national leadership roles to represent the county. Most recently, he was this year's National Association of Counties. He received this year's National Association of Counties Achievement Award for Risk and Emergency Management for our debris basin program. One of Scott's latest and most proud accomplishments is completing more than 60 storm-related projects in less than 12 months, including the recent Santa Maria River debris removal project, where under his leadership and the board's leadership, his team moved more than 1 million cubic yards of material in approximately 42 days, helping to implement temporary measures to help prevent the disadvantaged community of Guadalupe against potential flooding. And so we have the award today, and if you could join me, one more round of applause for Scott McGulpin. And that concludes my report.
Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Williams and members of the board, yes, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. As previously indicated, we are using new technologies and systems today, so please bear with us as we may need to take additional breaks as necessary, and we greatly appreciate your patience. Additionally, as a best practice, and for those of you participating in our meeting today in person and using microphones, friendly reminder to speak directly into the microphone as I am demonstrating currently, and try to avoid speaking away from the microphone or to the side of the microphone. In addition, we did receive a continuance request from the department on administrative item number 13. Administrative item number 13 is from the Public Works Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding rescinding Resolution 18150 related to ceasing burial of residuals and solid waste at the Tejikas landfill when the landfill reaches permitted capacity, and to seek other residual disposal options, and this is in the 3rd District. And again, the department is requesting a continuance to the January 9th, 2024 Board of Supervisors meeting. This continuance request can be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. Lastly, for the Board of Supervisors methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240. And for all those participating in today's meeting by providing verbal public comment, the chair has indicated that if we have 10 or more speakers on any individual item, he will limit that to 2 minutes or more, or less, excuse me. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For board members pulling any items from the administrative agenda, I just have one. A6, is there any others? And has the public pulled any items?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on the administrative agenda.
Okay, can I get a motion on the balance of the administrative agenda? That's everything except for A6, including the continuance request.
Move the balance of the agenda, including 813 to January 9th.
And is there a second?
Yes, I second the motion.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. And then we will take up A6.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 6 is from the fire department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an emergency medical service, EMS, ambulance transport, administrative salary resolution amendment, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Mr. Chair, I called for this one to be pulled, and I totally understand Fire Chief moving forward on this because he's working under a clock. But I also understand that there's a hearing on Friday. Ms. Van Mullum, can you just kind of give me the timeline of what's happening?
Members of the board, Supervisor Lavanino, there is existing litigation related to emergency medical services. It's American Medical Response versus the county, and we do have a hearing scheduled for this Friday. It was continued from last Friday. The AMR has filed a motion for a preliminary injunction, and so that will be heard this Friday.
Okay. So if it's granted, this would just be moot, it'd be put on hold, is all?
Members of the board, it really depends what the court does. In the motion, AMR is requesting that the court enjoin the county from enforcing the requirements of the ordinance and also put a stay on the permits. So it just really depends on what the court does. It could impact future actions of the county if it were granted.
Okay. Well, I'll just, we can just call for a roll call. I want to get into the whole matter.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve item A6.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
That's 4-1. Now we take up ceremonial items, just so that people that know the procedures. Ceremonial items is the one time that clapping is allowed, so you can do that.
Or
in
booing.
other items, our rules do not provide for clapping, cheering, booing. If you like something, you can do this. That is permissible, and a way you can express your enthusiasm. But on these ceremonial items, we do allow clapping. Administrative item number 17.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 16 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Jason Womack of the Information Technology Department as the December 2023 Employee of the Month for Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person, we have Jason Womack and ITD Director Chris Sherwin. I will get that eventually. And if you can please join us at the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Jason Womack exemplifies the county's organizational values of accountability, customer focus, equity, and inclusion. innovative trust, and ethics. And whereas Jason Womack models the transformative behaviors of collaborative problem solving, alignment with the county's vision, risk-taking, data-driven decision-making, and strategic thinking. And whereas Jason Womack, an AOP2 with Information Technology Department, is hereby recognized for providing outstanding and dedicated service to the County of Santa Barbara. And whereas Jason is responsible for helping with docketing all Board of Supervisors items for ITD, as well as ensuring that all contracts are handled accordingly and consistently, exhibits a positive attitude. He willingly accepts additional assignments and does whatever it takes to get the job done. He does not hesitate to step up to the plate and completes the task at hand with courtesy and professionalism. And whereas Jason displays incredible organizational skills and is able to have multiple balls in the air at once, he is the go-to for questions and help in the ITD organization. Jason makes himself available and is always volunteering to help on projects or teams that need assistance. And now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes Jason Womack for his exceptional and continuous contributions as the Employee of the Month for December 2023, passed and adopted today.
But I'm nonetheless proud of it. I am so grateful to work for such a dedicated, hardworking, and talented group in ITD, and throughout the county as well. You know, and I frankly am just my whole perspective in work is just to be of service to anyone, and so I'm glad that I'm of benefit to the county and to ITD. So.
Well done.
Administrative item number 18.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 18 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring the theatrical contributions of Jonathan Fox in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Jonathan Fox. And if you can please come to the podium. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas for nearly 2 decades, Jonathan Fox dedicated his unwavering commitment and immense artistic vision to the Santa Barbara Ensemble Theater Company, enriching the cultural fabric of our community. And whereas Jonathan served as a director and ultimately ascended to the esteemed position of Executive Artistic Director, steering the Ensemble Theater Company through a period of tremendous growth and transformation. And whereas in the year 2018, Jonathan Fox was honored with the coveted Santa Barbara Indie Award for his exceptional talents and direction. And whereas during his tenure, Jonathan Fox displayed extraordinary leadership and vision by overseeing the $12.6 million renovation of the Victoria Hall Theater, resulting in the grand unveiling of the splendid new Vic, a 300-seat sanctuary for the arts in the year 2013. And whereas his tireless efforts extended to spearheading a remarkable $16.5 million capital and endowment campaign, cementing Santa Barbara's place in the theatrical map and securing the future of the Ensemble Theater Company. And whereas Jonathan Fox's extensive network within the American theater community and international ties brought forth a procession of distinguished performers gracing the Ensemble Theater Company stage with their extraordinary talents. And whereas Jonathan Fox's creative direction led to over 24 acclaimed productions that left an indelible mark on the hearts of theatergoers, with his works captivating audiences not only in Santa Barbara, but also in New York, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Cologne, Frankfurt, Vienna, and Qatar. And whereas in addition to his remarkable accomplishments, Jonathan Fox genuinely shares his knowledge and passion for theater as an adjunct faculty member at the University of California, Santa Barbara, Mammoth University in New Jersey, University of Utah, and Columbia University, influencing the next generation of theatrical talent. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors expresses its profound gratitude and admiration for the unparalleled contributions of Jonathan Fox to the world of theater, celebrates his legacy and dedication to the arts, and honors his remarkable achievements as a director, visionary, and educator. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was so laudatory. I'm going to have to call my mom to make sure she didn't write it herself. Thank you, Chair Williams, and many thanks to the Board of Supervisors for this resolution. I am truly honored by it. And I'd also like to express my enormous gratitude to Judy Villa, there she is, for being a part of this. And I'd like to thank the Santa Barbara community for their warmth and support since I moved here 17 years ago. At that time, I soon discovered how invested so many were in ensemble theater and the arts in general. In our endeavor to develop Ensemble into a truly professional company, hundreds of people in Santa Barbara, along with former Mayor Helene Schneider, came out to support a major pillar of that endeavor, the creation of our state-of-the-art home, the new Vic. Truly, one of the most thrilling moments of my career was when we opened the doors to the Vic 10 years ago, almost to the day. And Supervisor Capps, we were very honored. Your mother, Lois, attended that and spoke at that ribbon-cutting event. The Vic has now hosted more than 100 groups, including dance, music, film, literary talks, and many, many others. The arts are so vital to the life of a society, and I am grateful to have played a part in Santa Barbara's cultural scene. I am proud of what we accomplished. I am inspired watching how so many of Santa Barbara's arts groups have grown and flourished through the years. And again, I thank all of you and the Santa Barbara community for its support and friendship. Onward and upward.
A19.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 19 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring George Chapchian, our Director of the Community Services Department, upon his retirement from the County of Santa Barbara. And joining us in person today, we have George Chapchian. And if you can please join us at the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution.
We're going to start with well done.
Whereas George Chapchian is retiring as the Director of the Community Services Department after over 30 years of faithful, dedicated, and distinguished service to the community, and over 8 of those working directly with the County of Santa Barbara. And whereas as the Director of the Community Services Department, George's unwavering and compassionate leadership through unprecedented times set a standard of excellence that others eagerly follow. His visionary leadership across county parks, housing, and community development, arts and culture, sustainability, and libraries stands as a testament to his unwavering commitment dedicated to building a thriving community for Santa Barbara County residents. And whereas under his leadership, the Office of Arts and Culture was awarded a $4.75 million grant for the California Arts Council for the Central Coast region of the California Creative Corps, including the counties of Ventura, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and Monterey, and Santa Cruz. And whereas under his leadership, the Parks Division has significantly increased access to outdoor parks and recreation opportunities, an integral component for the health of residents and an economic driver for our communities, including a successful partnership with cities and key stakeholders to advance the countywide Park and Recreation Master Plan, as well as breaking ground on the Kachuma RV renovation project. And whereas George championed efforts to bring community choice energy to our region and helped establish the Tri-County Regional Energy Network with neighboring counties of San Luis Obispo, bringing in resources to support the county's climate action plan. And whereas George was instrumental in navigating housing issues, bringing unprecedented levels of federal, state, and local funding to address the homelessness and affordable housing crisis, including administration of the Rental Assistance Program, ARPA, and CARES allocations for unsheltered and vulnerable populations, implementing the Room Key project, Home Key real property acquisitions, which created livable units for individuals and families experiencing homelessness. His leadership directed over $16 million for 527 affordable housing units, and during the pandemic allocated $52 million in emergency rent assistance to 4,700 households. and $890,000 in emergency business assistance to 55 local businesses. And whereas George's retirement marks a new chapter filled with creativity, passion, and the enjoyment of life's simple pleasures, dedicating his time to restoring cars, sketching, and indulging in the art of watercolor painting, and spending quality time with his beloved wife Zoe and their children Sako, Kareen, and Alina. And now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors and thanks George Chapchian for his years of dedicated service to the residents of Santa Barbara County and congratulates him upon his retirement, passed and adopted today.
Thank you very much. So while I have the mic, I'll try to read this because I want to make sure I cover a few points and make it as brief as possible. Chair Williams and honorable board members, colleagues, friends, and family, today marks a poignant moment in my life, a moment of reflection, gratitude, and the closing of a chapter that spans 40 years of public service, of the last 8.5 of which have been with the County of Santa Barbara. It's both an honor and a privilege to stand before you as I bid farewell to a career that has been deeply meaningful to me and to express my heartfelt thanks to those who have played pivotal roles in this extraordinary journey. First and foremost, I wish to humbly acknowledge the guiding hand of God throughout my career. His grace has been my source of strength, wisdom, and resilience. I'm grateful for the blessings and for the faith that has sustained me through the highs and lows of public service. To my family, my wife Zoe, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, she's caring for an ill relative. My son Sako and daughters Kareen and Alina, the cornerstone of my support and a source of my joy. I extend my deepest appreciation. I think Alina's back here, so hopefully she'll be a county family member at one point. Your unwavering encouragement, sacrifices, and love have been the driving force behind my dedication to public service. I'm profoundly thankful for the countless moments you've stood by me, understanding the demands of this profession and providing unwavering support. To the County of Santa Barbara, my employer for the past 8.5 years, I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the betterment of our community. The county has not only been a workplace, but a community of dedicated individuals committed to serving our residents with excellence. I'm thankful for the trust placed in me and for the chance to work with colleagues who share a common vision of public service. It's essential to take a moment to highlight the true architects of the department's success, the remarkable employees. Their dedication, hard work, and passion have been the driving force behind every achievement. It has been my privilege to work alongside such talented and committed individuals. The success of our department is a testament to their skills, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to public service. I'm immensely proud of what we have accomplished together. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask the CSD staff to please stand just briefly so folks can see who you are. Please stand. Thank you all. So as I transition into retirement, I carry with me the memories of shared successes and the bonds formed within this remarkable community. The County of Santa Barbara will forever hold a special place in my heart, and I'm confident that under the continued leadership of the dedicated individuals here in this room, it will reach even greater heights. In conclusion, I want to express my deepest appreciation to God, my family, the County of Santa Barbara, and most importantly, the incredible employees who have been the backbone of our department's success. Your support, dedication, and collective effort have made this journey truly exceptional. As I bid farewell to this chapter, I do so with immense gratitude and a heart full of appreciation for the privilege of serving alongside such exceptional individuals. Thank you all.
I think we know where this is going to be a very busy meeting, but I think some of us still have some things we have to say. Supervisor Hartman, myself included. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just wanted to appreciate George Chapchian for his deep humanity and caring, and He's presided over the department that has tremendously improved the quality of all of our lives. It's not just libraries and arts and culture, as important as those are, but he's been on the cutting edge of pioneering new programs in sustainability and in homelessness and in parks. And that's a huge range of things to do. And to be at the forefront in so many different areas takes an extraordinary leader. And if you have good people working with you, and you do indeed, it takes an extraordinary leader to attract and keep them. Thank you for all you've contributed to our county.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. You know, such a diverse department, we had to go out and get a city manager to replace George here because of all the various activities that the department does and touches so many different things. And it takes a special person to be able to be the department head of the Community Services Department. And George, you've been that for our county for the last 8.5 years. We do appreciate your service. George is a compassionate man. He is he's very responsive. He's a multi-talented leader and a mentor to many people. And so again, thank you for everything you've done for our department, George. It's much appreciated.
For my part, George, a lot of it has been said, but I just appreciate so much what a consummate professional you are, but yet how your own calmness, your own compassion permeates your work. Being calm in the face of crises has proved enormously beneficial for the organization, and as hopefully the public heard, the thousands of people that the department has been able to help, both financially and in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands that you've been able to help in terms of their environment and the aesthetic and recreational enjoyment of people of this county. You have mentored many people in your department. We will be stronger for decades because of that mentorship, because those will be the leaders of tomorrow. And you leave a legacy both through them and through your own progeny to continue part of the county family. So apparently you will not ever leave the county family. We appreciate that you will continue to be part of our lives and this institution. Okay, we will go on.
You got to start learning how to run this. We got. I hit some buttons over here that said I requested to speak.
All I see is Joan Hartman's name here. Laura Capps.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I'll just say two things, George. I've enjoyed every interaction I've had with you. You ooze integrity, and it helps us all. And I can tell by the tears in the eyes I see in some of your staff that you are a true leader by how much you have given cohesion to such incredibly important work. Thanks.
Mr. Lavigno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And George, I'm going to really miss you. I talk a lot, so there's times I say something that doesn't come out right. And one of those was when I called your department kind of the junk drawer. And I meant that in the best way possible because I think everybody has a junk drawer at home, and it's where you go to for everything. It's like if you can't find something, you go to the junk drawer. But I think Mona hit it more on the head when she called it the Swiss Army knife. So, but I have to remember back on one of the first meetings I had with George, and he was talking about parks, and I said, well, what's your ideas? Is there any ideas out there? And he said, I was thinking down, and I can't remember what city, Long Beach maybe, and it was, he says, we brought archery to the park. And I was like, whew, that's not a good idea in Santa Maria. I really don't think we want a bunch of people out there shooting arrows. But every other idea, George, you had was awesome. And I'm really going to miss you. And like Laura said, you just ooze integrity, and we are going to miss you. So good luck.
And we have administrative item number 20.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 20 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution in celebration of the 40th anniversary of SunCal Health in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Marina Owen, CEO of SunCal Health. And anyone else who you would like to join with you. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas SunCal Health has been a cornerstone of our community's healthcare for the past 40 years, providing essential services to residents in an exemplary manner. And whereas SunCal Health is a publicly funded healthcare program designed for the low-income residents of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. And whereas what began as a small pilot program has grown into a community health plan with a service area of 2 counties, governed by a 13-member board of directors appointed by the Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo County Board of Supervisors. And whereas SunCal Health covers 1 in 4 residents in Santa Barbara County and 1 in 5 in San Luis Obispo County, the program that began here is now acknowledged to be the oldest Medicaid-only managed care program of its kind in this country. And whereas the commitment and dedication of SunCal Health has significantly contributed to the improvement of public health and well-being in our region. And whereas SunCal Health's tireless efforts have been instrumental in fostering a healthier community through innovative programs and accessible healthcare services. And whereas SunCal Health has consistently demonstrated leadership, compassion, and responsiveness to the evolving healthcare needs of our community, ensuring that quality care is accessible to all. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors officially celebrates the 40th anniversary of SunCal Health, recognizing the organization's significant contributions to the health and well-being of our community. Passed and adopted today.
Chair Williams and members of the board, visitors at our SunCal Health building in Santa Barbara may have seen a plaque in our lobby honoring Lawrence Hart. Dr. Hart had the vision that created SunCal Health 40 years ago. In his perspective as the director of the Santa Barbara County Health Services Agency at the time, Dr. Hart surveyed the local landscape and observed that patients on the Medi-Cal program did not have the access to the same providers and services as other county residents. Low reimbursement rates from the state and primary care providers were not able to participate in the program, and this put a disproportionate burden on the county healthcare facilities, creating access issues for women, for children, for seniors, and more. So determined to make a meaningful change, Santa Barbara County, with its Board of Supervisors, and legislators pursued the vision of advancing local control of the Medi-Cal program in order to improve the health of the community. And so with your support, with the state healthcare agency support, and the local community, this vision was made a reality in 1983 with the creation of Santa Barbara Health Initiative. It was the first federal demonstration project of its kind in the country, and is now regarded as the oldest and successful Medi-Cal plan. 15 years ago, in 2008, the program expanded into San Luis Obispo County and became a regional health plan, which is today SunCal Health. A key achievement is the high patient satisfaction. We're here to make sure people don't worry. After Santa Barbara County embraced this local innovation, it achieved a 17% reduction in healthcare cost, which was reinvested in the community and has continued to be reinvested year over year. This has been the practice ever since. And following the establishment of SunCal Health, this community was honored with an Innovation Award in American Government from the Harvard Kennedy School. And this model has now spread to almost every county in California, with 17 local health plans in existence today, serving 10 million Medi-Cal beneficiaries. And so many individuals are really central to SunCal's success, including our providers, community partners, our county partners. We now serve 1 in 4 residents in Santa Barbara County, and at the height of the pandemic, nearly 50% of the children. The State Department of Healthcare Services continues to honor this community by issuing quality awards, indicating that this community achieves in the top 5% nationwide in quality. Only one other health plan has been so acknowledged, and that's Kaiser Permanente. So our vision is to be a trusted leader in advancing health equity so our community thrives and achieves optimal health together. And I wish to thank the Board of Supervisors for your vision, for your innovation. Supervisor Joan Hartman is on our Board of Directors, as is Ms. Navarro, Mr. Hamami, and previously Daniel Nielsen. So your support has been really fantastic. I wish to thank our incredible team and hope they can stand to be acknowledged. It's really essential to our success. I'm really proud of what Santa Barbara created, and we wish to continue the legacy. Thank you.
Now is the, Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. I do have the privilege of representing this board on the SenCal Health Board. In the late 70s and early 80s, I worked doing insurance and as a receptionist in a doctor's office. So I remember back to the days when people who had Medi-Cal couldn't find doctors because of the low reimbursement rate. And there was a stigma associated with it. And they were really left to wander in the wilderness trying to find care, and would end up at emergency rooms or in extreme cases coming into a doctor's office. So when I first joined the SenCal board, I thought it was an insurance. I realized it's so much more than that. It really is an umbrella that is a health management organization for people receiving Medi-Cal. And when we get calls in our office, people are having trouble, we just need to connect them to the right person at SenCal, and they manage the case. They take them in and make sure that even very complicated medical issues that they can handle, that they get the guidance and the support. So I would say Medi-Cal in our county is now really one of the finest health insurance programs that we have, and that's kind of turned things on its head. CalAIM is now primarily being overseen by SenCal, and that's just a revolution in healthcare where there's a lot more to come. So it's wonderful to be part of an organization that is as well run, and people take real pride in their work, and it makes a huge difference to people. So thank you so much.
Now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, I believe there's 20 speakers, so I will close the roll for further public comment. And speakers get 2 minutes each. We typically allocate 30 minutes towards this period. So, of course, if there's something that other people have said, you can just say that you agree with them. And please proceed with public comment.
Chair Williams and members of the board, yes, we have 20 requests to speak in general public comment. We're going to begin on Zoom with Amelia Armstrong, to be followed by Doug Kern. Amelia? And Amelia, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Amelia, if you can hear me, we have unmuted you on our end, and you will need to unmute on your end to provide your comments. Okay, we're going to come back to Amelia. We are now going to Doug Kern, to be followed by Kat Lane. Doug? And Doug, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments.
Hello, thank you. No comment today, thank you.
Alrighty, thank you, Doug. We will now go to Kat Lane to be followed by Lena Mallett. Kat?
Hello, can you all hear me?
We can.
Yes, we can.
Wonderful.
Please
Okay,
proceed.
thank you so much, supervisors, for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to talk on the resolution that you all passed earlier in November discussing unwavering support for the state of Israel. Dear supervisors, I'm truly appalled to be speaking today. The actions so heinous and so blatantly in violation of international law are being unanimously celebrated by Santa Barbara County's elected officials. I think that this is quite frankly disgusting. Supervisors, more than 22,000 innocent people have been murdered. Innocent people, not terrorists, and indeed not the electors of terrorists. They've been murdered in their homes, at places of worship, at schools, hospitals, and in places deemed safe by the Israeli government. Countless children will never celebrate another birthday, feel the loving embrace of a mother, feel sunshine on their faces, nor experience what it is like to grow up. I'm not sure what these children did to deserve such a horrible death, an early death, an unwarranted death. And I'm heartbroken that you condone and actively support those who make this cruel dystopian nightmare a very real reality. To this resolution you passed, I say not in our names. Do better by the people of Santa Barbara County and better by Palestinians. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I appreciate it.
I just want to reiterate that there is no clapping, booing. Typically, what allowing that creates is an environment where then people feel also empowered to hiss and boo. So if you want to express your support for a statement, this is the way it gets done around here. Okay? Thank you.
We will now go to our last speaker on Zoom, Lena Mallett, and then we will return to Santa Barbara with Celeste Barber. Lena?
Good morning. I'm here, like the woman before me, to demand an immediate and permanent ceasefire.
Lena,
motion.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if you can please speak a little bit louder and clearer.
Yes, can you hear me now?
It's a little bit better, thank you.
Here, like the woman before me, to demand an immediate and permanent ceasefire motion that also calls for an end to Israel's illegal occupation of besieged Palestinian land. Your November 7th resolution's lack of any basic historical accuracy is wildly irresponsible and stands as a violent erasure of the deadly settler colonial apparatus and apartheid that Israel has imposed for generations. To pass this resolution, while Israel has proudly and unabashedly slayed over 22,000 Palestinians, over half of them children, signals to our community that this board will uphold and protect white supremacist Zionism, genocide, ethnic cleansing, forced displacement, before it dares to disturb the U.S.-Israeli bloodthirsty colonial brotherhood, before it contests with the military-industrial complex that sits in our own community. We've watched this happen for almost 60 days. Your motion was despicable, and we ask for something that reflects the sentiment of your constituents. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Celeste Barber to be followed by Jean Ziebach. Celeste?
Is this a good distance? Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can. Thank
Okay.
you.
I'm here to really commend the board and thank you very much for passing the resolution in support of Israel about 1 month ago. And I'd also like to extend my gratitude to Supervisor Hartman. I believe you were the individual who presented it before the board. It was important. It was also courageous. We live in a very dark, disturbing time, and for elected officials to stand up as you did really speaks so highly of you. It was quite courageous. About 20 years ago, my son and I attended a talk given by the late Elie Wiesel at the Arlington Theater. Some in this room may have gone as well. It was so moving. And I would urge all of you today to pick up a copy of his memoir, night. Read it again or read it for the first time, because it reminds us never again means never again, and that was violated with the pogrom on October 7th. I'd also like to speak as a woman and as a feminist woman against the atrocities that were committed against Israeli women on October 7th. They were brutalized, tortured, raped repeatedly, and their children slaughtered. Never again means never again. This Thursday at sunrise commences the Jewish Festival of Lights, Hanukkah. I would urge everyone in Santa Barbara County to go to the drugstore, purchase menorahs this year, and light the candles in your window to show solidarity with Israel and pray for her. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Jean Ziebach, to be followed by Linda Thornburg. And just a friendly reminder, I know these are new mics for everyone in this room. You don't need to be right up against it. It will crackle a little bit on our broadcast. You just need to be a few inches away from it. It'll pick it up.
Yes.
Thank you.
I urge you to pass the resolution for a ceasefire. It is a genocide what's going on, what is the Israeli government's doing. I don't see how it can go any other way. It's just like you see videos of what's going on, and it's just horrific. So I just please pass a ceasefire. Thank you.
We will now go to Linda Thornburg, to be followed by Luke Karras. Linda?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I am here speaking on behalf of myself, my son, and all of the children that have been brutalized and murdered, and I just can't stay silent. I know that I want him to grow up in a world where his life matters and other children's lives matter. And I just want to be sure that I've done what is my part, which is to speak to you and ask that you also do your part and support a permanent ceasefire. I don't think I can speak that much longer because he's been here for a while and we've been here for a while. So thank you for listening, and to everyone who spoke before me.
We will now go to Luke Karras, to be followed by Marcy Winograd. Luke?
Hi, my name's Luke Karras. I'm a Goleta resident, and I'm here to ask you to pass a ceasefire resolution that will call for the end of Israel's brutal and genocidal war in Gaza. I don't think anyone here is in support of the horrific attack that Hamas committed over a month ago, but that does not make it right for Israel to bombard civilians and kill indiscriminately with no plan for what they're going to do with Gaza besides exact revenge. So I would ask you to do the only thing you can do and your part, call Salud Carvajal and ask him to support a ceasefire and also pass a ceasefire resolution yourselves. Thank you.
We will now go to Marcy Winograd, to be followed by Mikhail Teresh Rahim. Marcy?
Thank you so much, Board of Supervisors, for this opportunity and for your service to the County of Santa Barbara. Marcy Winograd, I'm an organizer with the Central Coast Anti-War Coalition and a member of Jewish Voice for Peace. I say not in my name to Israeli genocide, which we are witnessing in real time. I am here to ask for what Jews call a mitzvah. That's an act of kindness and empathy for all of the children in Israel, in Palestine, and to pass a ceasefire resolution. Join 60 members of Congress, the cities of Oakland and Richmond, Detroit, Seattle, Atlanta, Wilmington, Providence, and more. Join the United Nations Secretary General and elected leaders across the globe who are begging for a ceasefire to stop the killing. I have submitted a draft ceasefire resolution for your consideration, and I will read it. Whereas we mourn the loss of all Palestinian and Israeli civilian lives from October 7th to the present and throughout the decades. Whereas we call for a halt to all violence in Israel-Palestine, including a return of the hostages Hamas kidnapped and a return of Palestinians illegally detained, thousands in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, an end to Israel's collective punishment of Gaza, an end to Hamas's rocket attacks. Whereas an estimated 1,200 people were killed, 250 kidnapped in Israel during Hamas's raid on October 7th, and as of Tuesday, December 5th, well more than 15,000 Gazans have been killed, 40,000 injured, 1.8 million Palestinians displaced, uprooted from their homes. Whereas we see UN refugee centers being bombed by Israel, schools, apartments, escape routes, while Israel withholds water, food, medicine, and fuel. 4 decades, but now it's a graveyard for children. Whereas a ceasefire is supported by the UN Secretary General, 60 members of Congress, the cities of Cudahy, Detroit, Oakland, Richmond, rabbis, imams, pastors, Jewish Voice for Peace, 2/3 of the U.S. public surveyed in November.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Mikhail Tarish Rahim, to be followed by Alex Lee. Mikhail?
Hello, my name is Tariq Rahim. I've been here in the city for more than 40 years. I've had the privilege to play with the UCSB Middle East Ensemble, which is this shirt here that you see. It's in Arabic. And I want you to understand that this situation that's going on is a settler colonial situation that the U.S. is participating in with Israel as its sister settler colonial state. I want you to condemn this like the City Council of Barcelona, which severed all relations with Israel and cut off their relation with their sister city in Tel Aviv. I want you to have the courage to do the right thing. Craig Mokhiber resigned on the 28th of October from the United Nations after 30 years of service. He is no stranger to the degradation of humanity that is taking place in Israel. You need to take account for your own presence on this planet and the privilege that you enjoy in this city, in this country. You know, it's not an easy thing to see the total slaughter of civilians who have nothing to do with what military action took place on the 7th of October. That was a military action where more than 12 IDF bases surrounding Gaza were totally overtaken by Hamas fighters, and proving the incapacity of Israel to take control of its settler colony. You need to do the right thing. As supervisors of this city, it's necessary to cut off all relations with Israel until they respect the rights of Palestinians and stop this, you know, bring a ceasefire, a complete ceasefire. People can live together like they have for hundreds of years.
Thank you. That is your time.
For thousands of years.
Thank you. We will now go to Alex Lee, to be followed by Dr. Karen Rice. Alex?
Hello, can you hear me? Oh, that's quite powerful. All right. Hello, good morning. Greetings. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak with you all today. My name is Alex Lee, and I am a born and raised native of Santa Barbara, so it is my pleasure to represent myself, my family, and my community here today. We elected you to office to represent the needs of our beautiful community. You, the ratified voice of our people, are the method by which we assert our rights in our democracy. And as Mr. Nelson so eloquently put in his bio, you work for us. But with your resolution, You have shown that you would rather play to the interests of a foreign power than address the desires of your constituents. You stated in your recent resolution that we stand in solidarity with the state of Israel in its pursuit of peace. But that is not our standard of peace. That is a foreign power. That is not our rights, our needs, our desires. My heart weeps for the injustice that is ongoing in Palestine and Gaza today. And it is a privilege of mine to have access to the basic resources that thousands and thousands of people are left without. I am not at risk to be buried by tons of rubble, nor shot down by a drone in the street. I am safe here, and I am safe to express my voice and the voice of others. I urge you, I ask you, I plead with you to please recount your statement and push for a ceasefire, to stop the sale of American weapons across the sea, and to work together with a bipartisan agreement for peace. Thank you.
We will now go to Dr. Karen Rice, to be followed by Rand Clark. Karen?
Good morning. My name is Dr. Karen Rice. I am a pastor and an ethicist, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today. The long and short of what I'm asking you to do is to pass the resolution for a permanent ceasefire in Israel and Palestine. And only 2 months ago, I was one of those people who thought that the situation was too complicated for any kind of moral clarity or any kind of action. But I was given the opportunity to change, to evolve, and to gain moral clarity. And as a pastor, I must believe that each of your and each of our consciences can guide us to change. The way I changed was I started to listen to Jewish leadership. I started to listen to Palestinians, both at home and in the diaspora. I started to listen to people who have been committed to peace for decades. You have an opportunity now to listen, to gain moral clarity, and to take action. Ask yourself, how many Palestinian kids need to be murdered per Israeli civilian killed on October 7th? What number of kids per civilian would give you the moral clarity that you need to call for a ceasefire? I'll take 10 seconds of my time to give you an opportunity to think. How many kids need to be killed per civilian? I believe you have a conscience. I believe you care about doing the right thing. So far, given conservative numbers, 7 Palestinian kids have been murdered for every Israeli citizen that was killed on October 7th. Find your number, find your conscience, and when we hit that number, please call for a ceasefire. Thank you.
We will now go to Rand Clark, to be followed by Alec Sandoval. Rand?
Good morning. My name is Rand Clark, and I am an organizer for the Santa Barbara chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace. Thanks for allowing us to speak today. I want to believe that this board has a heart, that you are thoughtful people who value human life. But your recent one-sided resolution in support of Israel makes me think twice. The dissonance between the resolution's clauses and lived reality in Palestine is jarring. It speaks of the right of people to live in security and without the threat of violence. This is then followed by support of a violent apartheid state that maintains its occupation of Palestinian land precisely by denying the population any security and enforcing its rule through the liberal use of violence. The resolution includes a condemnation of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. But how can this be reconciled with support for Israel's current murderous campaign against Palestinian Muslims and others? For that matter, how can the resolution's peace, justice, and love be reconciled with a state whose underlying logic since 1948 has been the dispossession and removal of Palestinians from their land? Are we not seeing the latest implementation of this logic today in Gaza? The Israeli news source 972 reported 5 days ago, so the numbers are probably even worse now, that over 300 families had lost 10 or more family members in Israeli bombings in the past 2 months. This is 15 times higher than what was previously Israel's deadliest war on Gaza in 2014. As of this writing, almost 16,000 Palestinians, including 6,600 children, have been killed. The longer this madness continues, the worse this resolution will look. Support for barbarity never ages well.
Thank you.
I would concur with supporting a resolution to advocate for permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
We will now go to Alex Sandoval, to be followed by Omar Figueroa. Alec?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Chair Williams. I'm usually here to speak to you all on behalf of tenants' rights, but I'm here today to ask that you recant your prior resolution in support of the State of Israel and instead replace it with a ceasefire resolution. I just want to note that there is a level of cognitive dissonance that I don't understand, that you would make this resolution on November 7th, the same day that the death toll in Gaza passed 10,000 people. 10,000 people. That's 10,000 people. That's not Hamas fighters. That is people. You wrote, whereas we recognize that there is no humanity without peace, justice, and love, and giving to others what we want for ourselves, there is no justice without acts that are just. There is no compassion if we are not compassionate in all our thoughts and actions. And to say that on the same day that the death toll in Gaza passed 10,000 people, now we are near 20,000 people. Again, not Hamas fighters, we're talking people, citizens. There's a level of psychosis that is going on in the society where it's constant gaslighting. How is it that you would make this statement on the same day that 10,000 people, innocent people, are dead, are killed by the State of Israel? So this is why I ask you, please recant this, whatever it was that you made, this mistake, and make a new resolution for a permanent ceasefire and an end to the occupation. Thank you.
We will now go to Omar Figueroa, to be followed by Barbara Parme. Omar?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair Williams. I've already written to all of you. Last Friday, I sent you a letter that was also recently published in The Independent regarding the matter of the resolution in support of the State of Israel, not the people of Israel, not the people of the world, not the Jewish people, but the State of Israel, that as many of the previous speakers have hopefully educated you on, has been engaged in a genocidal campaign against the people living in the Gaza Strip, people that have been occupied by Israel for at least 50 years. Many of those refugees from previous ethnic cleansings in historic Palestine. Obviously, I'm here to urge you to, as everybody else has stated, recant your previous resolution and to learn from that mistake and to pass a resolution in support of a permanent ceasefire. I wanted to make a few other points. First is that Palestine is 7,000 miles away from Santa Barbara, and yet you guys stuck out your neck as county supervisors to make a statement on that. You didn't have to. But now that you have, I think it's imperative to remind you that the Geneva Conventions on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide states that we are obligated as contracting members not only to punish genocide, but to prevent it. So making public statements in support of a state as it is in the process of committing genocide opens you up to be responsible for that same genocide.
Thank you. That
And
is
I
your
want
time.
to just briefly, in the end, reiterate
That
Dr.
is
Karen
your time.
Price's
That is your time,
comments
Mr.
that
Figueroa.
take this opportunity to listen, to gain moral clarity,
We,
to take action.
I will cut people off if they are not willing to wrap it up. Please proceed.
How much time are we allowed to speak for peace? Is there a limit to the time we're allowed to speak for peace?
There is no limit on the sidewalk out there.
We will
There
now
is
go to
here.
Barbara Parme to be followed by Linda Foster. Barbara?
Thank you, Board. Today, I speak to you as a Jewish resident of the county who supports our local Palestinian communities. Many of us fighting for racial justice are appalled that you supported a resolution that left out any mention of the Palestinian people. These communities are varied and include Christians as well as Muslims, and they are your constituents. And you have succeeded in adding to the complete erasure of these human beings who must always struggle to be seen and heard. And before I'm accused of being a self-hating Jew, let me remind you that my Jewish values are the very thing that makes me work for human rights and racial justice. I do everything I can to prevent anti-Semitism. I do this by pointing out that just because thousands of people are critical of the Israeli apartheid regime does not mean they hate Jews. It means they deplore the unbalanced and unfair treatment of the Palestinians that has been going on since 1948. And now we have 3 generations of children who have grown up only knowing Jews in fully armed military gear coming into their homes in the middle of the night, where their parents see their children thrown into prison on administrative detention with no habeas corpus, without charge, without parental presence, and without legal support for an indeterminate amount of time. If you would like to call this democratic, that is more about your ignorance than it is about the Israeli intentions to dehumanize Palestinian lives. Ceasefire now.
We will now go to Linda Foster to be followed by Lisa Sloan. Linda?
Hi, good morning. My name is Linda Foster, and I'm a citizen for 50, 60 years in this county. That has nothing to do with what my message is this morning. I praise amazingly for what your resolution and your considered and your continued support of Israel and the inherent right of the peoples to extinguish radical terrorism. Remember the carnage of October 7th, and never again is now. A ceasefire is only a band-aid to the reality that terrorists must be extinguished. Israel is defending itself. They are... Please, I have the right to speak.
I have reminded you
I have the right to
before
speak.
that we do not allow any verbal either support or opposition for someone's ability to speak in the 2 minutes. Ironically, you were just asking for more 2 minutes. She also has a 2 minutes of uninterrupted time to speak. Please proceed.
I'm sorry for their rudeness. The terrorists must be extinguished, and war is ugly. The carnage has been felt on both sides. The Jewish people have suffered remarkably so. The Palestinians have suffered remarkably so. Hamas has programmed the people, propagandized the people of Palestine to their radical terrorism and supporting it. The terrorists must be extinguished. We have to do what we have to do. The IDF has gone bent over backwards to warn and hold off their war activities for the people, the Hamas, the people of Palestine, to evacuate so that they can destroy the areas that are being targeted. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Lisa Sloan, to be followed by Ann Lee. Lisa?
Yes, good morning, Chair Williams and honorable board members. I greatly appreciate the board's unanimous decision to adopt a resolution on November 7th in support of Israel's right to security and peace, and to express your commitment to combat anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in favor of the peaceful coexistence of the different faith communities here in Santa Barbara County. The barbarism on display as recorded on GoPro cameras October 7th by the assailants themselves has awakened the world to an evil unparalleled. Israeli citizens, including babies and elderly, suffered unspeakable acts of terror, mutilation, and with over 240 kidnapped and 1,200 killed. While some hostages were later released, a Hamas leader has been recorded threatening a much larger scale attack. Yet, local demonstrations have condemned the victim, Israel, for her campaign against Hamas in self-defense. Her enemies accuse Israel of occupying Palestine. However, the land of Israel has been the Jewish homeland for 3,500 years. Centuries after the Romans destroyed the temple in 70 AD, the land became a desolate wasteland. The Jews returned to their homeland, which became the nation of Israel once more in 1948. Palestinians refused statehood and have repeatedly declined the two-state solution because their stated solution is for Israel to be destroyed. The violence we have seen manifests their solution, which is anti-Semitic and unacceptable. As a Christian and a citizen of Goleta, I support your standing with Israel. Thank you.
We will now go to Ann Lee, and then we will return to Amelia Armstrong on Zoom. Ann?
Good morning.
Hold on, we seem to be having some microphone issues with the podium. It is unmuted. Perhaps someone can check on that downstairs. Do you mind testing that for me?
Test.
Okay, you can go. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisors and Das Williams, for your stand. It's a very bold stand in supporting the small nation of Israel that Hamas has stated to completely remove from the map and annihilate our best friend and ally to this nation. Thank you so much, because if it doesn't stop here, it will end up in our country, America. We all need to be aware of that and pay attention to these organizations that are coming to destroy and attack civilizations. At this season, maybe the Palestinians will believe that Israel has historical rights to their land if they recall that all historians agree that Jesus, a Jew, was born in Bethlehem 2,000 years ago. In fact, we will be celebrating that soon in December 25th. The Romans took their land away from them way back then. The Israelites, way back in Genesis, God told them that they would have a promised land. That is this land. In fact, it's even larger than what we see now, and that will happen again. This is spiritual warfare. But I'd like to just add that, just to give a little bit of meat to this picture. As Israelites were wrapping up the 7-day long Jewish festival, Sukkot, on October 7, 2023, Israel was invaded by terrorists who slaughtered innocent women and children and kidnapped hundreds of others, slaughtered innocent women and children for no reason, because they had a plan to destroy Israel. So that's what we're up against right now. This brutal, thousands of rockets were fired in a sneak attack. It was a sneak attack. There was no warning. They didn't tell the people to go hide like Israel does, to go to the other area so they could just attack certain people. This was a warfare that was planned to destroy all people that live there. This brutal and unprovoked invasion has led to war in the Middle East. Israel
Thank you,
gave up the
Anne.
Gaza Strip.
That is your time. Yes, thank you. We will now return to Zoom again for Amelia Armstrong, who is our final speaker. Amelia?
Hi, all. Apologies for not speaking earlier. Thank you for the time. Board of Supervisors, I want to ask that you help stop a genocide. The Israeli government is committing atrocious war crimes, destroying homes, schools, hospitals, and refugee camps deemed as safe spaces. When we talk about the Israeli government giving warnings to the people of Gaza and the West Bank, as previous constituents have noted in public comment, it's necessary to know that Gazans have been told to flee to the south and to the north. Again, hospitals, refugee camps, residential buildings have been destroyed. These are also innocent people. There is no safe space in Gaza. Thousands of families have been ripped apart, generations completely annihilated. There are videos of Palestinian newborns literally turned to dust. The incessant violence must stop. And I urge you, Board of Supervisors, to use your voice, to listen to the majority of your constituents speaking on this matter today. And I urge all of you here to connect with journalists on the ground in Gaza to actually understand the extent of what is taking place. It's necessary, and the people of Gaza must be seen. We need a ceasefire, and we need to allow humanitarian aid to enter Gaza, including the release of Israeli hostages and the illegally detained Palestinians by Israel that have been detained decade upon decade. Thank you for your time.
And that concludes general public comment.
And I just want to thank people from all sides who have spoken today. I think I say on behalf of the board that we will keep our ears and hearts open to the suffering of all peoples, Palestinian, Israeli, Amharan, Iranian, Ukrainian, and thank you for being here today. Departmental item number 1.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding responses to the 2023 grand jury reports.
Supervisors, as staff is getting set up on the next presentation, Assistant CEO Heitman will be giving the presentation, but I do want to open it up with a few words. And as you see coming into the room, we have some of the criminal justice partners are also entering the room. So she's going to go over the responses, and as you know, we get grand jury reports almost annually, but I want to first say these grand jury reports were significant, and we have them bunched together today. But I want to say that because I want to thank members of the grand jury, and I know the former foreperson is in the audience today, Mr. Roden, and that The responses you're going to hear today, that as he said in his letter, I hope you read his letter that was submitted as a public comment, they are limited in how they can present the information to us, and we're limited in how we can respond. As you know, there's, by, I think it's penal code, we have to respond with certain set responses, and they may not be satisfactory to everyone to getting to the nuance, the complexity, and sort of the heart of the issue. So we're going to go through our responses today. I don't know anyone who's a greater reformer of the criminal justice system than ACO Heitman, and she did her best working with our staff and the partners to put together the responses to the best of our ability, what we believe is accurate. But I don't want us to lose sight in this item and the next one about the overall attempts by your board, which is in alignment with the goals, I believe, some of the issues that have been pointed out about improving the mental health services in our criminal justice system. And that is the overall goal that we're all trying to achieve. It's frustrating, it's demanding, and it may not be everyone's satisfaction, but I want the board to know that we hear you and your attempts and your intent, as well as the grand jury and some of the other community partners out there today. And so with that, I'll hand it off to ACO Heitman.
Good morning, Chair Williams and Supervisors. I'm Tanya Heitman, Assistant CO, and will be presenting the proposed responses to the 4 grand jury reports that CO Miyasato referenced. The 4 reports for discussion today relate primarily to county jail and behavioral health care of our incarcerated population. With me today are representatives from the public safety departments and behavioral wellness, many of whom assisted with the proposed responses and who will be available for questions. We want to start by thanking the grand jury for their work on these very important reports. They have highlighted areas of mutual concern and which are directly related to the intersection of criminal justice and health and human services that my work in the county executive office is so very much focused on. We appreciate the fact that the grand jury spent enormous time working to understand and analyze the unique circumstances and legal requirements within the jail. I want to acknowledge that they had access to information that we do not, and that they were able to confidentially interview many staff and stakeholders, as well as review documents that we do not have access to that assisted them in understanding the situation. We're learning from their perspective and trying to fully understand it. Our responses, on the other hand, are very focused on the legal response requirements, which are very limited. We also tried to be very careful to respond to their specific finding or recommendation and not assume anything that they did not directly state. We can confidently say that we're aligned with the grand jury recommendations generally and wholeheartedly in the goal of improving the quality of both medical and behavioral health care in the jail. Where we do not endorse a specific recommendation, we're attempting to implement the underlying intent as much as possible. And although this is not intended to be a full criminal justice update, I want to take a minute to highlight some of the recent progress on behavioral health improvements in the jail. We have an enormous amount of work yet to do, but it's important to know that there's much underway, and we realize it is critically important that we continue to make improvements. These are a few of the efforts that are occurring that are very specific to the jail. We're making additional headway in other areas that will help reduce the number of mentally ill individuals that are booked into the jail, as well as the length of time that they're detained, most notably a rapid mental health diversion program. Within the jail specifically, behavioral health units have been launched. These units specifically designed to meet the needs of mentally ill incarcerated individuals within the jail environment so that they can receive more treatment and specialized support. I believe these were launched after the grand jury's initial investigation was done. Individuals in the behavioral health units receive more out-of-cell time and activities, but out-of-cell time and increased activities are being seen throughout the incarcerated population. Public Health and Be Well are both increasing their monitoring, as will be discussed further in another agenda item later this morning. We're also seeing greater data sharing and data coordination amongst both the justice partners and the health and human service partners. We have converted our data committee from solely criminal justice to include our HHS partners. This is a monumental shift, and we're already seeing the benefits of this greater collaboration. This is the first time that we're actually talking about sharing jail, behavioral health, and medical data in a fully integrated fashion. Our discharge planning coordination is advancing with the goal of ensuring everyone in the jail has access to robust discharge planning rather than just a select few individuals. On a monthly basis, we are meeting with Be Well, jail, and WellPath staff to address issues and provide a venue for honest dialogue. While this may seem like common sense, it's time-consuming, and I see firsthand from one meeting to the next that we're breaking down silos and communication and coordination barriers that have existed for many years. It sometimes feels like slow progress, but it is significant that our staff are actively working together on some very challenging, long-standing problems. We've launched improved protocols to address admission into the PUF from jail and discharge from the PUF back to the jail or to diversion or LPS, if that's the direction of the court. A pilot has been developed to provide behavioral health crisis services at night at both jails, which we will speak to within the recommendations as well. We're also realizing increased medication-assisted treatment in the jail, which will assist in reducing the risk of overdose deaths as well as increase individual success upon release. A decrease in the use of safety cells and restrictive housing. Both of these are indicative of improvements in care and support for incarcerated individuals that has already been seen. We want to continue these reductions and recognize that these options should be used as minimally as possible as they are detrimental on an individual's mental health. Before we launch into this first report, I want to note, as was mentioned earlier, that the board's responses are limited by the statutory requirements. Pursuant to Penal Code Sections 933 and 933.05, the board is required to respond to each of the findings and recommendations enumerated in the grand jury's reports. All of the proposed responses to the findings must be centered on 3 allowable responses, which include agree, disagree, wholly, or disagree partially with an explanation. There are 4 allowable responses to recommendations. They include has been implemented, will be implemented, requires further analysis, or will not be implemented. While remaining concise, we have attempted to provide explanation for the response when appropriate. The first report is titled A Death in Custody Lessons Learned and is provided in the hearing materials as Attachment A. The sheriff as well as the DA were also required to respond to this report. The sheriff's response is included in Attachment I, and the district attorney's response is included in Attachment J. In this report, the grand jury concludes that an individual died in a jail cell while suffering from a mental health crisis, that there were opportunities to provide the individual with effective interventions that were missed, and that the sheriff and DA's investigations into the manner and cause of death failed to address the impact of a restraint hold. The first finding of this report relates to the hours that WellPath, our contracted jail health and behavioral health provider, has mental health staff on site. It is accurate that our current contract does not provide for on-site mental health staff at night, and the proposed response is that your board agrees with this finding. In fact, due to vacant positions and other challenges, we understand that WellPath mental health staff are not always on site until 11 p.m. as required by the contract. The recommendation related to this finding is that the county amend the contract with WellPath to provide on-site mental health staff 24/7. We agree that mental health professionals need to be available on a 24/7 basis. However, we believe that the jail and Be Well have worked together on a better alternative. They plan to utilize existing mobile crisis staff by housing them at the 2 jails and believe this will actually streamline the process to move appropriate individuals to the PUF during the nighttime hours when needed. Although this change does require a meet and confer with the Impacted Labor Association, we anticipate that this change will help us realize greater collaboration between WellPath, the jail staff, and Be Well's mobile crisis staff. Given that WellPath is not able to fully meet the current contract parameters, we believe this is to be a better alternative that could more effectively meet the needs of new bookings and current inmates alike. I will note that a recent review of our mobile crisis staff's workload supports that this is an appropriate plan. We anticipate bringing more information to your board about the underlying data that was analyzed to support this recommendation in January during a presentation regarding crisis services by KPMG. The next finding relates to advanced mental health training of WellPath staff. We agree that the WellPath medical staff don't currently receive advanced mental health crisis training. While they are receiving other mental health trainings, we agree it can be critically important that they receive the most relevant and advanced training possible. The partial disagreement relates to the reference to a federal court order requirement. We're not aware of a federal court order requirement related to this training. The recommendation related to the finding is that the county amend the contract with WellPath to provide for this training. We support this training and recognize that there are fully qualified staff available to provide it. This recommendation is not warranted because our current contract language allows the sheriff as the contract administrator for jail health care to require this or any other training he deems appropriate. The next recommendation also relates to amending the WellPath contract. The sheriff can accomplish this type of training and policy change without modifying the contract language. We agree with the goal. However, a contract amendment is not needed and, in fact, would not address the issue at hand. We do support the sheriff requiring training and a policy change, as well as effectively overseeing WellPath to ensure that they are fully complying with the requirements. The next recommendation also relates to advanced mental health training, but is specific to the custody deputies. We fully support the need for increased mental health training. However, your board lacks the authority to direct training requirements of sworn staff within the sheriff's office, and the sheriff has indicated he does not plan to implement this recommendation due to staffing and fiscal concerns. The next recommendation is similar but pertains to patrol staff. There are two concerns. One is relative to the timeline and the fact that our responses are past their recommended timeline of September 2023. Second is that the sheriff has indicated in his response that he will be doing further analysis related to this recommendation. Without his analysis and an understanding of how he plans to proceed, it would be difficult, if not impossible, for the county to take action on this recommendation. However, once the sheriff's analysis is complete, it can be given further consideration. The next finding is related to the sharing of data amongst law enforcement agencies, Be Well and Public Health. We agree with this finding. Related to data sharing, the grand jury recommends these agencies adopt relevant data sharing agreements. We definitely agree with the strategy. However, we're actually further along with this strategy than what the grand jury may have been aware of. We have had data sharing agreements and efforts within the county criminal justice agencies for a number of years and have established a data architecture that allows for very robust sharing. We recently expanded the initiative and rebranded the work. It is now referred to as the Santa Barbara County Data Sharing Committee. And since my appointment with the County Executive Office, we've brought together the HHS and Public Safety departments. We will also be reaching out to the cities to invite them to participate as well. I will note, however, that the structure exists and the technology is available. However, individual agencies will need to track data that is required in order for this to be fully successful. The last recommendation for this report is related to requesting review into the in-custody death by the Attorney General. There are two aspects to this recommendation. One related to the medical implications of the restraint, and the second related to any violations of training policies. The proposal is to find this recommendation as impractical based on the background information available to your board and your authority. I would note, however, that new legislation, AB 519, signed by the governor, places the State Board of Community Corrections in the position to receive a Director of In-Custody Death Review. Commencing July 1st of 2024, this director will review investigations for all in-custody deaths and will have the authority, when appropriate, to conduct further review of deaths and make specific and customized recommendations to the sheriff, including changes to policies, procedures, practices, facility upgrades, staffing considerations, the delivery of medical and behavioral health services, and operational and capital funding requirements. And this new law outlines specific timelines to respond to those recommendations, which will be made public, as well as the sheriff's response. Santa Barbara County, as well as every community, should be doing everything possible to eliminate in-custody deaths. I believe this new legislation, while not perfect in all aspects, will provide needed independent review, technical assistance, and expertise in ensuring jails are doing everything possible to reduce the risk of in-custody deaths, as well as providing increased transparency. The next report is entitled, Every Death in Custody is a Failure. This report relates to an in-custody death of an individual with mental health issues who the grand jury believed should have received mental health assistance rather than being placed in a cell alone. The first finding is that inmates would be better protected if classification staff had access to vital health and mental health information. We wholeheartedly agree. The related recommendation is that a legal opinion on information sharing between WellPath and the sheriff's staff be obtained from County Council. This recommendation has been implemented. The sheriff's office requested and received County Council's legal opinion. As related to this finding is a recommendation that WellPath contract be amended to provide sharing of medical and mental health information. While we fully support and agree that this information sharing is vitally important, amending the contract is not needed. This type of sharing is already provided for under the terms of the contract. I would also add that the governor just recently signed new legislation in regard to this as well. Assembly Bill 268 that not only affirms that this type of information sharing is legally allowable, but also now mandates it. Commencing July 1st of 2024, Penal Code Section 6048 requires jail staff to review available medical and mental health history for any person booked into the jail. The second finding related to this report is that the individual referred to as KP was severely mentally ill and was traumatized by a suicide attempt he witnessed, and that he should not have been rehoused in the same cell. As described by the grand jury, the details support the grand jury's finding. However, the executive office and your board do not have any information available to make a determination regarding this finding, and it's noted that the sheriff asserts information was not available to his office to make this finding. The related recommendation, on the other hand, is fully supported, and the sheriff has indicated that it has been implemented. The next report is entitled, A Vicious Cycle, Incarceration of the Severely Mentally Ill. This report speaks to the challenge of providing appropriate in-custody treatment for the mentally ill, as well as that associated with effectively diverting them into comprehensive community treatment. This first finding that your board was asked to respond to is related to a request that the grand jury made regarding costs to incarcerate individuals suffering from mental illness compared to providing treatment in the community. We agree the county was not able to provide this information to the grand jury. Although we know that the jail daily rate is approximately $322, at this time we're not able to calculate what the added cost is for an incarcerated mentally ill person or the cost of serving that same individual in the community due to the many variables. It's anticipated that the grand jury's point in asking for these costs is to illustrate that it is less costly and much more effective to serve these individuals outside of the jail environment. There is sufficient nationally recognized studies that support that treatment in the community is less costly and more effective, so we fully support the underlying premise of the recommendation. To support this recommendation, we would like to support efforts to secure more options for individuals to be diverted away from the jail and into community-based treatment. The next finding related to Care Court, which the county must implement by December 2024. Care Court will run concurrent to the county's AOT program. The partial agreement is only due to the grand jury's reference to an IST solutions program. It's not clear what they are referring to as an IST solutions, or whether that will run concurrent to Care Court. The next two related recommendations are both seen as aspirational and not concrete enough for the county to commit to implementing. However, Despite the limitations of the allowable responses, we agree that the county should resource programs and services for the mentally ill as robustly as possible. However, we cannot fully dictate how our community partners respond. There are numerous elements to recommendation 3B, of which may not be practical. For example, the board cannot direct the district attorney in regards to filings or case settlements in order to avoid criminalization of mental health conditions, which is number 3. And when an inmate is scheduled for release, we are legally required to release them regardless of the status of their discharge plan, which is number 10. However, to the degree that funding is available and it's legally permissible, we agree that these goals should be prioritized. The next finding is related to our IST rate. We agree that in 22-23 fiscal year, we ranked 11 out of 58 counties, whereas in population-based rankings, we are 20th. We have implemented both recommendations 4A and 4B. Our public safety agencies and the courts are meeting regularly with the CEO office on this issue. We have data analysis that's taking place to better understand our trends, and we plan to engage community representatives and advocates in identifying cases and opportunities for improvement. In the next report, Death on Electronic Monitored Home Release, the grand jury concludes that participants in EM will be more likely to succeed if they have a robust support system in place, especially those with substance use disorders or mental health challenges. The report advocates for better information sharing amongst the agencies so as to ensure improved supports for those being supervised. That grand jury recognizes that effective supervision needs to be grounded with an understanding of the challenges and needs of those being served. The death the report details occurred prior to the bifurcation of alternative sentencing between probation and the sheriff. We believe that this bifurcation is actually positioning us to better understand and respond to the needs of those served. And I emphasized served because alternative supervision should be more than just supervision. We must be prepared to provide services to meet the needs of the individuals being enrolled if we hope to reduce their risk of recidivating. This requires so much more than supervision. We also agree that information sharing is not only allowable under the law, but is a minimum standard for effective case management. Despite some of the shortfallings of our current contract with WellPath, it has always clearly covered information sharing. It is now the goal to ensure that we're making the most of what is allowable and setting policy and procedures that ensure we're operating within best practices. There must be more clearly articulated expectations by all parties to share this critical information. I know that this presentation has exceeded our normal protocols regarding the number of slides, but we wanted to ensure that we addressed each of the findings and the recommendations. The official findings may imply disagreement, but that is not truly the case. We agree with the vast majority of the grand jury's goals and are striving to make the needed improvements despite the differing perspectives and information available. That concludes my presentation, and we welcome your questions.
Start with questions from the board. Seeing no questions, go to public comment.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have 3 requests to speak on this item, and we are going to remain here in Santa Barbara and begin with Stan Roden, to be followed by Gail Osherenko. Stan?
All right, good morning, Williams, members of the board. I only come here not to quarrel, and I want to give thanks to Tanya Heidman for the integrity that she brings to the tasks here and to her willingness to engage. I'm really impressed and I'm very appreciative. So prisoners are persons who most of us would rather not think about. They banished from everyday sight, live in the shadow world that only dimly enters our awareness. So my only purpose today is to ask you to shine some light on those shadows by delaying the filing of the response, which I can address if someone's interested, why there's no harm, no foul in doing that. And then number two, hold a public workshop where there can be an exchange. So CEO Heitman is correct. Not all of the information we received at the grand jury, and by the way, I was not the foreman, thank you, but I was just a member along with 19 other people. Yeah, we got an enormous amount of material from over 60 witnesses, not under oath, but all tape recorded. We all went over those tapes meticulously to prepare the notes that ended up in the reports. Once the report's prepared, however, it has to go through a series of channels which strips it of any really effective persuasiveness, because you can't attribute the information that you received to any particular person, or that in any way might badly reflect on people, with certain exceptions. So to get through the hoops within our own chamber, to get through the hoops at county counsel's office, to get through the hoops at the presiding judge's desk, ends up with an iceberg. The top are 1 or 2 sentence findings, which have to be broad and have to be vague, because there's no other way to summarize what's underneath the ocean, which is the bulk of the iceberg, which is all the information that was collected. So you'll see over and over in the reports, the grand jury learned, the grand jury heard, the grand jury this and that, and so on, and so concluded. All of that masks where the information came from. From the reader's perspective, it could have come from a seance, or it could have come from somebody with actual percipient knowledge, but we're not allowed to do that. So now, what do you do on the county side of it? You respond to the top of the iceberg. You look at the finding, you look at the response, and then you say, after going back to the agency that's involved here, well, that's not true. We're doing a better job. We're really trying. We got this and that. We got that. And you saw that whole list of 20 things that are going on here, all of which I applaud. All I'm saying is there's a total disconnect between the 5 dead people that are the subject of those 4 reports and what led and the actors that were involved in the story. I'm not assigning blame. I am simply saying the story elements and the actors buried within the story get buried in your responses that are proposed.
Mr. Roden, you're over time, but I can ask you the question of, please elaborate, because I think we could entertain the question of what you asked to do, which is, as I understand it, delay the filing, but what you explain well why the interplay between the recommendations and our responses don't have as much clarity because they're in generalities. What would change if we delayed the filing? Is there a possibility of increased information share from either the grand jury or the public? And so please explain substantively why,
absolutely. If the board,
what could change.
I attended your work, and thank you for the extra time, and I got wound up there, I apologize. The board held a wonderful workshop on your climate action plan. There was community, there were there were the political elected officials who had a dialogue which led to a lot of the ultimate entries in the plan. So if you had a roundtable discussion which involved people who were on the grand jury, people from the general community, people who have a deep interest in what goes on in the shadows within the jail and within the general law enforcement community as it relates to that, you would have a much better understanding of how your response connects or disconnects from the underlying facts that led to the findings to which you're responding. Does that make any sense? In other words, you have the underlying facts here, you have the finding, which is very brief and vague, and now you have your response, which is semi-brief and vague. There's a disconnect between what drove that. The best example in the time allotted is JT, the subject of the first report today, is a domestic violence complaint. He gets arrested, no problem there. He said, as they were cuffing him, he had a wrist injury 6 months before that. They took him to the hospital because he had a wrist injury. He threatens to commit suicide. He threatens to beat his head against the wall and kill himself. They make him sit for an hour and a half and wait in a car with a helmet on and take him to jail because of the stigma of mental health not really leaching through into the actions of the systemic actors. That just loses its flavor. And you take the rest of what happened to him that night, all the way to intake at the jail, all the way walking down the hall, all the way being put into the safety cell, and so on and so forth. You lose the essence of how additional training might have made a difference there. We'll never know. Nobody has a crystal ball. But surely would make a difference going forward to have people who can de-escalate situations like that, which are not uncommon. So a roundtable discussion that flushed things out might better focus the responses and make them more in tune with the essence of what drove those responses in the first place, the findings in the first place. And it would give the community a real opportunity to participate.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Gail Osherenko to be followed by Lynn Gibbs. Gail?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. And I also want to thank Tanya Heitman for all the work and some of the very good recommendations that are in that report, which I think you can carry forward on, or they can carry forward on, whether or not you reach your recommendations today. We fully agree with what Stan Roden just presented to you. It would be really helpful to have an open workshop where the public who are concerned, and you know our joint league and CLUE groups are very concerned and have been tracking this. We held a vigil for John Paul Thomas, who died 20 minutes after being booked in the jail in January of 22. And I personally would be appalled if we just left it there and did not elevate this case to be looked at by some independent body other than a sheriff coroner. Because as a lawyer, as a past lawyer, I'm not practicing now, I'm not giving you any legal advice, I'm just telling you, it offends me with all of the training I had in what is ethical to have a sheriff coroner be making a decision on the cause of death when any of the people working under him were involved, and there were many people working under the sheriff involved, and possibly other law enforcement. If they don't get 40 hours of crisis intervention training, we don't have a prayer of not having more deaths in the jail. They need that. I don't know how many haven't had it. I would like to have you ask that. How many have had that training? How many still need to be trained? How quickly could you get them trained? That would be really helpful. I'm not sure it can be done in a short timeline, but I know that training course, which I've had a very detailed description of by going to the Fire and Police Commission and hearing about it, is really good training, and we need that. So I hope you don't make a decision today, but bring this back. That would be a better result from my standpoint. Thank you.
And we will now go to our final speaker, Lynn Gibbs. Lynn?
Chair Williams and Supervisors, I hadn't expected to speak this morning, so I'll refer you to our written statement from NAMI and Families Act of September, where our primary recommendation was 24/7 mental health coverage in the jail. I don't believe that the Department of Behavioral Wellness, despite its good intentions, is prepared to provide adequate backup in that way. I really try to remain positive, and I know your commitment to and that of Assistant CEO Heidman, to improving our mental health treatment system. And so, and also then knowing the time and effort and research and commitment that the grand jury put into these reports, I was really encouraged by them. And I was just so discouraged to see disagreement by the county with most of the recommendations. So, you know, I would support the suggestion for a community forum. I hadn't thought about it, but that would be a good thing. And I know that the Sheriff's Department is working to address the concerns in the Murray lawsuit. We had Alice Perez, who's the head of programming at the jails, talk to our public policy group this past month. And we just so appreciate the new mental health units and the new programming that she's put in place. She described a program called a drumming circle at the South County Jail, which is really thinking outside the box. But it involves the very most ill people with mental illness in the jail, and they so appreciate it, and they do it once a week, and it's often their only chance to get fresh air and to participate. And we look forward to more programs like that. So it's not that we don't understand and appreciate what's being done, but it's not enough. And the grand jury report recommendations just resonated with me as to, you know, what's needed in terms of what we hear from family members whose loved ones are in that jail. And also, I was so impressed with the CLUE, League of Women Voters report, and I really would urge your, very focused attention on their recommendations. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. To the board, I would make a suggestion just to the board that if there is a possibility of I think we've all been frustrated by the limited options of the language that we can use in responses to grand juries before. But in this case, if there is a possibility of receiving additional information, because the gulf here is partially just due to the fact that we have a certain set of information and it's different than the set of information that either the justice partners and the grand jury have. And so I'd be prepared to delay action and invite input. I don't know about this roundtable idea because that's what this is supposed to be right here. And the difficulty of affecting the drafted language if we're passing something on the same time that we're receiving input. Even if we got written input the night before, it's not really going to be able to be incorporated very easily into the language of the grand jury response. So if we were to delay action, I would suggest that people try to turn it into a virtual roundtable and provide that input to us in advance so that it could affect the actual drafting of the grand jury responses. Ms. Capps.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Thanks to everybody. We clearly have a mental health crisis. We know that. We are so aligned with the grand jury, I believe, or I am, with the advocates, with NAMI, with CLUE, with League of Women Voters. I can't think of another group that has educated me more with your passionate, tireless advocacy. And I very much respect the limitations of responding to a grand jury. This is my first, and I was extremely frustrated by the limitations that have been outlined by our county leaders, Miyasato and Heitman. But alarm bells went off because the way in which we're forced to be so technical and specific in our responses doesn't reflect the way we want to move forward. And we want the light to be shined. We want to not have so much of this into the shadows, yet by so many repetition of rejecting the recommendation because it's not to the T, or because, more importantly, this is my request, if we're already doing it, can we just go with the first option and explain how we're already doing it? Perhaps we've already been doing it before the recommendation came in, but that to me is not a reason to disagree with the recommendation. So we're talking process. I appreciate the process that Chair Williams has put before us, thanks to Mr. Roden and others. I'm happy to delay this because, again, I just would hate for there, on such an important topic of mentally ill people in our jail, we know there are too many, and we know that it's costly, and we know that data sharing needs to be more plentiful, and we know that training needs to be more plentiful, and we know that our community services, all of the essences that are in this grand jury report, we know we need to do. And for us to sort of be bound by these very stringent technical responses, to me, is unsatisfactory and doesn't reflect the path forward, doesn't reflect the right side of history that I believe the advocates are on. And I know that we want to be on that side, and I know that our team wants to be on that side. So I'm not sure about how we do this. I'd refer to the expertise of the chair in terms of moving forward, but it would be hard for me to stand by these recommendations as written, understanding the limitations. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. As of now, I'm not for delaying. I think the goals that this board has doesn't stop when we adopt the recommendations that our CEO's office has put together for this board. We have been shining a light on this. This grand jury report is just a small piece of that. This board has been making a commitment to these issues for years, and we're continuing to make a commitment to these issues. I think in our response, we're making a commitment to dive deeper into issues around the IST and other concerns that have been highlighted by the grand jury report. This is just the tip of the iceberg, but that doesn't mean we have to walk away from the iceberg once we make a vote here today. We're going to continue to revisit this. I don't want to necessarily, or I'm not convinced at this point, to delay this because that means we need to bring back another item specifically to address the grand jury. Let's go ahead and address the grand jury the legal way that we are required to, but then direct staff to continue to have these discussions here at the board. I don't think those things have to be separate. I think if I can divine what I think the CEO's office would like to see us do is to answer those questions, but this has been a priority for the five of us, not just since the grand jury brought it up, but it has been for years. We have litigation out there that feeds into this. We are constantly working towards system improvement here, and I don't think we need to have the grand jury report hanging over our head to move forward with our combined advocacy here. I do want to thank ACO Heitman for her tactful and compassionate response, though. I think she did an excellent job tiptoeing through our legal requirements, but also showing the heart of this board and this county towards those people in need, those that are suffering. So I'm fine with moving forward with our recommended responses, but giving additional recommendation to staff to bring back a further discussion on these issues.
Supervisor Hartman.
I first have a question, and that has to do with what is the process that we have in place for probation, public health, Be Well, possibly public defender, and the DA to oversee the jail, or at least oversee to make sure that the policies are adequate and that we have quality assurance data that's independently analyzed and that we're reviewing clinical data. What process is in place? That's narrow. More broadly is the Murray decision, but how are we monitoring? I really appreciate the materials, the letters that were presented that were the board the County Board of Supervisors is legally on the hook. And I feel a real disconnect between the information that I get and know about and what the authority is. And so for me, it would be extremely helpful to know that as we have, for example, with the PUF, that there is a group of experts who are working on a regular basis and have a responsibility to ensure compliance with what we're saying we're doing in the grand jury, but even more broadly with the Murray case. I now do not have confidence that that's occurring. And I would love to direct staff to go back and tell me how that could occur, because I think our board is failing to live up to its legal responsibility. And I didn't realize the kinds of penalties that were being faced, I think, by Monterey County that indeed were raised by some of the letters. So I think we don't have adequate processes in place. And even though we're dealing with issues one by one that have been raised in a really excellent, I mean, the grand jury sometimes gets it, kind of right. This time, the grand jury, I think, got it right. And we need to engage with this in an ongoing way, but we don't have a process that, just picking off this issue and that issue doesn't do it. So I'm asking for what we do or what we can do, or can we give direction to come back so that we can do this better?
Want to take a stab at that, Tanya? Both our discretion and our responsibility of oversight over the jail.
So Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, there is oversight responsibilities that are specific to public health and Be Well. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any of the oversight responsibilities that would lie with any of the other agencies that you mentioned. We have certainly collaborative meetings where we come together for planning purposes, for initiatives, but there is not a mechanism at this time where those agencies that you outlined receive any kind of regular update about what's happening in the jail or how, policies and procedures there are changing or data. There is a medical meeting that includes our continuous quality improvement on the healthcare side, but it does not include a lot of the individuals that you have identified there. I take your point, though, in terms of the PUF governing board. I wasn't involved in the PUF oversight prior to coming to my role as ACO. I now chair that governing board, and I have to say I've been extremely impressed by the amount of oversight that goes into that 16-bed facility. And I don't know that exactly the same thing can be accomplished with jail healthcare, but I certainly think that it's something that we should strive for and look for an opportunity to mirror some of the best practices from that.
And if I may follow, I'm not asking for exactly the same thing, but we now, we're going to have Be Well in the jail. The mobile crisis people. We're going to have public health in the jail, we think, given the next report. Probation is very much involved in the jail. And so we have a whole set of different actors with different responsibilities. And I would feel that it behooves us to make sure that they're working together, and we need to develop a structure for that to happen. And I think at a broad overall level, I'm surprised, for example, that I understand that the jail, we're in a crisis in terms of custody deputies, and that is leading to a number of issues. We have a structure that is, I can't find an adjective bad enough, and so we're dealing with tremendous constraints. but there are policies and procedures and things that people can do. It seems like we're in compliance and out of compliance, that it's not really being addressed in a way that we feel that there's consistent improvement across the board. And so my wish would be to direct staff to think about how to structure that, working with the different partners and coming back and presenting to the board some options or a recommendation.
Well, seeing no other speakers,
one.
Oh, Mr. Lavadino.
I'm trying to use this
You gotta
system,
press the
but
button.
I guess it is. It says Steve Lavadino is the next speaker, but all right.
Okay, go for it.
I'll try it. All right. So I'm curious with the grand jury, can the grand jury release information outside of the grand jury reports? I don't think that they're, I don't know what the charge is, Mr. Roden, if you could, because I'm trying to figure out what exactly a roundtable discussion, were you thinking that the grand jury would be there and we'd all kind of discuss with the public, or how, I'm trying to figure out how that off-site kind of meeting looks in your eyes.
And let me just add to that. I've seen grand jury reports that have a lot more specificity than this one
Yeah, I
has.
can remember one in particular.
So I just wonder what kind, is this basically the discretion of the judge that is working with the grand jury, you know, and does that sometimes interpretation change a little bit? You know, I'm just curious to understand that better.
No, I'm
Okay.
asking a question.
All right, thank you.
so
I
you're
appreciate
good.
it. So first of all, this raw evidence nightmare goes back to ancient Greece, believe it or not.
Well, there is a time limit. We can't go.
No, he's got my attention now.
And goes to the 12th century in England when the grand jury concept was created. And the whole idea was to devolve power from the absolute kings down to others to help make decisions such as who to charge. So the secrecy, the failure to be able to use a legislative mandate that you not use raw evidence stems from the idea of the need for secrecy and confidentiality in the process, especially for people who aren't indicted, who would never have a chance to defend themselves if you blasted out this information. Plus, nobody would ever come to the grand jury unless you promised them confidentiality. All right, so having said all of that, the watchdog function that California developed in the penal code back in the 1870s, which is what we do. In other words, there is no civil grand jury and criminal grand jury. There's a grand jury. We just happen to perform only the watchdog function, which looks at management performance at the local government level. All right, so now answering your question, if we were to hold a forum, we could not, it doesn't exist anymore, all those tapes have been erased and so on, but we would be able to explain what's in the public record already in the reports so that it would become clearer and you would have not only your brain, but your heart and your gut would have an attachment to what those 5 people went through before they died and the actors that they bounced against that played a role in their stories. You'd have a much deeper feel for it. Now, when you're writing your responses, my argument is, you would have a much better feel for what really needs to get done. And just to highlight this, it seems incredible to me. The sheriff says I can't have overnight mental health practitioners for fiscal reasons. That's one of the reasons. The staffing's the other one, but fiscal reasons. Well, you're the fiscal people. So why isn't there a conversation right now? Is there a need?
There always is.
Yeah. Is there a need compared to what? What would it produce? And is there money or could there be money found? Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, but at least there's a conversation about it. When you file this response, it will go to the presiding judge. She will file it back to the grand jury. It will go to the website. That end of conversation. Now,
well, I think that might be your fear, and I understand that, but I think that's the limitation of the grand jury. But I think that would mean, I only see that happening if the 5 of us were up here saying we don't believe or we don't understand what you're trying to tell us. I think you're underestimating the commitment that the five of us have to getting this right. And it, as Supervisor Nelson said, we didn't, and maybe Lynn Gibbs, because she's been here from Jump Street, and a few of you other have, can testify to the fact that we are on the right projection, I feel. When I first got here, this was not a topic of conversation, and things have dramatically changed. Resources have been pushed in this direction, and while we are still falling short, I think the five of us are committed to getting it right. And so I don't have another question for you, but I understand your position now, and it's just shedding more light on it, feeling like you would be educating us more, that we would feel it more. And I can tell you, every single one of us, when we get a jail death, we feel it. Yeah, we understand it. We get it. So it's not that there's no feeling there. We're just trying to find the right answer in connection with also working with the sheriff and his staff with the best that we can with the kind of limitations that we also have.
Let me frame it this way, having been an elected official one time, ancient history. What I'm asking you to do is to get your hands dirty in this problem and not turn to staff and say, solve it, and report back to me how you're solving it and you're going to solve it and you intend to solve it and you will solve it. When you look, as you'll see in a minute, at the reports from the experts under the Murray decision, you see that there are still problems there. So I'm saying from the board's level, you took on the obligation in the Murray case to handle health care in the jail. All I'm saying is you're going to have to really get your hands dirty and immerse yourself and see what goes on in the departments such as the sheriff's office, such as behavioral wellness, such as public health, and so on and so forth. So yes, I know your hearts are in the right place. I'm just simply suggesting that in order to make it come out correctly, you're going to need to really have a hands-on approach. And I think a roundtable conversation about some of these issues would be helpful.
Thank you. All right, appreciate that. I actually really think that Supervisor Hartman is onto something. I've been a member of the PUF governing board for a number of years, and we do bring people from different departments together. There's general services. There's the treasurer tax collector that works with conserved individuals, CEO's office, public health, behavioral wellness, a member of the board of supervisors. And, you know, it is a exhaustive kind of, you're basically analyzing statistics every month of looking for root causes of areas of concern, finding corrective action, measuring against those corrective actions that you've implemented. And it's just a continual process improvement. You know, and I don't know how open the sheriff is to that, but it's something I would support. And but I obviously this is a topic of conversation that we're going to have moving forward, but I also understand how frustrating the limitations are of grand jury reports. And to Supervisor Capps' comment, I totally get that the way we have to answer these, or the choices A, B, or C, have been frustrating to all of us for a long time. It's just, you know, you really want to explain yourself, but it just doesn't seem like the tools are there to move forward. So.
Okay, any other speakers? I will suggest that we make two motions. One on the whether or not to delay the sending of these recommendations so that we could provide the time to receive additional input. And then a second motion perhaps on whether to examine with the sheriff what possible, I suppose, voluntary, since we don't have a formal statutory oversight responsibility or rights that the sheriff is willing to engage with us on.
Well, before I vote on that, would we be able to hear from the sheriff? Is he willing to I mean, we've been discussing the jail and all these things with a grand jury report, and we haven't heard from the man who heads up the jail.
Sheriff Brown, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. In listening to the responses from the CEO's office and certainly the responses that we provided to the grand jury, I think it is evident. I think Mr. Roden, made it quite clear that the grand jury solicits information. They receive information. It is information from confidential sources. There is no question that some of the information that they may receive may be being received from persons who have an axe to grind or a chip on their shoulder or a perspective that is different, and it doesn't see light of day who responds to the grand jury. I don't see, frankly, how extending the response to the grand jury's questions is really going to make a difference when you've publicly stated quite clearly, and I have publicly stated quite clearly, the desire to provide the best possible health and mental health care in our jail that's possible. To provide that, it takes resources, and it takes additional staff on both the medical and mental health front as well as the corrections staff to provide the escorting and the movement of inmates, particularly in our antiquated South County facility. And so the problems and the issues are resource driven, as they usually are. I certainly have no objection to putting together a group of people that could look at any variety of different things that relate to medical care in the jail, as long as that would be in an advisory capacity to me as the sheriff. I think that's reasonable, and I think that would be, I think it would be, certainly something that we can talk about. But I also think, again, we have to be properly resourced to provide all the resources. And the other thing is we have to understand and come to grips as a community that we cannot prevent all deaths that occur in the jail. The reality is that health care, correctional health care, is part of community health care. And mortality in the community is inevitable for each of us. And it's going to occur in institutions as well as outside of institutions. And in fact, if you think about it, what institutions have the highest mortality rate in our community? It's our hospitals, the places where people receive the very best medical care possible. And it's because they're dealing with very sick and very severely injured people at those hospitals. And the reality is that the jail is a microcosm of the community. And as such, deaths are going to occur within the jail system from time to time. And the same standards should be applied in evaluating those deaths as are applied in other institutional settings in the community. And just as occurs far too often in our community, suicides sometimes occur in the jail, despite our doing the utmost we can to prevent them, despite our staff working diligently to do that. But suicides are complex, they're individual, and despite the best efforts of our correctional and medical staff, they're not always preventable, just as they're not always preventable outside the jail in our community. The majority of the non-medically related deaths that have occurred in our jails this past year and for the past several years have occurred due to, in large part, due to the illicit drugs fentanyl and methamphetamine. And the same holds true for our community, our county as a whole. Year to date, we've seen more than twice as many deaths due to overdose. That's 156, including 80 attributable to fentanyl. Twice as many deaths as attributable to homicide, which was 9, suicide, 31, and traffic accidents, 31. A combined 71 in those three categories versus 156 overdose deaths to date. And that is a significant problem that impacts our community outside the jail and within the jail. The jail is the most secure facility in this county. We have numerous systems in place to try to prevent drugs from being brought into that jail and being accessed by inmates. Despite drug-sniffing dogs, body scanners, searches, we still sadly see this terrible scourge and poison come into our jail. And again, taking aside the medical deaths, those deaths that have been non-medical have either been directly involved or partially involved with people under the influence of fentanyl or methamphetamine. So I think that in reviewing jail medical, which is important, it is equally important that we should review and get resources for narcotics enforcement in our community. You've heard me say this many, many times, that we have the largest amount of illicit drugs in our community, awash. Our streets absolutely awash with these drugs. And we have the fewest narcotic investigative resources than we've ever had in the 25, 26, 7 years that I've been working in this county. And so I think it is really about time that we recognize that we can't solve any of these problems by focusing strictly on one particular aspect. All of these things are interrelated. And I think it's important that we as a community recognize that and recognize that we can't solve the fentanyl problem strictly by programming and prevention and intervention. We have to have an enforcement element that reduces the amount that is available and coming into our county and into our community. Just this past week, reported yesterday, we had 4 fentanyl overdose deaths in our county and 2 alcohol overdose deaths that occurred. So 6 people overdosed and died this past week alone. So I think I would encourage you, and I can commit to you that we will certainly be open-minded and we'll be happy to sit down and discuss. And my door is always open. And I think the members of all the advocacy groups know that. We have been trying to do all we can do with the resources that we have. And we can do, I believe we can do more if we have additional resources. But it is a question of us all coming together to recognize that this problem is more than just who's providing health care in the jail or how much training somebody receives. And frankly, there's no guarantee that had we had a health care professional on duty, that same death would not have occurred in the jail. The reality is more resources are better, first to step up and say that. But the reality is we'll never know if that could have prevented that death or not. It's possible, but it's not known, and it's not a guarantee. And all of these cases, these tragic cases that have occurred, are highly complex, and they're just very convoluted and very difficult, very tragic. And I want to make sure, last thing I'll say, as we look today and in our next item to discuss, with the health care that's being provided by WellPath, I want you to recognize that the men and women of WellPath who work in our jails are listening and watching, and they need to be applauded for the job that they do, not criticized unnecessarily, not maligned because of the fact that they happen to be a private healthcare system. By and large, they do an outstanding job under very, very difficult circumstances, as do our correctional staff. So I would hope that all of that is taken into account as we work together to, I think, try to accomplish what we all want: the best possible mental health care, the best possible drug abuse treatment, the best possible care of people who are in the custody of the county jail.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. The sheriff actually stole some of my notes here, you know, because we are talking about resources, right? I mean, I know that's one of the huge concerns is when we are looking at solving these problems, you know, obviously more money helps, but that's what we do up here on the dais is we balance resources and how we're going to spend them, especially in the public safety space where we have been as a county devoting more and more to bringing some alignment within criminal justice to be more balanced, whether that's with our public defender's office or probation, alternative sentencing. We've really been, you know, spending a lot of money to try to get our arms around that. We've been putting funds towards, you know, integrated teams of both behavioral wellness and law enforcement. So we're spending a lot of money to try to solve these problems and prevent deaths. But I'm with the sheriff. You know, if we wanted to get the best bang for our buck, you know, I would be asking for more funds for us on prevention and drug prevention and supply in our county, because that is killing more of Santa Barbara County residents than anything else. I'd also be asking for a gang task force. We're going to spend more money in public safety. Right now, the violent deaths that are taking place in the Lompoc and Santa Maria valleys are at an all-time high, and it's often young people, innocent people that are impacted. They're not just criminals. So there's a lot of, you know, concerns, a lot of needs out there that will eventually prevent deaths if we have more resources. And that's one of the things that is the tasks that we all up here on the dais have to try to wrestle with, is how do we hit the right dose to the right problem at the right time with limited resources. So it's a much more complicated answer than I think we're going to solve up here this afternoon. It's probably something that we want to take a look at during future budget workshops and budget hearings on where we're going to allocate those excess dollars, if there are any. Getting back to the grand jury report, you know, I'm concerned about delaying this because and I guess my question for my colleagues would be, what's going to change on our answers between today and a future after we go through a workshop? I believe because of how a grand jury is prescribed and our ability to answer these questions, they're going to be the same answers. And so that's why I like to see us move forward with answering the grand jury with the answers proposed by staff, but then to direct staff to come back to address some of these issues in a future workshop, if that's what the board's pleasure is.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I'd like to agree with Supervisor Nelson. I don't see what is gained by delaying the grand jury report. However, I would vote for that if we make a commitment to some forum for a community conversation. I believe that 3 minutes and the formality here isn't the give and take. And I hear our community saying they don't want to meet one-on-one with people. They would like to have a conversation. And I don't know exactly how to structure that. I don't know exactly who should do that. But I do think we should commit to showing up and engaging in that conversation, because it goes well beyond the grand jury report, although that's a solid foundation to work from. But we've got a whole host of issues. In negotiations, you have to hear the word yes. I heard the sheriff say yes, he would be open to an advisory group. And I would very much like to give direction that we explore with the sheriff what that might look like. I think that right now the sheriff has been kind of a lone voice in the wilderness saying, I need more resources. I think if we had this group that they could help us, given limited resources, where do we best direct them? And I, again, I think Mr. Roden's shadow analogy is very much how I feel about the operations in the jail. And it's not my responsibility, it's the sheriff's to do it. But we're on the hook legally, and we're on the hook financially, and we have to make some decisions, and I feel like I'm doing it without very good knowledge. And so I think this advisory group, I'm very eager to have that created and figure out what that process would look like. And I don't think we're ready to do it today. I think we need to get direction, staff, work with sheriff, and the different departments to see what they propose back to us.
Ms. Capps.
Thank you. I agree with both parts of the motion. I applaud what we've done here today. We've really elevated the conversation beyond the box that we were put in. And I think that kind of out of the box thinking is something I commend us all for. And it's what's required moving forward. And that's why I support the delay, because in addition to getting more information from the grand jury, I would hope that our responses could be slightly less technical, even though I have respect for the reasons why they are, great respect. But if we can revise them, because this is, as Mr. Roden explained, this will be sealed by a judge. And I don't feel comfortable with such strident, sort of to the T rejection of recommendations that we are already doing. And I'll give one example, because it was really important to me to see this come to fruition after the grand jury's report, after our budget hearings. I'm on the Be Well Commission, and in meeting with Director Navarro, she said, because it was highlighted that there isn't 24/7 mental health staff for very good reasons. It's very hard to provide that kind of staff at the jail. She said, how about we do a pilot project where our Be Well crisis trained people be just placed in the jail rather than 250 yards away where they are at Be Well. Brilliant. So I know a lot of that kind of creative out-of-the-box thinking is happening anyway, and I give respect to the department heads that do this on a regular basis, but I think to the point, we want to shine more light on it. I would like to roll up my hands and get more involved in that process. And honestly, the next time we'll probably really talk about this, unless we do some of the things that we are putting on the floor here, is during a budget process, which is also very limiting when we're voting on about another 100 things, right? And that's why I support both aspects of this motion with great respect for the intent that we clearly all share, and it's been expressed by everybody, including our sheriff, to try to solve this crisis. Thanks.
So I will.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, just a couple of things to consider as you decide how to move forward. So the grand jury report and response process is prescribed by statute. It is very specific, and I hear a lot of frustration on the choices and responses, but there are 4 choices on how you respond to each thing. So, and there's also timing constraints. So my recommendation is, if you do want to consider making revisions to responses and perhaps choosing a different option or different explanations, that you do a shorter continuance. And I would distinguish between getting a response out to the report, and then if you want to have further discussions of the issue. And I did want to talk about that as well. When you talk about how we're going to have conversations in the future, you will still be constrained by the Brown Act and all of the requirements that come with that. And sometimes when the county does community workshops, it's not with a legislative body, which means you have more freedom on how to set that up and structure the conversation. So just wanted to put that out there as you consider how to move forward.
Yeah, I mean, I could take a stab at a motion. One would be to continue this item. It would have to be agendized, as I understand it, with the timing sooner, by February at the latest. Is that the month that you were?
Supervisors, I'm going to ask Ms. Heitman to say when our responses are supposed to be back to the court.
Chair Williams, there was some difficulty in terms of how the county was noticed of the reports that normally would start the clock as to our response. Generally, they're published and served on the county at the same time. With these, that didn't happen, and there was some back and forth about what the start date should be. On September 29th, we sent a letter to the grand jury letting them know that we did have the reports, even though they weren't personally served on us, and requested that the clock start at that point for our, what I understand to be our 90-day window to respond. So from our record keeping, we believe the clock started on September 29th.
Yeah, which means we're already late. I mean, you know.
I believe that it would give us until the end of this month, December 29th, essentially.
Well, that's a tough one. You know, okay, I withdraw my motion. Mr. Roden, do you have a suggestion?
There was some confusion at the end of our term. My understanding, I've heard from the current foreperson who was the head of the publication committee last year, they were all sent out to all the departments in the first week in July. So the responses were due in mid-October at the latest. I understand the county and the county council takes a different position, but my understanding is the person who made those decisions was advised by a member of the county council's office, and of course the CEO's office is advised by another member of the county council's office. So that's why I say there's no harm, no foul, and whenever you get these responses filed. I don't think there is a time clock ticking here anymore. That ship passed in mid-October.
Yeah, I find that answer enormously not reassuring. I mean, at two levels. One is that the clock would start before we are even ever given the report is you know, crazy. And then secondly, that if we're already late, then we can be a lot later. I just, you know, yeah, I'm less clear on what the path forward is. I suppose we could take a motion on the oversight, the formation and discussion with the sheriff and his personnel over a oversight body, and you know, I'm still okay, I suppose, with a continuance. The question of whether it would be next week or next month is something I suppose we could answer in the next day or two. But I do not see logistically any way to accomplish a roundtable by next Tuesday. So I would, I would suggest that if we use the extra time, that we use it, and that people provide any input, any additional input in a virtual roundtable, which is also called the type of public input that the Brown Act calls for, which is a written communication that can go into the public record, you know, or a phone call, or any other number of things. How that can improve things is that means every supervisor, you know, Tanya is not constrained from the Brown Act to meet with every supervisor, and every supervisor can provide input.
Supervisor, I would hold on for a moment. I'm looking at county council.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, staff is permitted to meet with each board member to provide information, but as far as receiving direction, we need to do that here in open session since it's an agendized open session item. But it sounds to me like if the board is wanting to make some revisions to the response, I mean, that is something that we could do a short continuance and make revisions to which of the responses you wanted to do for each finding, but it would require explanation, because that's what is before you is what the staff has analyzed for. It provides an explanation for the chosen response.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I'll try a motion actually here, and if it fails, that's fine. We can keep talking about it. I do think we need to move forward because we are up against the timeline. I believe that our staff is telling us that's the end of this month, and I think we have other business to take care of as well as closing up this calendar year. So I'm okay with the current responses that staff have recommended. I also feel that even if we have this roundtable, these responses may not change. And so I'd rather us move past this. And so my motion will be to adopt staff recommendation, but also to add to that, let's direct staff, and I might need Supervisor Hartman's help here with this as well, to explore a sheriff oversight conversation. That sounds like something that we are willing to explore and have that conversation in concert with the sheriff. And it'd be something advisory. I heard that loud and clear from the sheriff. To move forward with that, as well as explore having a roundtable or some kind of public hearing that this board may be able to have that would be Brown Acted in the future for us to take public input on this issue. I know that those are all often complicated with the Brown Act. It's probably not best right now in this format. We had 45 minutes scheduled for this item. When we have a lot of other county business to attend to, maybe something where we have an evening event where we can all sit up here on the dais and devote just time to this issue and those advocates out there. I know that all of us are, like I said, interested in this issue, and I think we'd be willing to hear and listen and maybe have a productive feedback. So I'm hoping that those are the two things that I think that we need to add to this to further the conversation, to continue to shine light on the issue, to continue to explore further down the iceberg that exist. So I think I got all the analogies in there as well. So Supervisor Hartman, am I on the right track?
I will second. Let me just add, the Planning Commission has had a number of workshops lately, and I think we could look to that as a model. I mean, you get rid of the 3 minutes, and it's a little bit more open. The other thing is, I don't think the word oversight is what we want to use. Maybe quality assurance, or maybe come up with something else. But I think it's just monitoring, being able to understand what's happening and getting reports and getting data so that we can track progress. Yeah. So I already seconded, but I just wanted to explain.
I'll just make the request that you do it in two different motions in case there is a dissent.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm okay with that. So I'm fine with moving forward with the grand jury item, and then if the chair would give me a chance to work with Supervisor Hartman on a second directed action after we move forward with the grand jury's recommendation. So this first motion is just a grand jury recommendation, the staff recommendation, and I'm going to have another motion after that, if that's okay with the chair.
Is that clear to County Council and to the clerk? So this motion is only on the staff recommendations as printed. I have a motion by Mr. Nelson, a second by Ms. Hartman. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please no. No.
No.
So that's a 3-2 pass.
Sure.
Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, if I could make another motion where we would direct staff. Always. Direct CO's office to work with the impacted departments. How about that? CO's office work with impacted departments and to bring forward to work with the Sheriff's Department on a quality assurance advisory board for these issues. I want to get rid of it's good advice to get rid of the word oversight. That's a very loaded word right now in public safety, as well as explore having a future public hearing on these issues that have been discussed today.
I want to vote for part of that, and I don't want to vote for the other part.
Which part
well,
do you not like?
I like the quality assurance team, but I feel that bringing the 5 of us together for an outside thing, that's what this was. Like, this was a regularly scheduled meeting. We talked about it, and the people that were interested in it showed up. This was your opportunity to discuss these items. I understand if you want to take it out into your district, which I totally support. If somebody has something in their district, you could have 2 supervisors there. You can bring whatever staff. That's kind of the way we kind of do these things. I think taking us on the road or doing this at night somewhere, I would put money down that we're going to end up with the same folks there. It might get more in depth, but I just don't think that's a good precedent to start. So I want to vote for one, but not the other.
So I'll withdraw that second part because I actually agree with you. I was just trying to bring us all into consensus. So I was trying to give something for everybody's concerns here. But let's pull it apart. I'm okay with the initial motion to for staff to explore a quality assurance advisory body or entity.
And I'd second that.
And Mr. Chair and members of the board, just Brown Act-wise, my suggestion would be that you're directing staff to look at options for those items and then come back and report to your board.
That was exactly it.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And no. It's unanimous.
So the last piece, which I wasn't really passionate about in the first place, but I was willing to participate. So if there's somebody else who wants to make that last motion on what that future hearing might look like, and then we can put input from there.
Supervisor Capps.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to do a public study session, whatever the right terminology is, prior to budget. Because for me, I think it would be very helpful to dive into these issues more, to understand the drug epidemic, to understand what the resources that are needed. It doesn't have to be now that we've already voted for this crunch time with response to this grand jury, but I do believe that the sooner that we can have, a more in-depth, where we're not under the clock so much, conversation, study session, or whatever we call it, so that we can really tease out and roll up our sleeves and join department heads who do this on a daily basis, but shine our light, because when we meet, the public understands, the public knows, the public, thanks to our press, the public is here. So I just think that can only help. Yes, it's more work. Let's go for it.
I'll support that motion. Supervisor Hartman seconds. Though I would just say that my recommendation would be to have a format similar to such things that the city of Santa Barbara does, where we're not the center of things. If not all of us show up, that's fine. They just Brown Act it in case we do all show up. And therefore we can have a community conversation that gives adequate time to the public. If we want to say something, we can. We don't have to, but we learn from it. And in case 3 or more of us are there, we are protected by noticing it as a public meeting.
Supervisors, before you vote on that, I think that's something that we could achieve, but at the center of this is ensuring the sheriff is willing to attend as well. And so as part of your motion, I mean, the sheriff has always been good about working with the public, but it won't help just to have your other departments there. So I think you need to request or ask the sheriff if he's willing to participate.
Is that agreeable as a study session that's publicly noticed? I'm seeing not. Mr. Lavadino.
So a lot of times when we have issues like this, we kind of wrap this into budget workshop specific issue. That's to me, those are they're less formal. There's give and take. The public's invited. It's a specific issue related, and it kind of gives you the concept inside the rest of the budget, so we know what the other needs are, what 5-year forecast is telling us, all those types of things at that time. I would support it as a specific issue inside the budget workshops in April. But the problem with setting it up, as you talked about with like the city of Santa Barbara, you're like, hey, you can come or you don't have to come. If I don't show up then, I mean, I don't have an opportunity not to show up. And at the budget workshop, you've got everybody here that you need here. That's the way I would support it. I'm not going to support I would vote no on anything outside. We've never done it before. This is a very important issue, but I promise you the next group that's coming in is going to say the exact same thing. And we're going to be running to all these separate meetings outside of the Board of Supervisors meetings. That might be a good thing, but I don't support it.
What's the pleasure of the maker and the seconder of the motion, before budget or during the budget work sessions? We usually do have an extra day. We usually have 3 days noticed, so it would be logistically possible to do it during the budget sessions. Ms. Capps.
I made the motion. I would prefer prior to that so that we can make smart budget decisions.
And I seconded the motion, and it's not so much for us to hear each other. I mean, criminal justice reform is one of our top budget issues. It's one of our top issues facing the county. And if we don't really figure this out, a lot else is at risk. But my concern is an opportunity to hear our community speak to us when it's not just a 3-minute limit. I would like an opportunity for more conversation, for more back and forth. And I think there's a lot of wisdom out there, and I have faith that we can do it, and in an admirable, civilized way, learn from one another. I think that's what democracy is.
And supervisors, I'm assuming that my office would be, if your board's will is to adopt the motion, would be putting this together. So I would like 2 members of the board to help frame the objectives so that we could make sure that we're doing it to meet your expectations.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for a public workshop for the budget.
Chair, I have a question on the motion.
Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, I think I just heard from CEO's office asking for some direction on who they would be working with. So I don't know if the maker of the motion and the seconder want to be that, just for clarification. I also wanted to state for the record that I think there's a lot of wisdom with our senior member of the Board of Supervisors. You know, Supervisor Lavenue has been here for a long time and he's seen a lot. And so I think what he's warning us of is that this can become a slippery slope where every issue becomes the most important issue. And they all are very important. And I know that CEO Miyasato has often cautioned this board on, we can do a lot of things, but we can't do all things. And this board has always been one to swing for the fences. I think that's another term that's been used about this board. And I understand that caution, appreciate that caution. I'm willing in this case to move forward with and vote for it this time. But I do see that wisdom, and I want to appreciate what Supervisor Lavenue is saying. We may end up regretting going down this path, but I think sometimes we got to touch the fire to find out. So I'm willing to support this motion.
I'm willing to support the motion. I want it to be a motion that doesn't interfere with the agenda sending power of the chair. I'm not won't be the chair next year, but
Guess who the chair is next year?
Steve. I want to understand. The understanding is we would need to meet the deadline of before the budget, but he still determines the day, the time, all that, because that's the traditional role of the chair.
I will not stand in the way of. I will allow. Yeah, whatever time you guys want, it's going to happen. So I'm just going to be voting against it.
Okay. We have a motion by Capps, a second by Hartman. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nope.
It's 4-1.
And supervisors, I'm going to assume that the maker of the motion and the seconder will be assisting my staff. And hopefully all your offices will helping, because we will be putting the budget together during that time. So all your offices will be helping in the day of the event.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break before moving on. We do have a deadline that some staff have, so we're going to have to kind of drive this train fast. WellPath contract. Madam Clerk.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the California Forensic Medical Group, CFMG, WellPath Annual Report for Healthcare Services at the Sheriff's Office Detention Facilities and Contract Monitoring.
We have a short intro by the sheriff and then a presentation by staff and WellPath.
Sorry, chairs and board members, our system is locked out, so I don't have the ability to unmute the sheriff. Let's see, can you push the handlebar? See if I can. It's blinking and then the.
Yeah, can you give them one of the sit-down mics and see if we can get that?
Hold on. Before we do that, let's just make sure our. So shouldn't okay, there we go. My apologies for the delay. That should be working now.
Is that it? Okay, great.
That's great. Please proceed, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Chair Williams, members of the board. Correctional health care is one of the most challenging types of health care. People who are incarcerated in jails are sicker and less healthy than average members of the general population. As a result, they are disproportionately likely to have or to develop chronic health problems, including diabetes, high blood pressure, or to have or contract infectious diseases such as hepatitis, tuberculosis, HIV, COVID, and others. The incarcerated population also suffers disproportionately from substance abuse and mental health problems, including suicidality. And many people who are incarcerated do not seek treatment for their physical or mental illness, and some are quite service resistant. WellPath, formerly with us California Forensic Medical Group, has been providing good quality health and mental health care in our jails under contract since 2018. WellPath also provides health care for our county's juvenile hall, which is run by the probation department. Our contract medical staff work alongside our corrections staff in both the main jail and our northern branch jail 24/7, 365 days a year. During the last few years, WellPath has been doing this under very difficult circumstances, having to deal with the COVID pandemic, the fentanyl epidemic, significant employment shortages and hiring challenges in the entire medical field, as well as many others, including law enforcement and corrections. Despite these challenges, the men and women of WellPath have continued to deliver high-quality medical and mental health care in our custody facilities. And in many ways, the medical care that is provided in the jail system exceeds medical care that's provided in the community at large. Inmates will be seen by medical staff without delay for any emergent or acute situation, and within 3 days for any other ailment, however minor. And they will receive that health care at no cost to them. In addition to our contract, WellPath provides jail health care services to 34 other counties in California, serving approximately 20,000 inmates in California on any given day. Across the nation, they have several hundred contracts serving approximately 300,000 inmates per day. Critics of WellPath are often quick to malign the organization because of litigation brought against the firm in certain cases. But given the size and the scope of such an organization in any part of the medical field, such litigation is, unfortunately, inevitable. Our experience has shown that the health care provided by WellPath employees in our jail is of high quality and delivered compassionately by dedicated staff who are both skilled and caring. The women and the men of WellPath who work in our facilities are valued colleagues and respected partners who, along with our staff, strive to deliver the best possible care for those who are in our custody. And with that, and without any further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce you and to hand off to Brian Smith, who is the regional manager for WellPath, who will present to you the WellPath 2022 annual report. And my staff and I will be available for you later for any questions that you may have.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Sheriff, for that introduction. And as he said, my name is Brian Smith. I'm the Regional Director of Operations for WellPath. And I am here to to report on our services from 2022. I'll have my colleague introduce herself, and then we'll get started.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Corinne Kotraba. I'm the Vice President of Mental Health Innovations, and I'll be also available to assist with the presentation as needed with Brian.
Thank you, Dr. Kotraba. Over the past year, 2022, we have done some great work and done some great things in partnership with the Sheriff's Office and our staff. We have helped to open the Northern Branch Jail. We've mitigated effects of COVID. We expanded our MAT program. We provided additional services to our IST population. We also collaborated with the implementation of the structured settlement for the Murray versus Santa Barbara County. Just a couple of the services I want to highlight that we do provide. Talking about access to care, triaging sick calls, which are non-emergent healthcare requests from our patients. Talking about our substance use disorder treatment that we provide and MAT services. Our jail-based competency treatment therapy, as well as the fact that we have maintained our accreditation with NCCHC, which is the accrediting body for the main jail. Just to give some insight into how we performed on site clinically, as you can see year over year compared to 21 and 20, we have grown in both chronic care, provider sick call, 14-day health assessments, as well as dental sick call. And I wanted to share this because this is our staff touching the patients who need the care that they have requested. Additionally, we've also seen increased receiving screenings, which means that we have more people coming into the facility that need our care and to be assessed for the appropriateness of being in the jail from day one, as well as nurse treatments. These are our nurses going out and providing much needed care. Our mental health team is also increased in theirs, and our psychiatry as well. To talk about a few more things that I want to point out in terms of our stats. As you can see, we've had 45 emergency responses. That is our team going and providing emergent care within both facilities. Our chronic care, 923. Also, medication administered, almost 400,000 medications were administered during 2022. The last thing I want to point out is mental health and psychiatry, more than 13,000 between the two. In January of 2022, we transferred 244 inmates to the Northern Branch Jail during a COVID outbreak within Main Jail. The opening of this facility required expedited planning, which included our partnership with the Sheriff's Office, as well as medical and mental health staff and other contract personnel to make this success. We have grown our population over the year, transferring more than 3,000 offenders booked into the North Branch Jail. We have an average population of 275 during 2022. The COVID pandemic did not stop in 2022, so as you know, we had about 762 patients who tested positive for COVID, and that was amongst 5 outbreaks, which most of them lasted about 2 months. All of the patients were tested for COVID-19 during the intake process and prior to being housed within the jail. We worked with the Sheriff's Office as well as public health to mitigate any outbreaks, and this included locating patients together, testing exposed patients on the 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 10th, and 14th day to prevent it spreading even more. We monitored those patients daily, which included vital signs and symptom checks. We provided vaccines to patients, and we offered those and educated them when they decided not to accept the vaccine. We adjusted our procedures as the CDC guidelines changed, which, as we all know, is always changing, and we continue to partner with the public health for any additional guidance and expertise was needed. We want to thank our public health partners for their continued support and partnership over the last year. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Kotraba for this part of the presentation.
Thanks, Brian. So we're going to talk about the jail-based competency treatment program. That program includes a psychologist, a psychiatrist, a social worker, a competency trainer, an administrative assistant, and dedicated deputy. The program components include daily therapy that includes group treatment at least 4 hours a day, competency groups, and weekly individual sessions with each individual. Since the program opened in November of 2020, it's restored 107 patients. That data is through the end of 22, so that does not include those who were restored in 2023. The JBCT has been noted as one of the top programs in all of California to return individuals to trial before they even needed to go to a state hospital program. So in terms of some of the data that supports a top program, the average number of days until an individual is restored to competency in Santa Barbara County specifically is 57. So that's from the day that they're admitted into the program. From the average number of days since commitment date is 144. The difference there is the commitment date is when the judge indicates that the individual is incompetent to stand trial. So the average number of days that the individual spends in the jail-based competency program, that includes those who are restored to competency and the individuals who are not restored to competency and later have to go to a state hospital. The average number of days for the individuals as a total is 62. The average number of days until a patient is transferred to the state hospital, and that's after they're already admitted into the jail-based competency program, is 116 days. What's notable on that is we do keep them in the program until they go to the state hospital. We're not simply sending them back to jail-based, to main jail and general population waiting for a state hospital bed. We keep them in that program knowing that they still have to go to the state hospital. And finally, the average number of days until a patient is transferred to Department of State Hospital, and that's from the commitment date, right? So when the judge says an individual is incompetent to stand trial, all the way until they get to a state hospital bed for those who need it, that's 218 days. So the program, that really signifies a shortage at the state level for hospital beds. But the program at Santa Barbara County Jail is really phenomenal in that we are working with the individuals doing a full day's worth of activities with our Sheriff's Department deputy and the treatment staff. I'll also talk about the Early Access Program. So Early Access Stabilization Services Program began at Santa Barbara County Jail in September of 22, and it's offered at both the North Branch as well as at the main jail. The goals of that program are to start the restoration services within 3 business days after learning an individual is incompetent to stand trial. Formerly, before the early access program, individuals would sit and wait until they got into the jail-based competency program. And of course, before the jail-based competency program was even created, they'd have to wait until they got to state hospital, which as a reminder, that was 210 days or thereabouts, right? So now we're seeing them within 3 business days of being deemed incompetent by the court. Another goal of the program is to stabilize individuals who are incompetent to stand trial and help them assist in their own defense and understand the charges being brought against them. The timeline, the program takes an average of 30 to 90 days. And by takes an average of 30 to 90 days, that is for those individuals who are either restored to competency, bless you, or they go into the jail-based competency program. So they stay in the early access program until they are getting more robust services if needed, or they've already restored to competency and they go back to trial. So our successes, this is for statewide, not specific to Santa Barbara County, but as of October 5th of 2023, the overall program had enrolled 1,456 participants. 89 were enrolled, again, statewide in California under WellPath, and 1,367 had been unenrolled. the individuals that are unenrolled are either restored to competency or they get into a jail-based competency program or state hospital. So 24.3% of the individuals were restored to competency before they even needed to get into a jail-based competency program or a DSH bed. 33.3% did transition to a jail-based competency program. 31.1% entered the state hospital, and 11.5% unenrolled for other reasons.
We want to talk about the work that we've done in the Murray versus the Santa Barbara County. Last August 2022, with your help, the board approved for us to have additional FTEs to focus in this area. We hired a compliance coordinator who works with all parties in the provisions of the remedial plan, making sure that we maintain those provisions as well as NCCHC accreditation. We have a CQI coordinator who works well with the Sheriff's Office Continuous Quality Assurance Unit, Be Well in Public Health, to create and implement auditing that tracks our performance. We added additional mental health professionals that is able to do programming within our mental health units. We added a supervisor who provides oversight to the mental health staff. Additionally, we had 2.9 FTEs, which included additional RNs, Psych NP, and MD hours. Though we are very troubled when these things happen, we did have 4 in-custody deaths. All were related to substance abuse that happened in 2022. First, in January, we did have a death that was a result of combination of pre-existing medical conditions, cardiomyopathy and morbid obesity, as well as methamphetamine overdose, resistant and restraint. In September, we had a death that was a result of overdose of opioids in North Branch. We had October 2022, another North Branch death that was a result of an overdose. And in December 2022, there was a death in North Branch as well, the result of methamphetamine overdose after being placed in a safety cell in the MBJ at the time of intake. There were other significant conditions that also were involved in this. Knowing that this is a pandemic that we're experiencing with opioid-related events, the Sheriff's Office and WellPath collaborated, and we have taken steps to respond to the crisis. We have expanded our MAP program, which I will talk about next. We have provided education with substance abuse, signs and symptoms of overdose, and medicated assisted treatment to incarcerated persons within our facilities. We provided Narcan to the deputies as well as WellPath staff. We've done training with our patients, and we also have given Narcan upon release from the jails. Speaking of our medication assisted treatment program, I am pleased to announce that during 2022, we tripled the size of the program from 11 to 33. Though not significant, that is a huge win for us during that year. We attended HMA-sponsored MAT conferences to get more education and more support on how we can better support our patients. We purchased workbooks that the patients can now complete and keep. We continue to bridge at intake. We implemented the continuation of methadone, and we offered enhanced discharge planning services to include appointments at reentry, releasing them with Narcan, as I said, as well as providing community resources. We also secured additional MAT grant funded by DHCS. With North Branch, we partnered with the Sheriff's Office prior to the opening to do a mass fire disaster drill. This was a mock overdose of fentanyl in the C unit, which included multiple patient actors, including staff victims. The disaster was scheduled in response to the jail and prisons facilities experiencing negative effects of opioid overdoses. With that, we identified that we needed to do more training and development, so we have continued to do successful man-down training that include both medical and correctional staff. We have annual skills fair for our medical staff so that they can enhance and maintain their skills. We offer a number of annual training to our staff, which includes medication administration, suicide prevention, and also what we call 7 minutes to save a life. Certain topics include withdrawal management, signs and symptoms of distress, and emergency care management. With our accreditation, we have requested that our reaccreditation happen this year. It actually is going to take place next week for Main Jail. And we also have applied for accreditation for our northern branch, which will happen in 2024. Looking forward to 2023 annual report, we are going to be talking about our continued expansion of MAT. We're going to talk about the implementation of behavioral health units. We're going to talk about how we have made Narcan accessible within the facility, how we continue to collaborate with public health and Be Well, our CalAIM preparation, discharge planning improvements, as well as how we've implemented WellPath Now, which is an emergency medicine program where ER-trained doctors are available to assist our staff even after hours to ensure that they have the support they need to provide awesome care to our patients. Finally, I want to thank the Sheriff's Office for their partnership. Our custody partners are vital to our success, and we appreciate their ability to get into a room with us and collaborate on how we make things even better. And finally, as Sheriff Brown mentioned, I want to thank our staff. They're the key to being able to provide these awesome services. Many of them are in this room, and I want to thank them because they have the hands, the heart, and the mind to do some tough and difficult work that not many are willing to do. Even in the crisis that we're experiencing with opiate and nursing shortage, we still have dedicated individuals who show up daily to make sure that the patients within both facilities are getting the best awesome care. And I thank you all for your time. Any questions for us?
Questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
Could you describe in more detail the preparation for CalAIM and how that affects your work?
Sure, I'll take that one. So for CalAIM, we are working with the Sheriff's Department on a customized approach. First, we'll work on an implementation plan, which is due by the end of March, and then further work on a readiness plan, which has more of the detail. But we are looking at where our services are today relative to discharge planning, our collaboration with Be Well and other community partners, and making sure that we have a referral system in place that also is sort of a closed loop where we have the ability to report not only on the referrals that have been made, but also on the individuals who went to the appointment and any reasons why they may not have come to the appointment. Another aspect is that we're working very closely with the managed care plans. As you may be aware, the managed care plans are responsible to have in-reach into the facility, right, and assist individuals with that transition. So we're kind of collaborating with the managed care plans for the warm handoff and also working very closely with the Sheriff's Department to facilitate the in-reach process as well and sharing of records.
And if I might add, and this is asking you to speculate, but how do you think that might actually change things for the better going forward?
Well, you're right, it is speculation, but I fully support the CalAIM program. I think that it's a really fantastic initiative. There's a lot of work being done at the state level, at the county level, and certainly within our community partners, managed care plans, and WellPath, of course, as well. I really like to see the collaboration. I think that it'll really help the individuals that we serve with a more unified approach that, despite a lot of collaboration and efforts on a number of levels, we didn't have the policy requirement, right? And so there have been different approaches and level of engagement, in part due to the amount of resources, right? Resources are thin everywhere, not just within, the Sheriff's Department and WellPath, right? The community as well, managed care plans and such. Knowing that this is a mandate, California is leading the way. All of the other states are watching because there are many other 1115 waivered states as well. So I'm very optimistic. Sure, there'll be bumps in the road, but I know that We have such a collaborative relationship with the Sheriff's Department, with Be Well, and some of the other community providers. I have no doubt that we'll continue to meet very regularly to work out some of those bumps for the betterment of the patient benefits.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you for this report. I would just want to, again, I would like to commend the staff. I didn't realize you were here, and that's, I mean, you are doing incredibly, excruciatingly hard work, so thank you. To that point, I wanted to ask about, I think you said that there has been an increase in staff quite significantly. If I don't have the slide up, but it was some major jump up, and I just wanted to understand that a bit more because I've heard, and maybe I'm incorrect, that staffing has been such a challenge in this line of work.
Yeah, thank you for that. So the workload that the staff is doing has increased compared to previous years and continues to increase. In terms of staffing, the healthcare crisis that is being experienced in healthcare as a whole, we are experiencing that here in Santa Barbara County. So the ability to recruit and retain staff has been a challenge, and so there are times where we do not have certain bodies in place throughout our work. And so, but what we have committed to is that we're going to continue to make sure that we are efficient in recruiting those staff and training them efficiently so that they can provide awesome care. And so we have seen some growth in our staff over the last year or so, whereas historically we have struggled. And so I'm pleased at what we're seeing, but it still requires more work. There's a lot of competition here in Santa Barbara, as you know, for the same amount of the same pool of people. And so we are partnering with the sheriff and the CEO's office to talk about how do we address that, and it's a combination of things, whether that's, wages or, just the availability of the staff and what is appropriate to have so that we can accomplish that.
Thank you. And to slide 11, I don't know if it's able to pull up. I just, I appreciated these statistics of average number of days until restoration, 57. I was just hoping you might be able to, either of you, provide some, elaborate on that. How does that compare to others? What's a benchmark? What's a goal? Average days of until restoration from commitment date 144. Is that good? Is that bad? Where are we trying to improve? And I realized too that this is a report from 2022, which we're almost at 2024. Are there any significant headlines you want to tell us about 2023 that you're able to do so if there's been a significant change in these numbers or other relevant aspects?
So Santa Barbara County Jail has a 10-bed jail-based competency treatment program. And knowing that somebody is in the program for on average 57 days before they're restored, that's really fast. The days in the state hospital are much, much longer. One of the many benefits of doing it in the jail facility is that it's not the threat to public safety where you're leaving the facility and going to another facility twice, right? So that number is very, very good. The number that's not very good is the days that they wait to get into the state hospital when needed, both from the commitment date as well as if they were in the jail-based competency program, still the number of days to get into a DSH bed is quite lengthy.
I see.
You may be familiar that the state was sued over that because it's not good. In terms of comparing it to other states, California has a long wait list, as you can see, almost a year. The state of Texas is about 699 days. That's really bad. Mm-hmm. But waiting for up to close to a year to get services is a due process right violation, right? We all have a right to a fair and speedy trial. The fair part is that you have to understand the charges being brought against you and be able to contribute to your own defense in a meaningful way. That's part of the Dusky standard. But the speedy part, obviously, should be a lot less than 218 days. For that reason, there's the early access program. The early access program was really designed to assist with that Stiavetti lawsuit, but much bigger than that is the individuals who are sitting there waiting for the additional services. So knowing that when you combine the early access program and forgive me, are you familiar with the early access program and kind of what that is versus what that is not?
Why don't you explain it?
Yeah, okay.
I've toured it, but go ahead.
Okay, so the early access program is designed to get individuals first and foremost stabilized on psychiatric medication, and also to start becoming aware of the court process. So when any one of us is not feeling well, flu or otherwise, right, we're not going to sit in a bunch of classes and understand and absorb all of that information. The same can be said about individuals who are suffering from mental illness, acutely mentally ill. We can't expect them to be able to sit in 4 hours of group treatment a day and really understand that that information. And that's really what a jail-based competency program is. It's 4 hours a group of group treatment a day. It's individual sessions, it's treatment planning sessions. It's pretty intensive. Very much involvement from all of the healthcare as well as that dedicated deputy. The early access program is more focused on stabilizing individuals, but also talking to them, socializing the restoration concepts right away. So that's within 3 business days. So it's kind of, they didn't come in the right order, but the programs are kind of like a part 1 and a part 2 to somebody's process for being incompetent to stand trial. At Santa Barbara County, as well as all of the other counties where we're providing the services, individuals are seen within 3 business days. That's faster than any other state has it because of this early access program, which is brand new. And I'll also add that the early access program was conceptualized by WellPath and presented to the state as an option for treating individuals much more quickly. So having them restored within 57 days, number one, that's very fast. The second part of it is that it used to be a little bit longer. And the reason it used to be a little bit longer is because there was not the early access program, right? And so they were, in the beginning of getting admitted to the jail-based competency program, they were also getting stabilized. And they had that period of time where they really weren't absorbing all of the concepts being presented. So it was, and this goes back on memory. I don't have it off the top of my head, but I did implement this program, so I know that it was in the 65-ish days range. So it's actually cut down. The early access program has cut down the number of days that an individual needs to be in the jail-based competency program, because we work on getting them stabilized first, and then once the bed is available in the jail-based program, they go into more comprehensive services.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Your personnel is part of the intake process for a number of folks that are booked, right? Correct?
That's correct. Wait, are you talking about the jail-based competency program, or do you mean WellPath?
WellPath in general.
WellPath is involved in the intake, yes, sir.
And do you have a metric, or do you track the amount of time that it takes to see a prospective inmate at booking? Because this has been an issue in the past, both to our own deputy sheriffs and to our partner cities and their officers in the length of time for bookings. And do you track that? Can you provide us with information of whether that's improved? Because if we have officers waiting, then that means we're losing money and resources that we could have on the things that we've spent most of the morning talking about. So just, is that tracked now, and do you have a benchmark that you need to reach on that?
Thank you for that, Chair. In terms of intake, there are a number of factors that do go into the time that it does take to move patients through that, especially when there is a increased volume of patients coming through intake. And so we have implemented a process locally to escalate any exorbitant wait times that maybe the outside entities are experiencing so that we can address them real time in the moment. In terms of a benchmark and a way to track that so that we can provide that information, we are actively looking at how we can do that so that we can give that information on the time that the person presents to the time that they are accepted into the facility. So we can come back with more information on where we land on how to track that, because there are some factors that do go into when the time starts versus if there's if there's multiple that come in at the same time, is it fair to have all of them with the same amount of time, or start the factor the time that they roll up versus the time that they actually come in? So there's some factors that we need to discuss and look at, but we can follow up on that in the future.
Well, I mean, I'd really like to have that tracked and have a benchmark that you're trying to reach, because both for accountability, but also for your benefit. Anecdotally, I'm told it was terrible during the midway through the year, and that it's gotten somewhat better, right? So both for the accountability, but also to show that you guys are working on it, it's a good thing to be able to show.
Absolutely, we agree.
Other questions from the board? Ms. Heitman, do you want to make any statements before public comment?
Supervisors, you do have two more presentations. We have something from Dr. Hamami to talk about public health compliance, and then Ms. Heitman has some. So if you would please allow us to do two more presentations.
Dr. Hamami.
Presentation is loaded, so I'll wait until it is projected. I will share with you, thank you. I will share with you today our current monitoring of jail services delivered at the county jail and where we believe that we can enhance our monitoring. Now, what we do currently is an audit of medical records, and this happens quarterly via remote access to WellPath EMR, where every quarter we randomize about 70 records, and our two nurses that work at PCFH in quality look at 5 categories. We look at the initial health assessment. This is where booked inmates should receive a thorough health assessment within the first 14 days. So we look at whether this has been done and also if it was done within the 14 days. We also look at tuberculosis screening and whether it has been administered, and if not, why it wasn't administered. Sometimes it's because the patient refuses. We look also at the chronic care management and whether these apply the standards of care for chronic cases are being followed. We also look at the medication verification specifically for bridge medications and what the inmates come in with in terms of that gap until they reach pharmacy. And we look at the treatment plan as well in terms of the medical and mental health providers in establishing a protocol for treatment. So while we believe that these 5 categories are very important, we also believe that there are things that we can add where we can improve the monitoring, specifically as it relates to the remedial plan, as well as some of the expert advices that we got from all the external reports. So we will continue for now with quarterly audits, but we are putting more emphasis on our chief medical officer, which is the chief clinician at PCFH, to play a more important role and participating in the quality control committees as well as the medical advisory committee meetings. We will also incorporate our audit reports and present them at these meetings with actionable items if there are needs. By the way, those reports, the quarterly reports, are part of your package in today's item. And as you can see, those 5 categories are ranging from a compliance of 92 to 100%. So they do look good. And we do appreciate the sheriff's team as well as WellPath in accommodating us in getting this information. We will aggressively review all clinical protocols and policies by our chief medical officer to make sure that we also are in line of how these clinical protocols are being established and how they are implemented as well. We will establish a death and mortality review panel that will convene every time there is a death case in the jail, and we can look at examples such as our child death review, where we have a panel that would look at that and look at the root cause and what happened and try to identify if there are things that we can learn for preventing things of happening. Some of the things that we would love to see is more in line of population health management, so looking at trends, health outcomes, and quality metrics. That is an indication that appropriate care as well as follow-up on cases is happening. We will review the utilization management decisions as well for being appropriate for every case. We do believe that the second category that can benefit from enhanced monitoring is the intake process. We will continue to monitor the health screening upon intake, and especially for communicable diseases and chronic conditions. We'll continue to monitor medication verification, as well as behavioral health screening and the timeliness of the intake screening. This should happen within the first 24 hours. We will review as well the policies from both the clinical care as well as specific policies for communicable diseases that our chief health officer is going to be looking at, and specifically as we talk about HIV, hepatitis C, tuberculosis, and others. And this was very important during the COVID outbreaks, that our health officer and our communicable disease staff were working hand in hand with both the sheriff and the sheriff team and WellPath in looking at how we can prevent outbreaks. We will explore new policies. TB screening was mentioned in one of the experts' reports as not being done on time or not being read as well on time. With TB, as some of you might know, this takes any time between 5 to 7 days. It's a skin test, and you need to wait until to develop some reaction. And that period of time, sometimes inmates or patients are released before we are able to read the screening. So there are other methods that we are exploring, whether these can be implemented, that can also benefit from having the TB screening done. We will review and update existing policies of chronic care management, specifically asthma, diabetes, and hypertension, and others. These are also mentioned in the experts' report. And we will review policies on medication verification and the timely continuation of needed medications. We need to make sure that, we need to ensure that all policies follow the CDC guidelines and recommendations, as well as the NCCHC. We believe healthcare can also benefit from more aggressive monitoring, as looking at the healthcare implementation plan, looking at the timing and adequacy of care, specifically as it relates to sick call. However, there are current limitations in terms of the sick call, since it is not part of the EMR, and we need to see how can we look at the documentation of sick call and the timeliness of handling that. We will continue to monitor access to specialty care and oral health. We will ensure that treatment plans are modified based on the outcomes and condition changes, specifically in chronic diseases as well, and monitor as well the timely administration of medication, MedPath, which is very much dependable on how many nurses are conducting this. Sometimes if there is shortage of nurses, we notice that this process might take a long time. Finally, in terms of the discharge planning, we are currently working across many of our partners, both probation and the sheriff's office, and us are looking at how do we ensure a workflow or a process that we do not lose any of those that need to be seen. So we're working with WellPath, the sheriff's office, as I mentioned, and probation, in designing a workflow for discharge and a reentry planning. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Supervisors, any questions? I'm looking at lights, and we'll go to Tanya.
Thank you, Chair Williams.
Thank you, Dr. Hamami.
Nicole with our office is going to pull the last PowerPoint up for us. But I'll go ahead and start in the interest of time. As you'll recall, at your September 12th hearing, you directed the County Executive Office to work with the departments to explore opportunities to engage public health in greater oversight of the contracted jail and juvenile hall healthcare provider, WellPath. We had a series of discussions with the departments that led to the recommendations, recommendation we are making today. We were mindful of the contract timeline. Most notably, expiration of the current contract with WellPath is in approximately 4 months. There were a number of objectives that, as a group, we agreed we would like to achieve. These are informed by the DRC litigation, as well as the grand jury reports that were just discussed earlier. There were high-quality health outcomes for incarcerated individuals, a need to prepare our facilities for the Justice Involved Initiative under CalAIM that mandates a great deal of additional services and processes, a need for greater accountability and more clear roles and responsibilities, more timely and effective communication, and greater transparency for your board and the community. To achieve these directives and provide the additional clinical oversight from the Public Health Department, we've identified a number of changes to the current structure and collaboration that we would like to implement. To achieve greater on-site presence, primarily in the jail, but also at juvenile hall, provide a clinician from public health for healthcare oversight and compliance monitoring. This clinician will not provide direct service. It will be focused on the quality of care provided and overall compliance. They will be positioned to provide valuable feedback to the sheriff and the probation chief that will ensure they have a clinical resource to evaluate the quality of care being provided, as well as assist them in aligning their policies to support improved care. We'll need to ensure that ongoing access to WellPath's electronic health record, reports, and data are available to public health and Be Well so that they can more effectively provide continuity of care as well as improved monitoring. An additional non-sworn staff to support the administrative oversight of contract compliance and prepare for CalAIM. As part of the contract extension, we'd like to see better defined roles and responsibilities, which would include public health's role in reporting progress back to your board. And as has been previously mentioned, both Public Health and Be Well will increase additional metrics in their monitoring and utilize technical assistance to ensure Public Health has the expertise they need to transition into this expanded role. will better utilize these resources and expanded metrics to report out on performance and update the service level agreements to ensure they are continually improving and not remaining static. And proactive contract administration, including utilizing corrective action plans and imposing penalties as appropriate. With all these changes in place, the Sheriff's Office and Probation Department will continue to provide contract administration. We did consider other options, including placing the added clinical staff under the Sheriff Department rather than Public Health. Although it's noted the Sheriff preferred this option, we do not believe this structure would achieve our shared objectives. We also looked at moving contract administration over to Public Health. However, the Sheriff feels this option would interfere with his statutory authority over jail operations, and given where we are now as compared with these improvements, we believed that the proposed structure is a significant improvement, which can provide for overall improved provision of health care, as well as the administrative oversight of contract compliance. This closer collaboration and use of each department's expertise will also provide a framework for continued improvements while giving the Sheriff and Probation more time to understand the changes associated with the CalAIM implementation. We do anticipate that the Probation Department will be exploring a transfer of administration for the juvenile portion of the contract to Public Health to potentially coincide with the RFP and the associated contract in the spring of 2025. Although Probation supports the changes being made at this time, they are interested in exploring further expansion of Public Health's role, particularly as it relates to Medi-Cal billing responsibility. Public Health and Be Well have already begun their increased monitoring. The Sheriff and Probation intend to bring the next contract extension to you for approval prior to April of 2024 and will ensure the new roles and responsibilities are more clearly defined. We're also working with a consultant to assist with the RFP so that we can be sure that it is both fully aligned with the CalAIM requirements as well as the requirements under the DRC stipulated agreement. They will also provide technical assistance related to best practices in correctional health care, as well as expertise as we potentially transition Public Health into a larger role of managing the juvenile side of the contract. If this proposal for increasing Public Health's oversight is acceptable to your board, we would suggest that Public Health return in mid-2024 to provide an update regarding compliance monitoring, as well as the successes and any challenges they are seeing. In summary, the recommended actions are to receive and file WellPath's annual report, provide direction regarding Public Health monitoring and oversight, as well as make the required CEQA finding. With that, we welcome any questions that you might have for us or the departments.
Well, I just wanted to ask, if we are do see this as progress, and I appreciate the Sheriff for engaging on what would be a level of oversight that's appropriate. Mid 2024, is it possible to do it sooner than that? I mean, I know it's not really possible to do what some members of the public have asked, which is like in 2 months. That's not going to be reasonable, but I'm just wondering if we could see something sooner than that that would be useful information.
I want to be sure, Chair, that I understand your question. You're asking about Public Health's return to the board to report out on the increased monitoring and what they're seeing so far?
Yes.
I don't think that they would be able to provide really meaningful information if we advanced it too much. They do need to hire the staff to be on site at the jail. But also intertwined in this timetable is the update to WellPath's contract. So their current contract expires in March of 2024. So we will be making a lot of these changes in real time, by agreement, but also embedding them into that contract. So likely, even in spring of 2024, we will only have preliminary information. It will take several monitoring cycles to really develop data over the increased metrics. I think, however, with all of that said, that public health will be moving forward as rapidly as they can and able to provide insight into what additional tools they might need as they come back to us with the contract, whether, even if the contract's under the Sheriff's Department, public health will be participatory in those discussions and be able to be here when the contract is proposed to your board.
Other questions? Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you. Related to the contract, I just want to get a better sense of, have we gotten back on the right track in terms of the sequencing? Because I know we took a vote, I believe it was in September, where we were already 6 months into the contract and we were voting on the contract. Are we now on the right track so that we don't repeat that with I know we just had an annual report that was 2022 and it's December of 2023. So just process-wise, where are we? Are we on a better, I know we're on a better path, but are we on the right track now?
Yeah, I would ask that a representative from the Sheriff's Office respond to that. They are the administrators on the contract and are overseeing the negotiations for the new contract.
Supervisor, through the chair, we've been starting already on this extension, and we've had a couple of different meetings, and we're going to begin negotiating next week so that we can get the thing back to you before it expires on March 31st. So
Great.
We're on track.
Thank you. As much time before it expires would be great. So then second question I have just relates to this increased partnership, and thank you for all of the careful negotiations to all parties involved of trying to make sure that more of our medical staff from BeWell and public health are involved. If you can just sort of practically answer, how would it work? If a public health staff or BeWell medically trained people are seeing things, they provide feedback. I'd like to have sort of a more on the ground sense of how that might function.
It is going to take us a little time to get into a rhythm that works for all parties, but we anticipate that there will likely be a combination of clinicians that might prove useful. There is a certain amount of this work that really relates to the nursing staff at the jail, and it is foreseeable that someone more familiar with the nursing aspects would be beneficial to look at the MedPass, what's happening with MedPass, what could be improved by MedPass, and provide feedback both to WellPath directly as well as to the Sheriff's Office about what they believe the preferred methodology might be. There's some things that interrelate to the sheriff's policies as well as items that relate to WellPass policies. There's a process for some inmates to keep their medication on them and be able to self-administer. And that is something that involves some level of risk. So having somebody from public health that is more directly knowledgeable about what's happening, is able to talk directly with the WellPath staff in real time, as well as then speak with the sheriff's staff about preferred changes, I think will be an enormous systems improvement. Currently, public health does their monitoring, but it's very much removed from the jail environment. They're looking at documents primarily, whereas this would put somebody in the jail to be able to see firsthand what's happening, be able to talk with the WellPath staff and really ask them some pointed questions and better understand before they make any recommendations.
Thank you. I welcome this change and this increased partnership, as the previous agenda item certainly demonstrated how interconnected all of these tough issues are of health in our jails. And I welcome the work that's done happening now and give it my support. Thank you.
Let's go to public comment.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have 8 requests to speak on this item, and we are going to begin on Zoom with LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt, and then we're going to return to Santa Barbara with Peter Brown. LaWanda?
Good afternoon, Chair Williams. I had good morning before that, and members of the board. LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt, president of the Santa Maria Lompoc branch of the NAACP, and also the DEI chair for the League of Women Voters of Santa Maria Valley, which serves all of North County. We signed on, the League of Women Voters of Santa Maria signed on to 2 letters, one dated November 20th, and the other one dated December 4th. And in light of everything that I heard today, there seems to be a lot of changes that are being made. So I will just conclude and say that we elected you. We the people, we elected you. You are the physical sponsors, steward, and decision makers for us. And we want you to keep in mind, I don't want to be critical or disrespectful of the sheriff and or WellPath, because we're all human beings, we're sensitive, and I understand that. But keep in mind that what is happening in Monterey County with WellPath, I pay my taxes, we pay our taxes, and we expect you to make sure that the agreement in Murray, that is enforced. So thank you so much for your time. We had asked and urged you to adopt option 3, effective monitoring and oversight of the county WellPath contract. And with that, I will say have a good day. Thank you.
We will now go to Peter Brown, to be followed by Pam Flint-Tambo. Peter?
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm Peter Brown. I'm a member of the CLUE League of Women Voters Criminal Justice Working Group. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. In our previous correspondence with your board, we've stated that county public health and the behavioral health departments should have the final authority to monitor and conduct oversight of all issues regarding jail health care. The staff's recommendations and presentations today have said that the county's role will be to provide feedback and recommendations to the sheriff. So it seems clear that the sheriff is the final arbiter on contract administration and oversight of the contract. And with all respect, we feel that there are at least 2 reasons why we believe that final control of medical oversight should rest with the county rather than the sheriff's office. The first is that the final authority on all medical matters should be a person or persons with medical or public health training who are independent of the sheriff's office. This is the only way to assure that appropriate medical care is provided. Secondly, and importantly, we believe that the Murray stipulated judgment and subsequent orders require that the county, not the sheriff, conduct monitoring and oversight, final monitoring and oversight. This will be discussed in greater detail by several colleagues who will follow me in addressing you this morning, and we have filed a letter with you dated December 4th, which provides our analysis. I'd like to conclude sort of improvisationally based on what's been the discussion today, and I know all of us, it's obvious that the board is paying great attention to this issue Ms. Heitman's report on current initiatives is very encouraging, and the board comments plainly show that the board recognizes the urgency of solving these issues. I'd just like to give you a little history. Murray settlement dates from 2020. The remedial plan to correct the problems in Santa Barbara Jail was part of that settlement. Experts were appointed by the court, and there have been reports since 2020 on how the county is doing. That's 3.5 years ago. There are recent reports now, and that shows that there is still substantial noncompliance with the remedial plan. By example only, a recent expert report shows that the county failed to substantially comply with 87% of the improvements that are required by the court for mental health. We strongly recommend that your board read the expert reports that have been filed. They are available. And just to get an idea, it will show you that while progress is being made, there still is a lot of noncompliance in the jail, and there's a lot of work to be done. Secondly, in your comments today, by the board, you plainly
Thank you, that is your time.
Okay. Mental health is important. You obviously show that. And the last issue is we believe that it would be important to have periodic review of how the monitoring and oversight is going. If it's whatever review can be done before you consider extension of the WellPath contract, I think would serve your board well. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Pam Flint Tambo to be followed by Gail Osharenko. Pam?
Thank you. Chair Williams and members of the board. I'm with the criminal justice group with CLUE and the League of Women Voters as well. But I'm mostly speaking today on things that I think about. I think it's complicated to address the needs of people in our jails, but it's critical for the safety of our communities, both in terms of it's important to have people out of our community if they aren't safe to be in it, and it's also important for those folks to be taken care of well in the jails when they're there. I kind of remembered when I was really, really young, and this is a simplified way of explaining things, but when we're young and we're learning about the world around us, we kind of wonder what a jail is when we first hear about it, and what a prison is. And what we're told is that that's where people go when they've done something bad, when bad things are done. It's easy to transfer that to thinking that we're bad people. And I think that's sometimes what happens to people who end up in jail who have a behavioral wellness or a mental health problem. They become aware and feel like the community feels like they're bad people. Preventing that, and helping them be better and be well again is part of the challenge that we have in working with people who are in our jails. So I really encourage good oversight of the care in our jails, and especially the care that they have regarding behavioral wellness. Transparency in our jail is needed to assure that the community goal of caring for our most fragile residents occurs. Most of the people in our jails, or many of the people in our jails, are not bad, they're ill. And I encourage the oversight that you're looking at possibly doing as being a way to help provide better care for our folks in the future. Thank you. Keep up the good work, and we'll keep bugging you.
We will now go to Gail Osharenko to be followed by Maureen Earls. Gail?
Thank you, Chair Williams, members of the Board of Supervisors. I kind of became the secretary for getting these letters to you, and I think I managed to get individually one of our November 20th letters with all of the footnotes to you. And those footnotes are important, so I wanted just to start there. on page 2 of the letter. I did bring copies of the letter in case I have speaking in the microphone, in case anybody needs a hard copy of it, but it happens to be a version that doesn't have the footnotes. On page 2, we quote from, in the middle of page 2, from the remedial plan. This is a plan that everybody agreed to, the sheriff, the county, and it's at remedial plan number 2A at page 3 and 4, those two little paragraphs that are numbered. The county shall appoint a county employee or consultant with adequate expertise to provide ongoing monitoring and oversight of the private jail health care provider contract. And number 2, the county's departments of public health and behavioral wellness shall actively monitor the jail healthcare contract with any private healthcare service provider. So from a matter of law, the specific governs over the more general, and the general provision of the law that the sheriff has brought to the CEO's office and presumably to county council also, you seem to rely more on this general law giving the sheriff authority for adequate or basic, I think it says, health care. But the county and the sheriff agreed to this remedial plan that was then part of the stipulated agreement and ordered by the court twice. And so to us, it's not a real question of who's in charge. Public health should be put in charge. And I think you're subject to complaint by the Murray plaintiffs if you don't put the power and the authority where you've agreed to. So that was the main thing I wanted to say. I have several pages of other detailed points I would love to make about grievances, about psych visits at the jail cell door, how we square the many things that are not yet reaching substantial compliance in the experts' reports with the glowing report of WellPath. I mean, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thank you for giving us this time. I wish on item 1 we'd had enough time to deal with a multiplicity of questions. Thank you.
We will now go to Maureen Earls, to be followed by Susan Horn. Maureen?
Yes, I'm Maureen Earls. I'm co-chair of the CLU Criminal Justice Committee. CLU supports a decision today to change the administration of WellPath and jail health care from the sheriff to the county public health. We must stop current harm to health of the people in our jail under WellPath and the sheriff's oversight. The root cause of the harm is lack of current administrative oversight. So today you will choose, 1, to continue with the sheriff's oversight and only change and increase participation of county public health as described in the CEO recommendation. 2, to transfer the administration of jail oversight to the county public health. And number 3, you could delay your action today and asking the CEO's office to consider the strong opposition of the current recommendation, and that we have the highest confidence in Tanya Heitman and would hope that we can give some input on a plan for WellPath oversight to meet the current Murray compliance requirements. CLU has reviewed the Murray Case Federal Court expert reports. These are current. These are 2023 current excellent reports detailing the WellPath and the sheriff's failure to comply, and they're missing from our hearing today. Where are those reports and what the compliance requires? That should be, it seems to me, part of today's hearing. We know now this oversight choice matters. For the past 3 years, current sheriff's administration has failed to provide substantial compliance. July 30th of this year, the federal court determined the 3-year deadline for county compliance was not met. We are now under a new court-ordered delayed implementation plan. 3 years is more than enough to demonstrate capacity for a substantial compliance. Fortunately, the court experts identified for us the root cause of the failure. Repeatedly, they call on the county to administer oversight. There are abundant examples, and here's one. One expert, Venters, reports on page 43, one root cause is the jail healthcare system currently in place belongs to and is operated by WellPath. He reports this is not a sufficient evaluative system as WellPath decisions are not regularly reviewed by the county level physician staff, and they are not part of the grievances review. That's what they found.
That is your time.
Okay, thank you.
We will now go to Susan Horn to be followed by Stan Roden. Susan?
Hello, good afternoon. Susan Horn with the CLU and the League Committee. And I just want to tell you how many times I've been revising what I've been saying because of the wonderful conversations that have been going on today and all the new information. And I would just like to say, let me see if I can figure out what I'm going to say. We know that the current systems within the jail have significant past failings. We know it's difficult and complex to make changes, but we do have models of what's working. The bottom line is there's a cost of human suffering for the jail residents and their families, yes, and for the staff who are operating the systems. Now, with the lack of compliance with the requirements of the Murray case, the financial cost to our county will also be huge if these non-compliance continues. Let's see. I highly recommend that each supervisor read at least the most recent report from the court-appointed medical doctors, who evaluated the extent of compliance. These are public record, and they're also sent to our county council in case you want to find them. They have far more depth, details on operations, and recommendations than the WellPath report. We gladly note that the Board of Supervisors approved additional medical and compliance staff to support the staffs of WellPath and the sheriff in their remediation efforts. And we urge you to require regular progress reports on this important and difficult steps. We all have, apparently from all the discussions we've had today and in the changes that are in process, we know that our goals are recovery and rehabilitation for the people in jail, not punishment and more trauma. And I just thank you for your assistance and efforts in this direction.
We will now go to Stan Roden, who is our final speaker on this item. Stan?
Mr. Chair, members of the board. So let's listen to the music instead of just the words. What you have is a massive misalignment. You pay the money for the WellPath contract. You have the obligation under the Murray decision to do all of the health care provision of services inside the jail. You pay for it, you're legally obligated to carry it out, and yet you don't have control over it. So when they went to court in the Murray case, that was the time for the sheriff to say, wait a minute, I'm in charge. Where it says in the remedial plan, I don't know how many times, but more than 50 or 60 times, the county shall do this, the county shall do that, the county shall do X, Y, and Z. It doesn't mention the sheriff once, except in one minor paragraph having to do with reconfiguring office space. So if you pay the money, you have the obligation, you have the legal duty, you have the potential liability. Why in God's name is somebody who's not medically trained in charge of a contract that delivers medical and mental health services? It makes absolutely no sense. And don't take my word for it, Venters, who's one of the experts stipulated by both sides in the case, said, Santa Barbara County lacks meaningful and organized clinical oversight of the vendor providing health care services in the jail. So the music is, the sheriff says, WellPath's doing a great job. WellPath says, the sheriff, you're doing a great job. So who is in the room to control the medical delivery of services and decide whether it's being delivered in harmony with the remedial plan in the Murray case? It can't be a law enforcement officer trained to provide security, provide law and order. The person in charge of a medical contract needs to be a medical person, and the person evaluating the delivery of those services needs to be a medical service. The county has that in your public health department and in your behavioral wellness department. So please exercise the authority that you have, because you have the responsibility, and you can't just simply back down to the sheriff who didn't stand in front of the federal judge and say, wait a minute, you can't do this, Judge. That was the time to raise his objection, not here. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
To the board. Well, I'll just say for my part, you know, I think Mr. Roden put it succinctly, the dilemma that we as the Board of Supervisors face, not just in jail medical health, with the entire question of the jail. And, you know, I agree with the public comment that despite, you know, a good 10 minutes of the 15-minute presentation being about how awesome things are not awesome. And that WellPath has a long way to go, and that it would behoove the institution to have greater involvement by public health and behavioral wellness. Unfortunately, obligation, which the county clearly has an obligation. What is not clear is whether we have authority. You can say that we do, and I would like to believe we do, but if the sheriff and the Board of Supervisors can agree on a course of action that has increased involvement and monitoring, I guess we're staying away from the deadly term oversight, by public health and behavioral wellness, then the results will be better. And I totally agree with the advocates that this is a unsatisfactory level of improvement, but I do not understand why we would precipitate a constitutional crisis at the county by when we have points of agreement with the sheriff on where to move incrementally. And so, you know, the point of that would precipitate that crisis is the renewal of the contract, right? And I don't understand why we would precipitate that crisis 4 months in advance. I think what we want to do is create improvement, and this structure should help create improvement. Whether it will create enough improvement is open to question. But I hope that from this experience that the sheriff will see, regardless of whether we have the authority or not, that it just makes sense to have the professionals doing the oversight. And I do purposely use that word. Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I'm supportive of this incremental measure. I think that this is a step in the right direction. I don't think it's making everybody happy. It's somewhere in between. And I think this board, if this is not successful, is starting to bridge some of those gaps. We'd be happy to look into further exercising some of those potential constitutional powers that we might have or might not have in the future. I think that the approach that we're going to move forward with staff recommendation is a step in the right direction, and I'm comfortable moving forward with that at this time.
Other comments, questions from the board?
I think I'm on the list.
Oh, great. I don't know. This system doesn't always work that way. Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question for Dr. Hamami and for behavioral health as well. I had put a big asterisk by the letter and what Dr. Ventner's said. He went on to say that there are some areas of cooperation and review of jail health services with the Department of Public Health and Behavioral Health, but there is no clear county jail health authority or correctional health office that ensures that the policies are adequate, that analyzes quality assurance and data independently, and that reviews clinical data. So you gave us a list of new things that you're going to do, and I guess my question is, do they address those concerns that Dr. Ventner put forward?
Thank you, Supervisor. I think the answer to your question is twofold. One is I mentioned that we currently are doing auditing, and we are moving to a more proactive, let's say, where we are also reviewing policies and protocols. But I think with the recommendation of having a clinical representative of the department in the jail day to day, working with the clinical staff, this is the step forward of answering what Dr. Ventures is talking about. At the end of the day, I think the outcome is the same whether we have our public health or behavioral health representative working with the sheriff and with WellPath to ensure the clinical protocols and treatment plans are appropriate versus taking over the full contract. That would also allow us to do that. But I think the most important thing that we need to put weight on is that whether we own the contract or whether we have our own person there, if this is not a true partnership with the sheriff and a true collaboration, then it wouldn't work. So we want to work with all the parties, and we want to make sure that the outcome, not the process, is what we want to accomplish.
And Director Navarro, did you have more?
No, I don't have more. I think Dr. Hamami said that very well and succinctly. We definitely have worked in collaboration with the sheriff and with WellPath to upgrade the monitoring tool that Be Well is using that specifically now addresses concerns that were in all of the expert reports from October of 2023.
So we would anticipate that, I'm not sure how often Dr. Ventners does these assessments, but we would anticipate that after you have greater oversight, that those are going to improve.
Yes, and this protocol has been agreed on by all parties, is not one and done now and set. This will be an ongoing, evolving protocol as we see other things that may need to be addressed and other things that improve significantly and no longer need to be as consistently monitored.
Okay, then I'm in agreement with my colleague, Supervisor Nelson, that incremental and better, I'm willing to support that.
Mr. Lavignon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think part of the discussion today was basically who's in charge. And while I appreciate public comment, I'd like to hear from our council and kind of weigh in on some of the things you heard during public comment and, you know, just kind of put us back on track, let us know where we're at.
Members of the board and Supervisor Lavanino, the board and the sheriff have distinct statutory roles. The Board of Supervisors is charged with directing and controlling the conduct of litigation, in which the county is a party, and then each year adopting a budget. So the defendants in the Murray litigation are the county and the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office. However, the county did not waive any statutory requirements or any authority of the sheriff in entering the remedial plan and stipulated judgment. The sheriff is charged with sole and exclusive authority to keep the county jail and the prisoners in it. And in addition, what hasn't been mentioned is that as the facility administrator for the main jail and the Northern Branch Jail, the sheriff is responsible for provision of emergency and basic health care services to all incarcerated persons. So the stipulated judgment remedial plan doesn't change any of those authorities or responsibilities.
Okay, thank you. And I guess it really shouldn't change where we're moving today anyway. I mean, I think the sheriff and the board are on the same path on this, and we might be wanting to do a little bit more, but I understand the sheriff will come back and say, give me the resources and I'll do more. So we're kind of in the same position that we generally are. So I will support the motion.
And I just do foresee, I'll support the motion as well, but I only have a mover of the motion. I'll second it, I guess. There we go. Hold on. I did have a request to reiterate, which is, though the attention today has been on the health outcomes and the health oversight, I do think all of this, you know, takes money, right? And so I do hope that when the contract is renewed, that we have metrics on how long officers wait to book because of how questions of how long a WellPath staffer takes to do it. It's both a fiscal impact on us and you know, I guess a staffing impact, most immediate, which becomes a fiscal impact, or it is a fiscal impact and staffing impact on our cities. So, you know, I put that out as an issue. I don't need a motion on it, but that would be something I would be looking at in the contract renewal. And in general, I hope we will get some more information before we face the decision on a contract renewal, because it is kind of strange that we will have the metrics after we face the decision of the contract renewal. So, you know, I put those as just issues to put a you know, bookmark in, but I am supportive of the motion. Mr. Nelson?
I'll go ahead and officially make that motion for the record. I guess it's items A, B, and C of staff recommendation.
And I'm seconding that. Any other comments on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed? Thank you. Thank you for how long the advocates hung in there today. Thank you for how long the sheriff and probation hung in there as well today, as well as public health and Be Well. We are going to closed session. Can we get a preview of closed session? So that means we're going to be at least an hour before the next
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. In closed session today, the board will consider one item of existing litigation. It's an application of the California Department of Transportation for an order apportioning maintenance of costs for the crossing at Butterfly Lane. And it's a administrative hearing in front of the Public Utilities Commission. And also conference with labor negotiators for Santa Barbara County Deputy Sheriff's Association, agency designated representatives, CEO Mona Miyasato, and interim Human Resources Director Yvonne Torres. And I would say 45 minutes to an hour.
We're going to put it as 45 minutes just to give us the discretion to start it in 45 minutes, but it may be more like an hour. We're reconvening from closed session. Can County Council give the report from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on one item of existing litigation. It's an application by Caltrans for an order apportioning maintenance costs for crossing at Butterfly Lane, which is in front of the Public Utilities Commission, and conference with labor negotiators for Santa Barbara County Deputy Sheriff's Association, and the board took no reportable action.
And then we have item A3.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a general plan amendment, case number 22 GPA2, to adopt the 2023 through 2031 Housing Element Update, HEU, dated December 2023 of the Santa Barbara County Comprehensive Plan as required by State Housing Element Law, Government Code Section 65580 through 65589.11.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. Today I have Jesse Steele, Eva Marrero, Alan Bell, and Alex Tuttle with our long-range planning staff here to present the housing element. I just have a few introductory comments I wanted to make about this process. The update process has become significantly more complex this cycle than it had been in previous cycles. We've had the challenge of dealing with a substantial number of new state laws that have been passed in the last 8 years that have been aimed at stimulating housing and limiting local jurisdictions' discretion. As outlined in our housing element update, rents and home prices are at an all-time high in our community, which constrains a substantial portion of our population from living and working in Santa Barbara. Many drive long commutes, or some decide to leave the area altogether. As the board has discussed on many occasions, local businesses have a difficult time recruiting and retaining employees at all income levels. So the housing element's been drafted to meet the state requirements and address community need. So as directed by the board, there are a number of programs in our housing element update that are focused on generating new revenue sources for lower income housing, stimulating moderate income housing, ensuring local employees actually live in the houses that we produce as part of this housing element. Today, we are focusing on the adoption of the housing element update and the proposed policies and programs that are contained in the document. As we've discussed on a number of occasions, the county is going to need to rezone land to meet the RENA allocation of 5,664 units for this 6th cycle. Those rezones are going to follow in a separate set of hearings, and that will occur during the spring of 2024. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Steele, who will be making the first part of the presentation today.
Thank you, Lisa. Good afternoon, Chair Williams and supervisors. I'll get started and run through our presentation. So this slide here provides a brief overview of the topics we'll be covering today. We'll start with an introduction to the housing element update. We'll talk about regional housing needs allocation, or RENA for short. We'll also discuss the site's inventory, goals, policies, and programs, public outreach, environmental review, comprehensive plan consistency, and status and next steps. The housing element is a state-mandated element or chapter of the comprehensive plan. Its principal purpose is to accommodate existing and projected housing needs for all residents in the unincorporated county, including various household types, special needs populations, and all income levels. State law requires that the county update its housing element every 8 years. The current update is for the 2023 to 2031 planning period, and the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or state HCD, is responsible for reviewing draft and adopted housing elements for compliance with state law. As Ms. Marrero will discuss in more detail later, existing zoning will not accommodate the county's fair share of regional housing, and as a result, the housing element identifies a range of sites to rezone to higher residential densities and identifies county-owned sites to satisfy the RHNA. The county must also undergo a two-step process to achieve this goal. First, the county needs to adopt the housing element, which is why we're here today. And then second, the county must adopt rezones and select county-owned sites, which will occur as part of a separate process with separate planning commission and board hearings in early 2024. State law prescribes the content of housing elements. The county's housing element update consists of a principal document with 5 chapters. It also has 9 appendices, A through I, which contain detailed data and analyses and a site's inventory. More specifically, the 5 chapters include Chapter 1, Vision, Purpose, and Community Input. Chapter 2, the Community Housing Needs Summary. Chapter 3 is our Housing Constraints Assessment. Chapter 4, the Site's Inventory. And then Chapter 5, Housing Plan and Resources. And today we'll largely focus our attention on Chapter 5, which includes the goals, policies, and programs to address the county's housing needs. Santa Barbara County is experiencing one of the nation's most severe housing crises. The underproduction of housing for several decades has led to overcrowding and disproportionate impacts on lower and moderate income households and special needs groups. To illustrate this point, I've provided data on a few special needs groups in the county. Senior households make up 1/3 of unincorporated county households, and 37% of those senior households are lower or moderate income. Over 43,000 people countywide also have one or more disabilities, and many of those people live on fixed incomes and often spend a disproportionate amount of their income on housing to secure disproportionate amount of their income to secure safe and decent housing. In 2020, there were nearly 28,000 documented farm workers in the county. The average salary amongst those workers was just $34,000 a year, which qualifies as extremely low income. There are also nearly 2,000 homeless persons countywide, most of whom, about 1,400, are unsheltered and in need of emergency shelters or affordable housing. Unfortunately, affordable housing is out of reach for most county residents. While the statewide median home value is $547,000, values are much higher in the North County and South Coast, with $565,000 being the median of the North County and $1.93 million being the median in the South Coast. The steep price of home ownership is reflected in the high percentage of renters that exist within the county, who make up about 47% of the total households. 55% of renters experience cost burden, which means that they spend over 30% of their gross income on housing. And 29% of those renters are severely cost burdened, meaning they spend more than 50% of their income on housing. To break down these costs, we'll use an example from a recent study, which found that the average 2-bedroom rental in Santa Barbara County costs $2,667 a month. The household income needed to afford that rent without cost burden is about $107,000 a year. However, the average renter household income is $62,000 a year. This means that renters are more likely to be cost burdened, live in overcrowded conditions, or work multiple jobs just to pay for their housing. To illustrate the county's housing affordability trends over time, the graph on this slide shows how housing prices have risen relative to household income. The area median income, which is the blue line, has remained relatively flat over time, while housing prices, the red line, have risen pretty much exponentially. As you can see, in the 60s and 70s, housing was much more affordable to county residents, with the median income set at about $7,000 to $10,000 and the mean home price at $24,000 to $39,000, respectively. However, a significant gap began to appear in the 70s and 80s, and it has grown wider with every decade. In 2020, the area median income was $86,000, while the mean house price had risen to over $630,000. A couple other factors that contribute to where we are and where we're going in terms of housing are increases in both population and jobs. The population of the county is expected to increase over the next 30 years from 461,000 residents to 522,000 in 2050. That's a 13% increase. An even bigger increase is projected to occur in the job market. The Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, or SBCAG, estimates that the number of jobs will rise to 280,700 jobs by 2050, which would result in a 26% increase. With more people and more jobs comes a greater demand for housing. However, housing production has been in decline for the last several decades. In fact, the county produced 37.5% less housing units in the last 20 years than it did from 1980 to 1999. And this has created a jobs housing imbalance within the county. From a big picture perspective, this means more people will live in less expensive areas, such as the North County or San Luis Obispo and Ventura counties, and commute to work in job centers, such as the South Coast. One recent study estimates that 31,300 workers commute over 50 miles to the South Coast daily, which contributes to greenhouse gas emissions and traffic congestion. This is a significant jump from 15 to 20 years ago, when there were only about 20,000 commuters from other counties. Given the housing affordability challenges in the county, it is unsurprising that these long commutes are especially concentrated amongst lower income workers. To help fix the jobs housing imbalance, the housing element identifies ways that the county can accommodate housing needs in both the South Coast and the North County. Each city and county must accommodate its fair share of regional housing needs, which is called the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA. The RHNA process determines how many new homes and the affordability of those homes that each local government must plan for in its housing element. In accordance with state law, SBCAG divided the total housing units for the entire county into 4 income levels: very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. And it also divided the county into 2 subregions, the North County and the South Coast. SBCAG then allocated a portion of the total housing units to each incorporated city and the unincorporated county. The county's 2023-2031 RHNA is 5,664 units. Nearly 75% of the county's RHNA was allocated to the South Coast to help, in part, address the jobs housing imbalance. Importantly, the county does not build the housing, but rather it must show that it has suitable and available land that is zoned to accommodate its RHNA for each income level. In 2019, the state legislature passed the No Net Loss Law. This law requires that local governments identify and rezone additional sites within 180 days if at any time throughout the planning period they lack sufficient sites to meet their RHNA for any income level. For example, this could happen if housing developments build out with fewer levels of lower or moderate income affordable units than what is anticipated in the housing element. To help avoid additional rezones, State HCD recommends that local governments add a buffer of 15 to 30% to their RHNA. So the county added a 15% buffer to its RHNA for the lower and moderate income levels. There is no buffer for the above moderate income level because the county has a surplus of land zoned to accommodate this type of housing. And now I'll turn it over to Ms. Marrero to talk more about the RHNA and the sites inventory.
Thank you, Jesse. Hello, Chair Williams and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm going to start by talking about the sites inventory. So the sites inventory is a spreadsheet of land suitable and available for residential development to meet the county's housing needs. It includes zoning, land use, acreage, housing unit capacity, and other housing-related information on approximately 450 parcels throughout the unincorporated county. The sites inventory also determines the county's current capacity to accommodate the 2023 to 2031 RHNA for each income level. The county's current housing capacity includes 3 categories. The first is vacant sites under existing zoning. The second is projected accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. And the third is pending projects. State government code dictates that sites in the inventory have to have the potential for new residential development within the 8-year timeframe of the housing element planning period. Staff used a certain selection criteria list in order to identify vacant sites that would be appropriate for inclusion in the housing element. These included that the sites must be vacant, within or adjacent to the urban area, have existing or potential access to water and sewer services, have few or no environmental constraints, be located outside of airport safety zones, and not be zoned for agriculture. In addition, the county used residential development trends from the 2015 to 2023, or the prior planning period, in order to calculate realistic capacity of these vacant sites. Altogether, the county found that vacant sites alone could contribute up to 1,800 units towards the RHNA. State HCD also allows the county to count future ADUs towards its RHNA. Staff projected the number of future ADUs based on development trends, as in the number of approved building permits for ADUs from the 2015 to 2023 planning period. Staff also considered online rental data and the emergence of no-rent ADUs when assigning income levels to these units. No-rent ADUs are ADUs in which the owner does not charge monthly rental costs to the tenant. The county anticipates that ADUs could contribute up to 800 units towards the 2023-2031 RHNA. Pending residential projects can also contribute to the county's RHNA. The county counted units from 2 categories of pending projects. The first are county permitted pending projects, and the second are pending projects affiliated with the University of California, Santa Barbara, or UC Santa Barbara. County permitted projects included 30 projects altogether distributed between the north and south coast and can contribute 2,171 units towards the RHNA. By contrast, the University of California, Santa Barbara has 3 assigned projects that we can count towards our RHNA that altogether contribute 735 units, all of which go towards the south coast. For the South Coast, the county assumes that all vacant and residentially zoned sites with a density of 20 units or more per acre will build out with 50% lower income units, 25% moderate income units, and 25% above moderate income units. On October 17th, staff received direction from the Board of Supervisors to alter the unit affordability assumptions for residential sites of this density, that is 20 units or more per acre, for vacant sites in the North County. These new assumptions presume that the percentage of lower income units increases as density increases. So 65 to 75% lower income units, 25% moderate income units, and anywhere between 0 and 10% above moderate income units. The housing element now adheres to these new affordability assumptions for the North County residential sites of 20 units or more per acre. All other affordability assumptions for vacant sites are identical countywide. These include the assumptions that residential sites zoned between 0 and 5 units per acre will develop towards 100% above moderate income units, that residentially zoned sites between 6 and 18 units per acre will develop exclusively towards the moderate income category, and that all commercial sites will develop at 100% affordable to the moderate income category. After analyzing the county's current capacity, that is vacant sites, projected ADUs, and pending projects, staff found that the county lacks capacity to meet its RHNA and the 15% buffer. Specifically, the South County lacks sufficient units to accommodate its RHNA for the lower and moderate income households. As you can see here, the South Coast has a significant surplus of units in the above moderate income category, but struggles with a very large deficit of units in the moderate income category and an even larger deficit of units in the lower income category. By contrast, the North County only lacks units for completing its lower income RHNA requirement. State government code requires that the county rezone sites and or take other actions to accommodate 100% of its shortfall of units for the lower and moderate income households. The county will accommodate its shortfall through a combination of potential rezone sites and county-owned sites. The county examined more than 1,000 vacant and non-vacant sites throughout the unincorporated areas of the county to identify an initial list of proposed rezone sites. In addition to using the selection criteria it used for vacant sites, staff prioritized vacant infill development sites in designated urban areas for potential rezones. These sites are closer to public transit, water, sewer, utilities, and other services and infrastructure. However, some of the selected rezone sites do not meet all of the site selection criteria due to the limited availability of optimal sites. For example, 15 potential rezone sites are currently zoned for agriculture, and 3 South Coast rezone sites are in the rural area. Pursuant to state government code, the county applied a minimal residential density of at least 20 units per acre to all rezone sites that could accommodate units for the lower income households. The affordability assumptions for the rezone sites are identical to those of the county's vacant sites. As a result of different affordability percentages for the North County, each North County rezone site, in general, could contribute more units to the lower income level than those in the South Coast. Overall, the county identified 18 potential rezone sites in the South Coast with a total unit potential of 5,848 units. These sites generally fall within Eastern Goleta Valley, Goleta, and Carpinteria Valley. The county also identified 18 potential rezone sites in the North County, this time with a total potential of 2,300 units. These sites fall within the general locations of Orcutt, New Cuyama, Mission Hills, and Santa Ynez Valley. Staff examined about 500 vacant and non-vacant county-owned sites throughout the county. The housing element update identifies 9 county-owned sites that could be suitable for residential development. These all fall within the South Coast. Based on conceptual plans and proposed densities, future development of all of these county-owned sites could result in up to 320 potential units on the South Coast. Staff identified more potential rezone sites and county-owned sites than necessary to accommodate the RHNA plus 15% buffer, in order to provide the board with flexibility to keep or discard sites when it selects the final rezone sites in early 2024 after adoption of the housing element update. Mrs. Steele Blossom is now going to talk about goals, policies, programs, and actions to the housing element update.
Thank you. All right, so we'll jump into talking about Chapter 5 of the housing element. Chapter 5 contains the goals, policies, and programs that the county will rely upon to help accommodate its housing needs and RHNA. Chapter 5 contains 6 goals with 17 associated policies. The policies and goals set the objectives and overall strategy for meeting the county's housing needs and otherwise complying with state housing element law. The housing element also includes 25 programs with 99 associated actions to implement the goals and policies. And many of these programs are state mandated. Programs differ from goals and policies because they are specific and measurable. They include set timeframes for implementation and list the department or departments that are responsible for that implementation. The county is responsible for completing programs and actions according to these specific timeframes after it adopts the housing element. Implementation will require considerable staff time and resources throughout the 2023-2031 planning period, which we'll discuss later. To give you a sense of the 6 goals, I've listed them on the next couple slides. We have Goal 1, enhance the affordability, diversity, quantity, and quality of the housing supply and promote livable communities. Goal 2, promote, encourage, and facilitate housing for special needs groups. Goal 3, affirmatively further fair housing. Goal 4, preserve the affordable housing stock and cultivate financial resources for the provision of affordable housing. Goal 5 is foster cooperative relationships and efficient government. And lastly, Goal 6 is promote home ownership and or the continued availability of affordable housing units, including extremely low, low, very low, moderate, and or upper moderate income households. And the next few slides list the 25 programs in the housing element, and I'll briefly run through them. Program 1 is adequate sites for the RHNA and monitoring of no net loss. This is a program that is mandated by the state, and it involves rezoning and identifying county-owned sites to meet the RHNA, as well as monitoring the status of the site's inventory and RHNA buffer for compliance with no net loss law. Program 2, use by right approval, requires the county to amend the zoning ordinances to allow certain housing element sites to develop as a use by right, meaning that residential uses would be allowed ministerially. Program 3, replacement housing, directs the county to update the zoning ordinances to add affordable unit replacement requirements from state law, and this program will be completed concurrent with the rezoning in Program 1. Program 4, inclusionary housing, involves updating and monitoring the effectiveness of the county's inclusionary housing ordinance, or IHO. Program 5 is tools and incentives for high quality affordable housing. This program incentivizes lower and moderate income housing, such as accessory dwelling units, agricultural employee dwellings, infill, and mixed uses. And it does so by modifying development standards and the county's density bonus provisions. And it also identifies funding sources for all of those housing types. Program 6 deals with housing for farm workers and other employees. And this program directs the county to streamline the permit process and work with employers and developers to identify opportunities for employee housing. Program 7, Project Home Key, involves supporting existing Project Home Key units and developing new interim and permanent supportive housing. Program 8, Housing for the Homeless, focuses on coordinating and aligning regional funding to expand opportunities for homeless housing. Program 9 is Sites for Emergency Shelters. This program involves updating the zoning ordinances to ensure that there are sufficient sites to accommodate the emergency shelter need within the county and to allow them with a ministerial permit pursuant to state law. Program 10 is focused on ADUs, and this program is already underway as the county recently adopted an amendment package to comply with state ADU law. But as part of this program, the county will also pursue funding to support lower income units and develop pre-approved ADU plans, which will make it more affordable for homeowners to build ADUs. Program 11 is SB 9 implementation. SB 9 is a law that was recently passed that allows for the ministerial subdivision of a single-family lot and allows up to 4 units on each lot, which can be either 2 single-family dwellings and 2 ADUs or 2 duplexes. The county will explore adding a requirement in its SB 9 ordinance that restricts one of the units to moderate or upper moderate income households. Program 12, Priorities for Disposal of County Land, establishes a process for disposing of surplus county land in accordance with state law, and it establishes a timeline for development of the county-owned sites to help meet the RHNA that Ms. Morero mentioned. Next, we have Program 13, Density Bonus Provisions, which centers on updating the county's existing density bonus ordinance to reflect changes to the state's program. The county will also study creating its own 100% density bonus for moderate income housing, which is typically not eligible for state or federal funding. Program 14 is Water and Sewer Services. The state mandates that the county support water and wastewater providers in expanding services, identifying alternative sources of water, and creating water conservation programs to support new housing. Program 15 is Water and Sewer Service Priority for Affordable Housing. State law requires that providers prioritize water for affordable housing projects, and as part of this program, the county will work with providers to advise them of this law. Program 16 is a reduction of governmental constraints, which involves zoning ordinance amendments to comply with existing and upcoming state laws and to streamline the permit process for multifamily housing in commercial zones. Program 17 is Tenant Protection and Fair Housing Services. This program includes assisting tenants through legal aid and the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force. This is something that the Community Service Department, CSD, already does. Program 18 is Preservation of Affordable Housing at Risk of Conversion to Market Rate. Under this program, the county will monitor units that are ending their affordability covenant during the cycle and take actions to extend those covenants so that they don't expire and convert to market rate. The county has 36 units that are at risk during this cycle, and CSD will pursue funding to extend those affordability covenants. Program 19 deals with short-term rentals, which is something that the Long Range Planning Division has in its work program. The board directed staff to develop a short-term rental ordinance for the coastal zone to balance allowing moderately priced lodging in the coastal zone as requested by the Coastal Commission, but also retaining housing for county residents. Program 20 is housing rehabilitation. This program provides technical, administrative, and financial assistance to affordable housing providers who help preserve and rehabilitate existing lower-income housing stock. Program 21, Local Preference, directs the county to study the feasibility of implementing a local preference program, meaning people who live and or work within the county would be prioritized for purchasing or renting affordable housing units. Program 22 is Recreational Amenities for Housing Projects. As we build more housing, we also need to provide more recreation. And even though this will largely be addressed by the Recreation Master Plan, staff included a program in the housing element to complement that work. Under this program, the county will consider ways to incentivize the development of on-site and off-site recreational facilities as part of new housing developments. Program 23 is the Workforce Housing Study. And this program is something that the board directed CSD to undertake and deals with studying the feasibility of providing workforce housing in the county. Program 24 is the Rental Housing Incentive Program, and it directs the county to explore options for a program that incentivizes rentals, similar to the City of Santa Barbara's Average Unit Density, or AUD, program. And then lastly, we have Program 25, Lower Income Community Revitalization. This program was something that the state directed staff to include in the housing element, and it focuses on revitalizing lower income communities, such as environmental justice communities, by pursuing funding for and investing in capital improvement projects in those areas. And now I'd like to highlight a few of the key programs and their associated actions, starting with Program 1, Adequate Sites for the RHNA and Monitoring of No Net Loss. As mentioned earlier, each program includes a set of actions, a few of which are shown as the sub-bullets on this slide. For example, the first sub-bullet says that by February 15th, 2024, select county-owned sites to be developed or redeveloped to help accommodate the RHNA plus the 15% buffer. In that same time frame, the county must also complete rezoning to fully accommodate the RHNA plus the buffer. The program directs the county to revise development standards by July 2026 to ensure that maximum densities can be achieved, and it directs staff to biannually report to the board on the status of the site's inventory. The county must maintain sufficient sites throughout the planning period to accommodate its remaining unmet RHNA for each income level, and that's a verbatim requirement from No Net Loss law. This action also directs the county to initiate the rezone process if, for any reason, parcels are developed with fewer units than identified in the site's inventory, or with fewer lower or moderate income units, and then that would cause the site's inventory to provide a RHNA buffer of 5% or less. So as you can see, each action is generally tied to a time frame, and the housing element itself also identifies policies that are implemented through each program, and it identifies the responsible department for implementation. Program 4, Inclusionary Housing, again directs the county to update the IHO by the end of 2026. And specifically, this update will require the county to replace the residential second unit provisions with ADU provisions and increase the length of time that a unit retains its sales price restriction from 45 years to 90 years. The county will also consider applying the IHO to rental housing developments, since it only currently applies to for sale units, and it'll make any other necessary changes to comply with state law. Program 4 also requires the county to annually report on the effectiveness of the IHO. Program 16 deals with the reduction of governmental constraints. The actions here are primarily focused on the development of zoning ordinance amendments to streamline the permit process for certain types of housing and allow housing types that are not currently allowed in certain zones. Some of these actions that are listed on the slide are already underway. The first sub-bullet directs the county to adopt zoning ordinance amendments to allow multi-level housing and residential and other appropriate zones within 3 years of housing element adoption. Within 1 year of adoption, the county must expand the Land Use and Development Code's objective design standards and apply them to the Montecito Land Use and Development Code and the Coastal Zoning Ordinance. Program 16 also directs the county to annually review and identify amendments necessary to comply with new state laws, which are typically adopted in September of each year. And lastly, the program provides that within 3 years of housing element adoption, the county must adopt amendments to modernize the multifamily and commercial zones to allow for more multifamily housing. Program 21 is the Local Preference Program. It directs the county by June 2025 to begin studying the development of an ordinance or guidelines that establish a local preference for people who live and or work within the county so that they can rent or purchase affordable and upper moderate income units that are subsidized by the county or funded through the IHO. For purposes of this program, upper moderate income is defined as 120 to 200% of the area median income, which is also referred to as missing middle housing. As part of this program, staff will look at other local preference programs from other jurisdictions that have been successful, most of which seem to be tied to government subsidized housing projects. Staff will also look at how broadly we can use local preference. For example, we may explore using deed restricted units and or non-deed restricted units. Next, we have Program 22, Recreational Amenities for Housing Projects. The Planning Commission recommended a few modifications to this program, which are reflected in the text on this slide. These modifications place greater emphasis and explicitly mention public recreation. The first sub-bullet requires the county to annually update the development impact fees for parks. The second sub-bullet requires the county to consider a tiered reduced fee for affordable housing projects that either provide a greater percentage of affordable housing units or they dedicate land for the construction of on-site public recreation facilities. This reduced fee could make affordable housing projects more feasible. And lastly, by 2026, the county will adopt the Recreation Master Plan that identifies needs and goals for recreational facilities across the county and identify incentives to encourage the inclusion of public recreational opportunities within future housing developments. And one more note on the recreation program, it is something that will largely be implemented by CSD. And then last but not least here, we have Program 23, the Workforce Housing Study Program, which directs the county to complete a study on the feasibility of workforce housing by December of 2024. CSD will also be responsible for implementing this program, and they've already taken steps to initiate it. As mentioned before, housing element implementation will require considerable staff time and resources throughout the 2023-2031 planning period. All programs and their actions must be implemented within this planning period and cannot roll over into the next. There are 17 programs and 47 assigned actions that are assigned to P&D specifically, with timeframes that fall within the first half of the planning period, which is now adoption of the housing element through June 30th of 2027. Staff estimates the implementation of these programs and actions will require, on average, about 2.75 FTEs annually. While no additional environmental review is anticipated for housing element implementation, an addendum or supplement to the Program Environmental Impact Report, or PEIR, may be completed if additional analysis is required. The board will have time to review housing element implementation efforts in more detail as part of the fiscal year 2024-2025 work program, which will happen in early 2024. As part of the work program, the board will also have some flexibility to accelerate the timeline of certain programs to prioritize them for completion. If you can see it, this slide here lists the 16 programs that P&D will work on implementing from housing element adoption through June 30th of 2027. As you can see from the middle column, P&D has a lead role in most of these programs, which means that they will likely require a significant amount of staff time. And most of the programs are also state mandated, so it is imperative that they are implemented within the timeframes that are stated in the housing element. The county began its public outreach activities for the housing element at the start of the planning process, and they will continue through the adoption of the rezones. Outreach efforts are listed on this slide, and they include a bilingual website, which includes informational videos in English and Spanish, an interactive map of potential rezone sites and other sites, and virtual housing simulations for the North County and South Coast. These simulations allow users to create their own housing plan by selecting sites to accommodate the RHNA plus the 15% buffer. Throughout the housing element process, staff collected emails for noticing purposes. Staff collected 790 emails for the housing element interested parties list and utilized a list of 10,000 emails from other interested parties lists, such as the Eastern Galita Valley Community Plan list and the General Housing Policy list. Staff also developed and circulated a housing needs and conditions survey. The county received 538 responses, thanks in large part to the Promotores Network and their grassroots outreach efforts in rural and Spanish-speaking areas of the county. The results of this survey are detailed in Appendix B of the housing element. Staff also conducted an EIR scoping hearing, dozens of stakeholder meetings, 3 workshops, 2 of which were in the South Coast and 1 in North County. And it also conducted 4 public hearings, of which there were 3 board hearings and 1 planning commission hearing. Lastly, the county released the draft housing element for a statutory 30-day public review period earlier this year. The county received 509 comments in total, which are linked in Appendix A of the housing element. The housing element is exempt from environmental review pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3, the common sense exemption. It can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the adoption of the housing element itself may have a significant effect on the environment. And the notice of exemption is included as attachment 2 to the board letter and contains more information. The county and its environmental consultant, WSP, are preparing a PEIR that analyzes the significant environmental effects of the potential rezones and county-owned sites. Staff expects to release the PEIR for public review later this month. The housing element's goals and policies comply with specific requirements from state housing element law. They address housing-specific topics and were written to be consistent with non-housing provisions from other elements of the comprehensive plan. So overall, the goals and policies help meet the county's housing needs and, therefore, they are in the public interest. The programs of the housing element are also focused on housing-related matters. They generally complement or have little to no effect on non-housing provisions in other elements of the comprehensive plan. However, some programs may conflict with certain provisions in the comprehensive plan depending on how they are implemented, but nonetheless, they are required by state housing element law. In these instances, the county may need to amend parts of the comprehensive plan to achieve consistency with the housing elements programs. And as a result, all programs would ultimately be consistent with the comprehensive plan. An example of this is that the county may need to amend the urban-rural boundary line if the county selects the Glen Annie or Van Wingerden sites for rezoning as part of Program 1. The housing element is the only element of the comprehensive plan that the state of California must review and approve. State HCD reviewed 2 formal draft housing elements and 2 sets of minor technical edits to specific sections of the draft housing element. On October 16th, 2023, State HCD notified the county that the final draft housing element substantially complies with state housing element law. So today, your board will consider adoption of the housing element, and then the county will immediately send the adopted housing element to State HCD for a final determination as to its compliance with state housing element law. After that, the county will turn its attention to the rezone process. In conclusion, staff recommends that your board take the following actions today. First, make the required findings for approval of the proposed general plan amendment, including CEQA findings, which are included as attachment 1 to the board letter. Second, determine that the adoption of the housing element is exempt from CEQA, pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15061B3, the common sense exemption. And again, the notice of exemption is included as attachment 2 to the board letter. Third, adopt a resolution to approve the proposed general plan amendment, case number 22 GPA 2, to adopt the housing element. And that resolution is included as attachment 3. And the housing element itself is exhibit 1 of attachment 3 to the board letter. And lastly, authorize staff to submit the adopted housing element to state HCD for a final conformity determination. And staff is now available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. My question actually is for County Council. The housing element, is it a planning document or is it a policy document? Because there's a lot of policy in here in these programs that I'm a little concerned about prescribing and tying the hands of this board and future boards. So can you help me out with that? I'm just trying to make sure I understand as we move forward.
Members of the board, Supervisor Nelson. It's both. It's both a planning document and a policy document. You're required by state law to adopt this housing element, and it's part of your general plan. But as part of that, you adopt policies that you're committing to in the future. It is possible to amend it in the future, so you're setting policy now, and you have a lot of discretion over that, but it can be amended in the future.
So if the board, when these policies eventually come to us in a hearing in the future, and we might have some disagreements on some specificity to that policy, we need to change it, or we might make a different decision up here, but then we'd also have to change our housing element at that time as well.
Supervisor Nelson and members of the board. Well, whenever you're applying a general plan, the board has discretion on interpreting that and applying it to a specific, if it's a specific permit or a specific project. So you will have some discretion on that. But ultimately, if the board disagrees with a policy in future years that you've adopted, then I'd recommend that you amend it to reflect the new policy.
What would that process to amend the housing element look like?
Be an amendment to the just like an amendment to the general plan. It'd be a recommendation at the Planning Commission with a hearing, and then come to your board for final adoption, similar to the procedure for today.
Would that also be exempt from CEQA?
Members of the board, Supervisor Nelson, it really just depends. It could be. It just depends on what change was made and if that had an effect on the environment.
And the reason why I'm asking these questions is there's a couple of policies in here in the programs that give me some heartburn. You know, there's some of these things that I think really involves an intensive conversation of the board members. That's policy that we're the policymakers up on the dais, and not necessarily staff that's bringing forth this plan. I know we had a brief discussion about this last year as we were running through quite a few of these issues all at once. It gives me heartburn as I get these presented up here and start thinking about what the potential impacts would be. And if our hands are going to be tied when eventually, some of these things come to us up here in the dais to decide. So that's a concern. The other one I need to understand as well is these programs. Are these programs funded at this point? So what is the budget impact of adopting the housing element? Maybe this is for the CEO's office, because I heard 2.75 positions. What does that mean? Because that's obviously a budget expansion.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we're not requesting a budget expansion. What we are saying is that we would need about 2.75 FTEs of our current staff to be dedicated towards implementation of the housing element.
So that these are current staff, they're doing something else?
They're actually working on the housing element now.
Okay, so
they would continue to work on housing-related issues. And we've seen that grow and grow over the years because we've had new state laws that come into effect, and so we've had to spend quite a bit of time on housing. but that is what we're estimating right now.
So there would be no net increase in staff
Correct.
to continue on?
Correct.
Okay. All right, those are my questions for right now. Thank you.
Ms. Hartman.
I have 5 or 6 questions. So the first one is an easy one. It's policy 6.1 where you talk about fee forgiveness. And I just, one thing I heard from developers is that fee delays are of value because they need so much capital up front that if we can delay the fee, that helps them, and then we don't forgo that entirely. The next is on page 5.7, use by right. Am I correct in understanding that that does not then, if there's 20% low income affordable housing, then there's no environmental review? And that's true for builders remedy projects as well?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, for use by right projects, it is true that they would not be subject to environmental review if they provide 20% lower income units, if those are sites that are identified in the current housing element. But for builders remedy, those projects do have to undergo environmental review.
Maybe I missed it. So, but they have to provide 20%. Builders remedy do have to provide 20%, but they don't fall under the use by right?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. So use by right and builder's remedy are 2 separate processes subject to different parts of state law. So under builder's remedy, they do have to undergo CEQA, but under use by right, which only applies to a very select number of sites identified within the housing element, those do not have to undergo CEQA.
Okay, then my next is program 4. Residential second units are being equated with ADUs.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, yes, that's correct.
So residential second units didn't enjoy the expedited permit process that ADUs do, and they also sometimes have conditions associated with them. But you're going to just get rid of it. And with residential second units, people may have invested thinking those could be homestays or farm stays, or even in the right zone designation, short-term rentals. But that's not allowed in ADUs, right?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, residential second units were what ADUs used to be in an older version of our code, but with recent changes to state law that required that the county permit ADUs ministerially and all these other state requirements, we had to do away with a lot of the development standards and provisions that applied to RSUs. However, property owners could convert RSUs to another legal use. You mentioned some like farm worker housing or some other type of use on their property.
Yeah, well, that really changes for some people their investment-backed expectations.
So, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, if your question is whether or not ADUs could be used for homestays or other types of uses, I mean, that's a decision that the board can make and can direct that they be permitted for that.
I thought they could not with that by state law, but that was just our own.
That's correct.
Okay. I still think RSUs are subject to conditions that people agreed to, and now they'll be gone. So I think that really is a concern.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, the conditions for the RSUs do not go away.
Okay,
yes.
That's very helpful. Yeah. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman, this is really intended to update the IHO to use contemporary language for new projects that are coming in. So projects that come in may be subject to the IHO, which requires them to provide some affordability. And so when the IHO was written, we didn't have the term ADUs used commonly. We used, in our zoning ordinances, we referred to them as residential second units. All we're doing is really updating the terminology to match the zoning ordinances now. And it only applies to new projects that would be coming in for development.
Okay, thank you. That
for purposes of the IHO.
That gives me some comfort. Now, the next one is on page 519, and I'll read this. It says, within 3 years of the housing element adoption, amend the zoning ordinances to remove the findings for approval for reasonable accommodations related to rural and scenic character compatibility and neighborhood compatibility. Can someone explain that to me? Because if it's what I think it is, that is huge.
As Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, we had discussions with state HCD about governmental constraints, and when they were reviewing our housing element, they specifically targeted and looked at this section of the housing element where we analyzed constraints for persons with disabilities, and we talked about our reasonable accommodation policy. And state HCD said that we have to amend our zoning ordinances to remove any findings that are discretionary when it comes to reasonable accommodation. So that is why we're proposing to remove the finding that deals with rural and scenic character, because it is discretionary.
So help me out here. Does that apply only to a certain type of housing or for all?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, that would apply to all housing.
Supervisor Hartman, members of the board, just as a reminder, what we're talking about in terms of reasonable accommodations, these are situations where individuals with disabilities need some type of relief from the typical zoning ordinances in order to live in a certain type of housing type. So it's not an open-ended type of provision. It's only really for disability and accommodating people with disabilities.
Okay, thank you. That I can breathe.
Is there a zoning just for people with disabilities?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, no, it's not a zoning for persons with disabilities. It's just a policy within the zoning ordinances that allows a person with a disability or disabilities to modify some of the development standards so that they can have access to their home and use it like everyone else. So we'd have to
apply it broadly.
It can be applied broadly, yes. But again, they have to have a disability and show the need for the accommodation that they're requesting.
So an applicant for a project has to show they have a disability to get the accommodation? That's really...
Supervisor Nelson, members of the board, that's correct. The zoning ordinances currently include provisions for these types of accommodations. But as Ms. Steele Blossom said, when HCD reviewed those, they found that some of the provisions we have are overly restrictive, that they're a barrier for people with disabilities who can't meet the standards, the current standards for finding some relief from certain provisions under the zoning ordinances in order to, again, to accommodate a person to live in a certain housing type. So we have existing provisions now. The idea is to remove some of the barriers that HCD identified to make it easier for people with disabilities to apply for and receive some relief under these provisions.
And I'm almost to the end of my list here, but on table 5.1, page 529, program 6, housing for farm workers and other employees, you have target areas, and it includes Carpinteria, Eastern Goleta Valley, and Montecito. I think the Santa Ynez Valley should be included there. I think this kind of housing is in desperately short supply, and so would like to bring that to your attention. And I guess I really support what you're doing on mobile homes. I think that's really important, and it's a key type of housing for seniors, low income, for farm workers, and I think whatever we can do to make their lives more secure is really high priority. I have a question. I know local preference, it's a balance between fair housing and, trying to reserve. I make no secret, my biggest concern about all the housing element is that we're going through an awful lot of effort and pain, and I'm concerned, especially in South County, that that housing is going to be gobbled up by retirees and investors and second home buyers. Many of our homes are already vacant for that reason. So I think we have to do everything we can think of to try to protect it. And it sounds like this tool is going to be very limited. And so I just would like your thought about that.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So in our research, what we found was that the successful programs, or the programs that have survived, are the ones that are focused on projects that have investment by the local jurisdiction. That's what we have found. We are going to do all the research that we can to expand that as much as we possibly can, because we recognize the importance of making sure that the housing we build goes to the local community rather than somebody who's coming in from the outside for 3 months of the year, something like that.
Right, and in North County, it's Prop 19, people retiring with the basis that they're bringing from out of county, and that's taking up a lot of the housing stock up there. So those are real concerns. I guess at some point, could you describe, Director Plowman, we've talked a little bit about this, the priorities now for tackling what you've created is, all these tasks, and some are going to be higher priority for the board, and some will be a little lower down on the list. And what will be the process for us weighing in on those?
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. Certainly, if the board has a majority vote to prioritize some of those programs today, we can take feedback on that today. So if the board is interested in moving things forward like local preference or amending the affordable housing, the inclusionary housing ordinance, or, addressing density bonus law and trying to develop our own to stimulate moderate housing, it would be good to know that now. But we can have a more deep discussion during our work program to get feedback from the board. But if you know what they are now, it would be great for us to get a handle on that.
And then my final point is, I remember when Supervisor Williams was a sponsor in several budget cycles ago for the workforce housing study. And I just wondered, the whole landscape has shifted. And so I just wondered what that study is, what the focus might be. And I'm not sure if anybody from CSD is here, but I was just curious, and it could wait for later if need be.
Supervisors, Wade Horton, ACO, has been working with the department CSD on it, and he can give you a quick update.
Supervisor, through the chair, yes, the HCD study will include evaluating county-owned properties for the potential for workforce housing.
But we rezone in a few months, and so I'm not sure how the two dovetail.
Those proposals are in. They're currently being evaluated, and we should have a recommendation for a consultant moving forward within the next couple weeks. However, I recognize the timing for that isn't optimal as we're considering our rezones. However, it will inform those county properties on what the capability and what the perspective is on what type of workforce options are available.
Ms. Capps.
Thank you very much. I have 5 areas of questions. I apologize. It's a little long, but I joked with Steve that if I were to take up just 1 second for every unit that's being planned for my district, it would be over an hour, so I'll do way less than that.
And I am ceding all my time to you, so. Because
he has 0. Okay, so I want to pick up where Supervisor Hartman left off on the county sites, and I believe that's attachment 9, and was very excited that we were able to add county sites. I think they're incredibly important. I don't know if the members of the public know, but we have hundreds of acres, county land that's underutilized or in some cases vacant. And so now that's been considered a sort of a late addition that Supervisor Hartman and I were able to advocate for. I think these are super important for 3 reasons. Workforce on-site housing is the future. Westmont Cottage Hospital, Santa Barbara Unified is looking towards it. I see Dustin Hostieth of the Chamber. I know how much the Chamber is engaged in getting local companies and businesses to create housing themselves. I commend it all. And with that, the local preference, Program 21, is super, super important. So I have, well, and I also just think that we should lead by example, that we do have this property. It's the best way to do affordable because we've taken out the most expensive part of the equation, which is the land. So we've added 320 units into the mix. I wish there were more. I think in the future, perhaps for no net loss, we can be looking at more parking lots. The one that we park in, it would be a great example. I have a friend who's a county supervisor in Fairfax, Virginia. They just passed a requirement that all parking lots for government areas be transitioned into housing, and they're creating 10,000 units that way. I think Palo Alto is doing something similar. So I believe parking lots are something very important to look at the future. So that brings me to my 2 questions on county land. The first is that Program 12 Ms. Steele spoke about, priorities of disposal of county land. I just want to make sure I understand what you mean by disposal.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, there's a law called the Surplus Land Act. It's a state law, and it basically prescribes a procedure for when a county or city wants to sell surplus land. There's a certain process they have to undertake. So part of Program 12 is just specifying that the county has to comply with that law. But then the other part of Program 12, a bit separately, is establishing a procedure for how we are going to proceed moving forward with the development of county-owned sites. So it's 2 parts.
Okay. Well, I guess the fact that there's even a surplus underscores my point about utilizing this more effectively. So my second question is, it's attachment 9. Of the 320 county-owned sites that's included in the inventory that we're voting on today, I see that just 221 are listed as affordable. Again, I don't know why we would be doing anything other than affordable when affordable housing is so hard to do because of the cost involved, yet we own the land. There's a desperate need for affordable. So why are 99 listed as moderate, above moderate?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, staff anticipated, based on discussions with other county departments, that it would be possible to do workforce missing middle housing on some of the county-owned sites, which would technically not qualify as lower or moderate income, but it would be affordable to that range of folks who make between 120 to 200% of the area median income. So it still requires the county to take some action to make that affordable to that income level, but technically, under the state's requirements, it qualifies as above moderate income housing.
All right.
Supervisor Capps, just to add to that, through the chair. So when we were coming up with the projections, we worked pretty closely with Mr. Frapwell and General Services to identify what the range was. And the range included some market rate units to help finance the overall development of the lower income units. This is a policy call by the board, and you can make a decision to develop all at lower income or at moderate income or at this missing middle. But it's just, we had to make some assumptions as we were estimating how many units and in what income category they would satisfy the RENA.
So it's included as attachment 9 to what we're voting on today. Is that static?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, that is not static.
Okay, thank you. So my second sort of area is actually what we are voting on, because we do have these attachments 7 and 8 that include the inventory of sites. So I recognize that you all, the department is saying this is just about policy, this isn't about rezones, but I want to just clarify for the public of these 18 sites in the north and the south, 18 in the south, 18 in the north, I know we have some flexibility about which we can choose, but that's just about 15% of the total. So my question is, can any more be added at this point for this process?
Supervisor Capps, members of the board. So as required and explained by law, we have to demonstrate that we have adequate sites available to meet our RENA, and then we've added the buffer onto that. So as you know, we identified more sites than necessary in order to give your board flexibility. The difficulty with adding sites is that we're deep into environmental review.
Right.
The rezones will require a program EIR. We're prepared to release that document to the public in a few weeks. And so to add additional sites would require additional environmental review, which would slow the process down. Now, it doesn't mean that if a site is not identified but develops, the units from that development can still be counted. It's just not part of this particular list of projects.
Okay. Because I just think it's really important to understand that we're voting on the pie. I mean, the pie can change, we can get a little smaller, but essentially what we're voting on is the attachment 7 and attachment 8 in the list of inventory.
Yes, so that's everything that we identified that you would have a choice. And as Mrs. Marrero explained, you can select sites, you can eliminate sites, but the goal basically is to select enough sites to meet our RENA plus the 15% buffer for lower and moderate income.
Thank you. So my third area is on affordability. Slide 20 and 21 states our goals, and I applaud each and every one of those goals, and I really applaud the fact that you lead with affordability. That's my number one goal. That's clearly the need. You started off the presentation talking about some of the statistics that we all live and feel, and our constituents certainly do. I'm just going to add a bit more to it, that rentals and real estate has skyrocketed by over 30% in the last few years. This has forced so many people to move, fall further into debt, into homelessness. You've heard these statistics before, but they're important because of this topic, that the city of Santa Barbara is the most expensive small city in America for small single-family home rents, and Santa Barbara County is the 6th most expensive county in America. Supervisor Lavanino and I just went to a presentation by United Way where they came out with their 5-year real cost measure, and it turns out that 42% of households in Santa Barbara County fall below the real cost measure of what it actually takes to live here. And to underscore the importance of what we're doing today, 31,000 workers commute to the South Coast from areas with more affordable housing. And as we well know, that contributes to climate change, traffic. And I saw this as a school board member, just the chaos of living, working 30, 40, an hour away from where your kid's going to school and your elderly parent might need you. So a big elephant in the room is that UCSB's failure to actually live up to its agreement is part of this problem, because it's had this cascading effect with students struggling to find housing, go into lower income areas, and then it reverberates throughout the county. So I say that as a precursor to say that I'm concerned with this plan ahead of us, that we're not going to breach our affordability assumptions and what that will do to our overall calculations, and how, again, if affordability is the number one goal that I have, I just want to hear some assurance. The League of Women Voters has alerted us repeatedly that we may not meet our affordability targets, but we already know that with Builder's Remedy, it changes these targets that are inherent in this plan. And so I was hoping that you could speak to how are we going to address that? So, for example, in District 2, San Marcos Growers property, which is listed in attachment 7 in the inventory, is slated for 35% affordable in our assumptions. But we know that it's now a builder's remedy project, so that's going to shrink to 20%. So that's a deficit of about 175 affordable units. The units, as I just described, we desperately need. Where do we take that up? Is that in the rezone process? How do we deal with that? What's the plan?
Supervisor Capps, Chair Williams, that is the big reason why we have the RENA buffer, because we recognize and the state recognizes that not all sites identified in the housing element are going to build out with the affordability levels that we anticipate. So the state has no net loss law in effect, which requires that the county at all times have sufficient sites to accommodate its RENA. And as projects build out, if they come in with lower levels of affordable units than we anticipate, then our numbers shift, and we have to constantly monitor that moving target and ensure that the existing sites we have are sufficient. And if they're not, then we have to take action within 180 days of no longer having sufficient sites to rezone additional sites. So it's something that we're very aware of as an issue, and we'll be monitoring actively throughout the planning period.
Again, that's why I go back to the county sites, because if we have to move quickly and we have surplus county land, we can do affordable there. It's much easier than trying to get a developer to do affordable. So just want to underscore that point.
Supervisor Capps, members of the board, one other thing is that when we look at the numbers we came up with, we did use some formulas or methodologies, and we looked at these more as averages. We know that some projects aren't going to meet the target, but we know that there are some affordable housing projects coming in that are going to be 100%. So that's one factor to consider. The other factor is that when we developed these numbers, we took a conservative approach as directed by state law. And the conservative approach means that you look at kind of what's realistic, what you can be certain is going to develop. So for example, when we came up with our numbers for rezone sites where we have a minimum density and a maximum density, rather than basing our projections for RENA purposes on the maximum density, we based it on the minimum density because we know that's what's affordable. So in some cases like this, we're going to see projects coming in at the maximum density, so they're going to actually generate more units than you would have based on a minimum density and 20% of that or 50% of that. So there's a number of measures. There's probably half a dozen measures we took to kind of take a conservative approach, knowing that projects may come in higher, and then that would result in more affordable units, and those would contribute toward our RENA.
Okay, I trust you that, I mean, I would be happily surprised if a project came in with more affordable units than when we started, because that's, my experience is much shorter than you, but that's not been my experience. I appreciate that optimism. So my 4th out of 5 section of questions is, I do this tentatively because I do want to talk about the disproportionate impact, but I know that that is a rationale that's often used, an NIMBY rationale, and that's not where I am, but I do need to point out that 75% of what's being planned in these attachments, this inventory that we're voting on today, is in the Goleta Valley. It's in one tiny 4-mile radius section of our very large county. And it's 60% of all new housing is in the Goleta Valley. So that means, as I said, about 3,500 units within a 3-mile radius. It turns hundreds of acres of Goleta Valley agriculture into housing, and only in the Goleta Valley, nowhere else in such density, impacting traffic, water, transportation, and quality of life. And I say this because I'm echoing the sentiments of hundreds of emails and calls I've received from people who live there and are in dismay. And so I just want to be clear, I want housing in my backyard, but to this extent of a disproportionality is really challenging. And I wasn't here when this process was basically decided. So that's kind of a question I want to ask, is for the public to have a better understanding of how was this disproportionate allocation made? When was it made? Briefly, what entities went into it, and what were the years in which that allocation? I understand that the state made the major allocation of South Coast versus North Coast, but in terms of the Goleta Valley receiving 75% of South Coast units, when and how was that made?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair. So the county was assigned its RENA in July of 2021, and that was by being assigned by SBCAG. And then after that, the county took steps to start compiling its sites inventory and basically start the housing element process, which took us into 2022. And it was during 2022, at some point, my memory is failing me at the moment, that we started realizing that the existing zoning in the county was not sufficient to accommodate our RENA. So that was step one. We wanted to see if we had existing zoning that could meet that 5,664 unit number. And then after we realized we couldn't, we started a new search for sites that we could rezone to higher residential densities. And that took staff many months, and we spent so many hours analyzing sites. And the unique thing about the Eastern Galita Valley is that it's one of the only areas in the South Coast that has vacant or underdeveloped parcels, and large parcels at that, that are located within the urban area, close to transit, jobs, amenities. It's just a very unique setting, and that is why we found that a lot of the rezones needed to go into that area, was because it was the most suitable and available land for rezoning. There's no longer a lot of perfect sites within the county for rezoning, meaning that they're vacant, already not zoned agriculture, but zoned something else that would lend itself well to residential. Those perfect sites are just gone. They've already been developed, or those that do exist are very, very few and far between. So we have to look for the next best thing at this point, and a lot of those next best sites happen to be in Eastern Galita.
Supervisor Capps, board members, the level of work we did was really very, very detailed. I mean, we did a search starting from the Carpinteria Valley area all the way up, going into the former Galita Community Plan area. We stopped and didn't look further up in Gaviota, simply because that's in the rural area and didn't really fit some of the criteria that we were looking at. But we looked at many different categories. We talked to dozens and dozens and dozens of property owners. We looked at shopping centers, for example. We looked at all religious institutions properties. We went through the list, and basically, we could not find additional sites to meet the RENA that would be suitable and could be developed within the timeframes we have to any degree outside of the Eastern Galita Valley Community Plan area. I mean, we did find a few sites. I mean, we looked in the Carpinteria Valley, for example. We made several rounds of review, an initial cut, then we went back and talked to over a dozen property owners again. But a lot of that property is in the coastal zone. It's zoned and used for agricultural purposes. There are significant hurdles to overcome. Nonetheless, we did try and identify several properties down there that we thought could potentially be acceptable and certified by the Coastal Commission. But when you look at the maps and look at the inventories, there are just limited opportunities. And we took advantage of those where they exist. Where we looked at the inventory, we did attempt to try to provide more flexibility. We did look outside the urban area in some cases. So we have Glen Annie Golf Course, for example, which is in a rural area, in order to give the board more flexibility. It's still up in that same area, but it's pushing out a bit. So again, through the public outreach efforts, we welcomed opportunities for people to identify other sites. But this is what we came up with.
And I think just one thing to add, I'm sorry, Supervisor Capps, but we just want to make sure we answer your question thoroughly. And that is, the state had specific guidelines when we selected sites. And those guidelines were that this property can be developed in this next 8-year cycle. And that's where we got constrained, particularly on some of the commercial properties where the county is very supportive of mixed use development. Like, you have a couple of commercial properties in your district, Magnolia Shopping Center or Turnpike. And there are landowners that are actually interested in eventually transitioning to a mixed use concept. But because of the leases or the other obligations they had on those sites, they couldn't commit to having housing be built out in the next 8 years. And that it was a standard that the state applies. So it really constrained what we were doing when we were identifying sites. And we recognized that it resulted in a preponderance of the units being identified in the second district.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I won't speechify on this topic, but I just do. I mean, the efforts that we've tried to, my Brown Act partner and I, we've tried to do this last year have just been incredibly frustrating, you know, cold calling the owner of Magnolia Shopping Center, trying to get, you know, more mixed use, having housing there. Yet we were sort of too late, right? Because the state has these stringent timeframes. So it's just been incredibly frustrating. But ever since I was elected, I've been in this position trying to spread it out. And only really the two saving graces were the inclusion of UCSB sites, which again is still in District 2. So it's not I don't mind having them in my district. I just, all in this 1 3.5 mile radius is intense, to put it mildly. To no avail, except for UCSB's inclusion and then these 320 county sites, which again, I think we can do more than 320. I thank you for bringing up Carpinteria. I know that Supervisor Williams worked really hard, so this is the last thing as a knock on him. He wanted to get more sites out of his district, but I do know that originally in 2021, when the person in charge of the housing element back then was giving public presentations, it was mentioned that Carpinteria agriculture was exempt because of cannabis. And that has stuck in my mind as is that a reason is why we're here where we are, and the disproportionality is so intense in the Glida Valley. So I'll just move to agriculture, my last section, because we've spoken a lot about our commitment to agriculture in our budget process up and on the dais. We've expressed the desire for the preservation of agriculture. We're a county that's 70% agriculture, yet it doesn't exist as a goal, and I'm dismayed by that. I understand that housing is a priority for the state, and it certainly is a priority for us, but it's not in this presentation. It's not listed as a goal, so I'd just like you to please address that.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, I'll start with the last comment, and then Mr. Bell is going to respond to the question about cannabis. But we have an agricultural element that does talk about the importance of agriculture and preserving agriculture. And typically in most jurisdictions, your agriculture is in your rural area, right? And so your urban area is designated for urban uses like commercial and residential uses. So we do have policies that encourage that, but they tend to be more focused on our rural areas, and we have, you know, hundreds of thousands of acres of agriculture. It's one of our driving economic forces in the county, and so it's unique that we have as much as we do in our urban area, right? So that's not a common thing, and I think Eastern Glida Valley is the only area where we have urban ag. So we do have policies that promote agriculture. It's just not in this housing element.
But shouldn't it be linked with where we plan to put housing? And that would therefore justify that it would be a goal of a housing element?
So I guess what I would say is when we're looking at sites to identify, we looked at everything that we could find and then discovered that we didn't have enough land. And we had to look to the urban agriculture. I'm not sure that the general plan is a collection of elements. There's a number of them, and they all work together. So I don't think it's necessary to say that in the housing element, because we have this other element that does say that. And we have to consider all of the elements when we're looking at different projects or programs.
Right, I understand that there's a lot in the mix here, and this is my final point, but I'm curious if that was a direction that came from the board, because basically this housing element is dependent on rezoning agriculture in one specific 3.5 mile radius area of our county. Was that board direction in 2021, 2022?
Supervisor Capps, the board did not give us direction on identifying any particular sites. It was the responsibility of the department to work through the sites that were available in our community and identify them.
Okay. Thanks for answering my question.
And Mr. Bell wanted to respond to the question about cannabis.
Yeah, Supervisor Capps, members of the board, I want to make clear that, I've heard someone mention this before, that staff excluded cannabis sites from being considered, and that's simply not correct. We never singled out, as we went through the process, my staff doesn't work directly on cannabis, so we didn't know which parcels were available and being used for cannabis purpose. So that was not a criteria that automatically defaulted and eliminated cannabis sites. And in fact, a little later in the process, in fact, it was in September, we worked with the first district. We identified a number of cannabis sites and some agricultural sites, and we contacted each of those property owners to ask if they would be interested. What we did is we first looked at kind of the range of sites. We picked ones that were close to the urban area boundary, close to services, close to transportation, and then the staff contacted each property owner individually to see if they were interested. And it was frustrating for us too, because we couldn't find one of them was ready to convert from agriculture to residential uses within the timeframes we have. We also, as part of that effort, again, working with the first district to try and identify sites in the southern part of the South Coast, we contacted another half a dozen agricultural sites, again, that were meeting kind of the criteria that we'd normally look for to accommodate high density residential uses. But again, proximity to urban areas, services, roads. And again, we went down that list, we contacted everyone, we spent hundreds of hours literally, but we could not identify a property and a property owner that were ready to move forward.
Thanks for clarifying. I'm a bit confused because I do have a presentation from your deputy at the time who did, this is county letterhead that says conversion of urban agriculture, exception Carpinteria Valley due to cannabis industry. I'll let it go because we're moving forward, but that was made in a public presentation. Thanks.
I'm going to just chime in. The balance with county sites between affordable and moderate, I would say, would be necessary if we're not going to exclude the vast majority of our employees that we're having a hard time keeping and housing. So if we designate all of those low income, then there will only be employees from a narrow amount of our job classifications eligible for the housing. And so while I do think we should have low income county housing, I also think we should have moderate county housing, particularly, as you said, to speak to leading by example, right? And because I would say there are some things that are important, and I would say arguably just as important as affordability, or maybe even more important than affordability, which is housing the people who already live and work here, both to save the community, not just save the buildings, but to save the fabric of the community, the people in the community in the midst of this housing crisis, but also so that the people don't feel the impacts of growth when if we approve housing closer to jobs, the traffic trips are shorter, less regional traffic. Right now, our community, even though, those numbers were jaw-dropping, that in 20 years we only produced 890 something units of housing. Right now we're feeling more and more traffic. I can tell you in Carpinteria, it feels like we've got a lot more than 900 more traffic trips in the last 20 years. And it's because we're feeling things that we associate as the impacts of growth, i.e. growing regional traffic, that's actually created by the fact that we're not producing housing. We just feel them during peak hours anytime we're close to the freeway or Hollister or Foothill or anything that's used as a regional traffic connector. I don't know what was the thought that individual put in the presentation, but I can tell you, nothing is going to be housing if it's a profitable business. So we could rezone a Costco or a Trader Joe's, but it's not going to get developed in 8 years into housing, right? So we don't, and one of the sites in Carpinteria is totally eligible to be a cannabis site. It just hasn't been an application, and it's actually owned by folks who grow cannabis. So it's not inconceivable that would be another option. They just want to use the site for, one of the sites that wouldn't be eligible for farm worker housing, the one that would be eligible for workforce housing. And I know it feels, because people are more aware of what's around them and than what's around other folks. I always get told people are getting disproportionate impact. People in Carpinteria feel like they're getting disproportionate impact. I don't know why, but I think it's partially because of the amount of misinformation out there. I have very informed people in the community that get told that there's going to be thousands of units in the Carpinteria Valley, and of course that's false. But I think it'd be useful to think about if the SBCAG decision had not put actually the most units in the city of Santa Barbara. City of Santa Barbara is required to do 8,000 of those units. And so if you use that same sort of metric of a geographic area, the stuff right outside of the city is another 500 at least. So the impact doesn't seem so disproportionate if you consider that. I think it still is hard for people to envision, but to talk about it without indicating that the real center of impact, particularly because they have so few vacant sites, is the city of Santa Barbara, and the place where it will be most difficult actually to accommodate those 8,000 units. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I really sympathize with Supervisor Capps, and for the last 15 years, Orchid's had 100% of the county's RENA numbers. So, the 4th District feels the pain, so we understand where you guys are coming from. It's also why you see me diving deep and trying to make sure I understand this as best that I can to make sure that I can minimize the impacts. What I'm really disappointed about this whole process is that we really don't have a policy on jobs here as part of this. That would have been really just an important policy when we were discussing this in totality to deal with the job housing imbalance. I was encouraged to see that there's twice as many jobs as houses that we've developed over the last few years, and that's good because more jobs means that wages should go up by a supply and demand formula there. But we need to continue to invest in more jobs up there in the North County, and that's so that we can balance these things out. A couple questions I had from some of the questions my colleagues had was about so is a residential second unit going away moving forward? Because I want clarity on that. Because what I heard from Supervisor Hartman was that sometimes residential second units, there's a reason to do them, even though that they're not ministerial. There's because you might have these conditions so that you can use it as a homestay or some other, criteria that goes outside the ADU. So is the residential second unit going away, or is it moving forward together? Because I wasn't sure from what I heard there.
Supervisor Nelson, members of the board. So again, just looking back, we used to call what we now call ADUs residential second units.
Helen, I heard you say that before, but they're two different things. I mean, an ADU is a ministerial, it's very prescribed by the state, second unit. A residential second unit has other responsibilities, can have other things that are involved in that. and they also have the same certain rights. We wanted to, on the homestay side, make sure that you didn't use ADUs and use this ministerial pathway to create a commercial homestay on your property. But if you went through the process to do a residential second unit, and you want to use it as a homestay, and there's additional conditions that we might have, there's a land use permit, there'd be a hearing, that's still okay, I think, for the board. And I want us to make sure that that RSU isn't going away through this process.
Yeah,
They're not the same thing.
Yeah, thank you for the explanation. Well, I was approaching it from a standpoint of the zoning ordinances. So prior to the spate of state ADU laws, the zoning ordinances allowed residential second units. Those are essentially the equivalent of ADUs. When the new laws came in, they used the term ADUs, so we eliminated residential second units from the zoning ordinances. We now permit accessory dwelling units. So the previous provisions dealing with residential second units are gone. They were repealed by the board and replaced with the new statutes and new zoning ordinance provisions that streamline and expedite the permit process for ADUs. So I was talking about it from a zoning perspective, looking forward, that is, applicants coming in today, what do they ask for if they want that type of unit? They apply for an accessory dwelling unit.
So if you wanted today to have a residential second unit on your property that you might be able to have some additional privileges and responsibilities on, is that allowed in the zoning anymore, or is it's gone?
No, that use has been eliminated from the zoning ordinance and replaced by accessory dwelling units.
Okay. I'm sorry to see that staff created that policy. That's unfortunate. Second question, getting back to my question about whether these policies are in place, this is a policy document. So we have one of the policies, I think program 22, is that we're gonna adopt the rec master plan. That now requires the board to adopt the rec master plan. I'm for a rec master plan, but the devil's in the details. When we eventually, have that on board, or it comes before the board, now it's the policy that we have to do it. So this is where I'm struggling on having these prescribed programs in here. And it's got me to a place where I don't think I can vote for this because I don't think we can meet the CEQA threshold here, because these are by far definitely a program. If we're going to be telling the public that we're going to absolutely adopt a rec master plan no matter what, it's obviously a project. There's obviously impacts, and we can't meet the exemption. So that's where I'm a little frustrated here. I was really thinking this is more of a planning document that we still had some flexibility here. But this is the way I'm understanding it. We're prescribing to this board that we will do certain actions, and I'm concerned about that.
Yeah. So Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I think we included a program based on a board direction about the rec master plan because there was some question about the connection between recreation and new housing. That's not a state mandated item. And in fact, the board is not obligated. I mean, the state asks us for timelines, so we put them in, but the board is not obligated to adopt that if you don't want to.
So in the past, we had a special events ordinance, we had a winery ordinance, and we went through all this process, and then we got to the board, we actually did not approve those ordinances.
Yeah.
So if we do that with the rec master plan, we'll actually be out of compliance with our housing element?
I don't believe that to be the case, Supervisor Nelson.
So they are optional?
So that particular one is because it's not related to the housing element and it's not based in state law.
So we wouldn't need to amend it at that point?
I don't believe so.
Council, do you concur?
Members of the board, Supervisor Nelson, just give me a minute to find that one.
Okay. Next question I have.
Supervisor Nelson, just one other comment. If you wanted to remove that time frame, the board could do that.
By amending the housing element?
No, right now you could give us direction to take that date out.
It's just one of the examples.
Right, but all the other ones are tied more or less to a state mandate or requirement.
So my next question was...
Do you want me to make use of the time, or do you want to move on to a second
question? I'll move on while council looks into that one. I know we've been talking about the 8-year window. We're really talking about a 7-year window now, right? I mean, is that correct? I just want to make sure I understand that correctly. We're at a 7-year window now, not a 8-year window.
Supervisor Nelson, members of the board, Yeah, our cycle began on February 15th, 2023.
Okay. And that goes to goal number 5, efficient government. So can you guys help me out with that? You know, because one of my, I think, big concerns in this entire process, and the dirty little secret, is I don't think, based on the efficiency that we currently exist within our county on developing projects, that 7 years is, we're going to see 1 unit developed from this cycle. You know, you look at the, you know, what it takes to actually get through the process, to get a map recorded, to get, you know, building permits done. I mean, I think that the development community here is nodding their head. I mean, 7 years is we'll be lucky if we get there. I hope, I aspire to have better. And that's where I'm hoping program or goal number 5 has some process improvements, because we have to get a lot better at this. I think that is really the secret on why we haven't built more housing in our county, is because it's too much risk for a developer. There's no way, unless you have that money in hand, to go ahead and build that project. You have to be independently wealthy to build in Santa Barbara County. There's no way you can find financing to do projects the length that it takes to get through our process. So can you speak to that on the efficiency and the goal, and goal number 5?
Supervisor Nelson, members of the board. So there are a number of provisions that we have in here to address changes to the zoning ordinances, for example, to streamline, reduce barriers, and accommodate the densities that we're targeting. There are state provisions, for example, the use by right. Those have a significant effect on the time frames. For example, use by right, if you qualify, it eliminates CEQA for the project. It only requires objective hearings and standards. It limits the number of hearings and such. So there are a number of provisions that are intended to help ensure that developers can get through the process in a timely manner. When we talk to developers, for example, for rezones and pending projects, one of the first questions we talked about was the timeframes they need. And so many of them felt that they can go forward, and we're seeing applications come in. We have applications in for builders' remedies now, totaling thousands of units. Those developers are taking advantage of some of the provisions under state law. So we're certainly hoping, I mean, no one can predict the pace of development, but we're certainly, what we're doing is we are, for the first time in many decades, creating opportunities for housing that have not existed. And that's how we meet our RHNA. As it said, we don't have to build them, but we do have to show that we have the capacity in zoning to accommodate these.
Yeah. I'd argue, and the reason why, I mean, the by right is not a new thing. We've had 2 by right projects in the Orchid area that we were put on by the housing element in 2007. One of them is still not built. It's 160 units of by right, you know, not income restricted units in Orchid that are not being built. Again, because it's too hard to get through our process and to get projects done. And so that's just maybe an overall message, a part of this conversation, is we can do all the work we want to do up here with the programs, but until we fix that, I mean, this is all really for naught. We're going to be back here, if some of us are still on this board 7 years from now, having the same darn conversation, because it takes way too long. I mean, getting a map recorded, getting you know, building plans permitted, getting your property annexed into your community service district. I mean, these things take so much time that nobody wants to do business and build houses here. Yes, you might get some people that are throwing in builder remedies right now. That's just so they can secure development rights, and then they can flip that project to the next person. Okay, it's not because they're actually going to be building units. We need to get through this process, get through our rezones, and then we really need to roll up our sleeves as a county and see what we can do to start to fix some of these issues. If we actually really want to see these units be built, businesses develop, and for people to prosper in this county. Because for too long, the planning process has been actually a big part of the impediment, despite good intentions by staff. Because I know all of you guys are really well intended. You know, as much as I criticize the planning department, I always talk about how great the people are. And that's also from our leadership. It's also from past decades of you know, layers of bureaucracy that's taken us to that place. But I'm really hopeful that this board can crack that code once we get through this process.
We're going to take a 5-minute break before we go to public comment, unless Mr. Lavanino.
I'm good.
Okay.
What could I add?
I do want to just reiterate, once we have public comment at this scale, we do go down to 2 minutes. And I know that's a pain in the butt, but if we hadn't done that to folks earlier today, it would now be even later. So please use the time to make sure you can do it in 2 minutes. We're reconvening and we'll go to public comment, but first I will close the roll for further public comment. And we'll go to, we have a bevy of Zoomers first. Thank you for saving VMT.
Chair Williams and members of the board, that is correct. We have 14 requests to speak on this item, and we are going to begin on Zoom with Mary Ellen Brooks, to be followed by Otis Khalif. Mary?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. A long day. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I really don't have much more to say. We have been, I am the president of Citizens Planning Association. We have been attending workshops and hearings, and we have so many concerns, with this document. You have a letter before you, and I hope you take into consideration some of our recommendations. Interesting, as you were just having your last discussion, I went on my computer and I found the letter or comments that I made before the Board of Supervisors on December 8th, 2022. And it was during public comment, because that was the only way we felt we could communicate our concerns to the board. And we asked at that time, please have some kind of public workshop so that you could get a little bit more information. So many questions. Here we are at the very last minute, 5 o'clock, 5:10. So many decisions to be made, so many important policies that might be foisted upon us. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Otis Califf, to be followed by Linda Honigman. Otis?
Hello, members of the board. I'm Otis Califf, chair of the board's appointed County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee, or CRATAC. I've been personally involved with planning, maintenance, and construction of county trails for over 30 years. On November 13th, CRATAC considered the Glen Annie Golf Course rezone as part of the housing element. Based on this CRATAC meeting, I would like to convey CRATAC's key issues and recommendations. First, CRATAC strongly supports the concepts of the type of development represented by the Glen Annie Golf Course that would provide substantial amounts of new housing, including affordable, in balance with significant new public amenities, including parks, recreation, and trails, and those are public amenities. We hope to work cooperatively with the Glen Annie team to refine the recreational concepts in the future. Over the last 30 years, the county has acquired almost all of our urban parks, open space, and trails as part of the open space required for new development. County Parks generally does not have the funding to provide such public improvements without development. Land dedicated by developers and park development impact fees have been used to acquire 750 acres of public open space, 25 miles of trails, and 4 public parks. Unfortunately, the housing element seriously undermines the tools used to attain these past community benefits. Therefore, CRATAC urges the board to amend the housing element thus. The county shall make a priority for housing development and rezones that provide public recreation and trails. The county shall make a priority for the use of park development impact fees, including any fee discounts for public recreation improvements. Absent such amendments, we're concerned that communities and neighborhoods targeted with proposed developments and rezones under the housing element will experience all of the impacts of new development without the benefits of new public recreation.
Thank you. That is your time.
Okay, thank you for considering our input.
We will now go to Linda Honigman, to be followed by Joel Boyer. Linda?
Thank you. I'm Linda Honigman,
and I'm speaking today as an individual who lives at the intersection of Hollister and San Marcos Road. I've been an advocate for affordable housing and sustainable neighborhoods since 2017, when 3 friends were evicted and could not find replacement properties. I support the adoption of the county housing element as soon as possible, but we do need to turn our attention to the selection of sites to upzone, because that could make the difference between a win-win or a lose-lose for the entire South Coast. Since time is limited, I refer you to my written comments that predict a major shortfall of units for the low and moderate income workforce, and the need to accommodate all family types, ages, and local workers. Luckily, the Santa Barbara Foundation has provided a lifeline of $10 million in seed money to help us create a shared vision for the region and do some coalition building. I'm hopeful that the Santa Barbara Foundation or county staff can organize a hearing that would allow the community and organizations with business, social and racial equity, environmental, and neighborhood preservation interests to provide input on unmet housing priorities. And each owner-developer team for proposed upzones could share their vision or plan before upzone selections are made. It is important to add a bit of flexibility in the site selection process, so new ideas, coalition efforts, special grants, and fundraising campaigns have a chance to contribute to the best possible outcome. Therefore, it would also be helpful to know if owners would consider selling all or part of their property to a business, nonprofit, or agency like the county's housing authority to enable the implementation of a few model projects. The potential South County upzones present a huge opportunity to address our needs, some with different community models and housing innovations. Again, I refer you to my written comments for examples. Thank you.
We will now go to Joel Boyer, to be followed by John Polanski. Joel?
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Williams and members of the board. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on this important matter. My wife, Christy, and I are both 20-plus year county employees, and as such, we certainly appreciate the unique challenges faced by this board, as well as our colleagues at Planning and Development and in adhering to the state's housing requirements. With that being said, I'd like to use my time to voice opposition to proposed rezoning of the Glen Annie Golf Course off Cathedral Oaks Road in Goleta. My wife and I moved to Goleta to start our family 10 years ago and have been proud Goodlanders ever since. We were drawn to the beauty and peaceful atmosphere down the Glen Annie corridor and the surrounding parks, ag land, and open spaces, including the Glen Annie Golf Course. While this tranquility is an enjoyable feature of living here, I realize it isn't necessarily a strong enough reason to oppose the proposed rezone. However, there are a multitude of valid reasons as to why this proposal should be rejected, first and foremost being the permanent loss of rural ag land that will be lost to all future generations. A close second is the extremely negative impact this proposal will have on area traffic. The proposed rezone calls for 1,000 housing units at the site of the Glen Annie Golf Course, which presumably equates to thousands of additional residents, guests, service providers, and so on, making thousands of additional car trips per day. As it currently stands, the Glen Annie Cathedral Oaks intersection is practically impassable when Dos Pueblos High School is starting or ending the school day. The Glen Annie Historic 101 off-ramp, on-ramp, and overpass is already the most congested in Goleta by far, and various studies over the years back this up. During peak traffic times, cars can regularly back up onto 101 despite the fact that the overpass is running a double light cycle to try and keep the freeway clear. I understand the methodology used to identify proposed areas for rezone, but I find it hard to believe that anyone has actually gone out and physically observed the traffic at the overpass or in front of Dos Pueblos High School and come away with the conclusion that adding an additional 1,000 units here would be a good idea or is feasible. The proposed rezone also poses a huge problem in the event of a major disaster, such as another fire, in which a rapid evacuation may be necessary to save countless lives. I shudder to think what would transpire in the event of emergency, given the lack of infrastructure and access roads into and out of the area. It's also my understanding that the state wants new units to have close proximity and easy access to public transit, restaurants, shopping, etc., for which this area is sorely lacking. There are no emergency services, no public transit, no restaurants, no shops, nothing that would allow for a walkable development. Basically, in closing, I'm definitely in favor of making housing more affordable and attainable to South County residents, but jamming 1,000 units into an area that can't accommodate them has a noticeable lack of adequate infrastructure and services, all while permanently removing rural agricultural land and the beautiful golf course that it sits on from an area that cherishes such land is not the way to do it. Good urban planning should not call for high-density housing to be built outside the urban line on agriculturally zoned land. As such, I respectfully request to remove the Glen Annie Golf Course site as a potential
Joel, that is your
rezoning housing
time.
element. Thank you.
We will now go to John Polanski, to be followed by Diane Black here in Santa Barbara. John?
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. John Polanski, Director of Housing Development, Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. First, I would like to express our strong support at HASBARCO for adoption of the housing element so that we can move forward with the rezones and talk about which properties make the most sense. Just a little note, of course, the ones in which the Housing Authority is involved make the most sense. And we really appreciate the board's support. The staff is to be congratulated, Lisa and her dedicated team. I've spent many hours over the last couple of years trying to refine some of the sites that we were most interested in. As you know, we look for sites where the services are easy to access and we have at least some public transportation that's available. And Carpinteria Valley, the Baylor site, is a good example, and we really appreciate Chair Williams' support on that. Just a couple other notes from the conversation. The Housing Authority has been working with local preferences, people that live and or work in Santa Barbara County for quite a while, so we're able to maybe lend some assistance in that. We've also been working with reasonable accommodations for quite some time, and have a pretty solid process in place to accommodate reasonable accommodations. So again, and we really appreciate the League of Women Voters, the Chamber of Commerce, the support from the businesses in the Carpinteria Valley and throughout Goleta. And again, we really value your support. We hope we've earned the trust that you've put in the Housing Authority to develop really good affordable housing and keep it looking good in the neighborhoods. And we look forward to continuing this effort. Thank you very much. And sorry, I looked like a ghost. I had a project site. Take care. Bye.
We will now come back to Santa Barbara with Diane Black, to be followed by Dustin Hoyseth. Diane?
Chair Williams and members of the board, my name's Diane Black, and I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. Our comments focus on the South County, the area our league covers. I want to thank you and your staff for drafting a very comprehensive housing element. This was a much harder task than I ever faced when working with the county, and they really did an excellent job. The league urges the Board of Supervisors to adopt the housing element and get on with the program development and implementation that will result in much needed housing on the South Coast. We're grateful that many changes were made to the housing element in response to our previous comments. Two changes were particularly important. First is the identification of additional county-owned properties for potential rezone, and second is studying options for long-term funding of affordable housing. Both those changes are critical to developing affordable housing in the South County. We also strongly support the local preference policy and don't want to see this housing developed and then squandered away. We request 2 additional changes to the housing element before adoption. We urge that your board direct the funding study to be conducted immediately. And although this may sound trivial to you, we really request that you clarify the definition of workforce housing and come up with a different way of referring to it. If what you're talking about is upper income levels, then don't call it workforce housing, because people work at every income level in this county and they work really hard. So we just need to come up with a different way of referring to workforce housing if we mean that upper income level. Once the housing element is adopted, we request that the board identify additional county-owned and other publicly owned sites, such as the county parking lot, that can be developed with 100% affordable housing projects. The total number of affordable housing units required in this next cycle on the South Coast is 2,817. The shortfall before rezonings is 2,267 units. That's including a 15% buffer. In contrast, the above market rate units have been exceeded already. Am I already out of time?
Thank you. That is your time.
I'm so bad at timing this. Okay, thanks.
We will now go to Dustin Hoyseth, to be followed by Jim Murray. Dustin?
Hello, Chair Williams and Supervisors. My name is Dustin Hoyseth. I'm the Public Policy Manager with the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, representing business from Goleta to Carpinteria. Housing and the lack of supply in our region is still the #1 challenge faced by our economy and our businesses. Each of us needs to do our part to see this housing crisis properly addressed. The county's housing element is one of many important pieces needed to do so, and the Chamber supports the county's efforts on this document. The programs and policies laid out in the housing element showcase the county's commitment to removing barriers to housing and supporting local workforce housing. The Chamber is glad to see that the county is taking the need for workforce housing so seriously by taking the lead with the Chamber as we develop a local employer-sponsored housing consortium program. Unfortunately, even when we see new housing projects built, there has previously been no guarantee for a particular employer that their employers will be able to move into one of those units. That is why it is so important to develop an employer-sponsored housing program that will allow multiple employers to enter into a partnership and acquire units for their employees. Not only will this program provide a benefit to proactive employers who are looking to help their employees secure housing, it also guarantees without a doubt that a portion of new housing projects will be acquired by people with jobs in the county. This effort has shown that the private sector is willing to invest in a solution that will help alleviate the housing supply crisis, but they will continue to need the county and other local jurisdictions to meet them halfway in order to make these efforts feasible. And then to meet time, I crossed out a part where I wanted to thank everybody in here, so thank you. Additionally, I'd like to express the Chamber's support for the rezone of the Glen Annie site. Their partnership has been just as instrumental as the county's in further developing the employer-sponsored housing consortium program. The owners have been very accommodating with our requests related to setting up a model project for the program, and this site is very ideal for a significant partnership with an employer-sponsored consortium. We expect proof of concept for this program to be ready by the end of 2024, but the success of this program relies on the successful rezoning of the sites of our partner projects. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Jim Murray to be followed by Mark Wilkinson. Jim?
My name's Jim Murray, and I'm here hoping to speak for common sense. The state passed a law to improve the quality of life of many of the residents of the state. I commend that. I support the philosophy, the architecture of your solution. At the 40,000 foot level, it all sounds good. But as a career developer of products, I guarantee you the hard part is in the detail. As was stated, the devil is in the detail. And the devil here, and the guaranteed train wreck, is increasing the population of Goleta by 30%. It's 1,000 houses, it's 3,000 houses, with an average population of 3 each. That's roughly equivalent to adding 1.2 million people to the LA basin and expecting everything to work. Absolutely flails in the face of common sense. The particular development at Glen Annie Golf Course is a micro example of that. We've got, we've got Glen Annie congested half the time. The freeway off-ramp is plugged half the time. We have a major high school that causes complete gridlock for an hour twice a day, about 1,500 feet from the center of the Glen Annie Golf Course, and we're going to plop a couple thousand or 1,500 houses in there. Makes no sense. What makes sense is to sue the state for a variance in anything that's binding us from a sensible solution. You can sue for variance. I know it's a grown-up thing to do, but you can do it, and it can work, and it often does. So my point, and my only point, is although the idea is good, the implementation looks like a train wreck in Goleta. A complete train wreck. We've got hundreds of thousands of acres a few miles north of Goleta. Exploit some of those. Thank you.
We will now go to Mark Wilkinson to be followed by Kevin Snow. Mark?
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Williams and board members of the board. My name is Mark Wilkinson. I'm a 39-year resident of 1st District and the Executive Director of the Santa Barbara County Trails Council for the last 11 years. Over the decade, I've managed the construction of multiple trails within the county's jurisdiction. This work includes the Franklin Trail in Carpinteria, the Barone Ranch Trails in the Gaviota Coast, the Orchid Hill Trails. And we are also working with the county to design and permit over a mile of Gaviota Coast Trail that includes a bridge over the railroad and a parking lot on easements given to the county by the property owner. And over the last 30 or 40 years, the county has been successful in using planning, development, permit process, and negotiations to set into motion the acquisition of Elwood Mesa, UCSB's North Campus Open Space, San Marcos Foothills Preserve, Orchid Hills Open Space Trails, and Orchid Community Park. And with these accomplishments in mind, the Trails Council urges the board to amend the Housing Element Program 22 as follows. Give a priority to projects that provide public recreation and trails. Prioritize using park development impact fees, including any fee discounts, to focus on public recreation improvements. Prioritize any reductions in required open space as an incentive for the provision of on-site public recreation, and concurrently accept lands proposed for dedication as public open space. And also, finally, as part of any rezones approved under the housing element, concurrently amend the Parks, Recreation, and Trails maps, also known as the PRT maps. And in closing, I'd like to mention in our letter to the board that prioritizing projects that provide public recreation would not interfere with providing the required housing. The proposed housing project at Glen Annie Golf Course is a good example where significant public recreation improvements are proposed, including 3.5 miles of public trails, 800 to 1,000 units of housing, including substantial affordable housing.
Thank you. That is your time.
Okay, we can and should approve both.
We will now go to Kevin Snow to be followed by Randy Sunday.
Good evening, Supervisor Williams and members of the board. My name is Kevin Snow. I've been involved in the acquisition and maintenance of trails in Santa Barbara County for many, many years, as has several others. And I'd just like you to consider a few points as you contemplate this new program, and that is that they recognize that the new development and park impact development fees have been almost the only way that the county has acquired new parks, recreation, and trails over these past 30 years. Now, you know, as the pandemic and the last few years have shown, the social value of trails and being able to get outside and experience nature and the amenities that come with trails is just so important and should be a part of every project that comes before a condensed housing basis. And, you know, we really argue that you consider this and make it a priority and not just something open for the developer to consider whether they want to do it or not. The county housing element could undermine, you know, as a prior speaker has mentioned, some of the tools that the county has used to acquire trails and park space. So I would hope that you would consider sending a clear message to the development community that public parks, recreational trails are so important and should be included as part of the housing element as requested by CRATAC and the Trails Council. So it's been a long afternoon. It's been tough to hear all this and feel that, you know, some of the issues having to do with social welfare just somehow get spread out. So I want to thank you very, very much for all your work.
We will now go to Randy Sunday to be followed by Alex Chow. Randy? Did Randy leave? Looks like it. Alrighty, we'll go to Alex Chow to be followed by Alex Van Wingerden. Alex?
Hello, my name is Alex, and this is my wife, Patricia. We're here today in support of the housing element for rezoning our lots in Mission Hills, in particular Burton Mesa and Cali Pasado at North County. When I first came to US in '86, we lived in an apartment community. This community has a diverse set of working class families. It was very common for the community in that apartment to help each other and watch each other's children while their parents are at work. This sense of community has stuck with me, and I've developed a lifelong relationship, even until this day, with the people that I met in the apartment community. The business that I started since then has been catered around community building. One particular business is a software consulting company specializing in assisting small companies compete with the big guys. The other company I started is a gym that's operating as a co-op. The membership is a fraction of what the other gyms offer, and it helps us promote a healthy sense of community that's catered for every professional in all aspects of life. In addition, we operate and own a couple of multi-family residential properties in the Los Angeles area. Now, the land in question has been purchased by my wife's grandfather in the late 70s and early 80s. That has been sitting vacant all this time. When we saw the property, both my wife and I had the immediate vision of recreating the community that has helped us immensely. Our shared vision is to build this property to fulfill the growing demand for the housing in the area, to be affordable and sustainable while respecting the surrounding nature. Our hope is to help families starting out get a good foothold so they can raise good kids. On the grander scale, the hope is when these kids grow up, they will also want to reinvest in the communities that has helped them so much. Thank you so much for your consideration.
We will now go to Alex Van Wingerden, to be followed by Patricia Chang. Alex?
Good evening, Chair Williams and members of the board. Thank you for your time this evening. I'm speaking on behalf of our two family properties in Carpinteria, Van Wingerden 1, Van Wingerden 2, and support of getting those projects through the process. We really appreciate the consideration and the time that board members as well as the staff have taken to work with these projects. Lisa and her staff have been very good to work with, hardworking, responsive, and it's been a very productive process. You know, our challenges are, we love what we do in agriculture, but these two properties do have their challenges as far as a water table and other agricultural restrictions that have made it harder to farm these properties. So it's not a hard sell for us to let these go, even though we do love what we do as farming. It's also important for housing for our employees. It's one of our biggest challenges. We constantly are facing people having to move out of the area because they can't afford to live in Carpinteria, and we do the best we can for our employees, but these projects give us the opportunity to keep most of our employees local and give them an opportunity to stay with us for the long term and try to build our operations with the people that we've been working with for some of them 40 years. Either way, it also cuts down on traffic, and we're working with people's self-help to also take care of the low-income part of these projects. They've been a partner with us through our years of working in the agricultural community. They do a good job with housing some of our other employees, and we're very proud that they're part of this project with us. I do request that the Board of Supervisors do look at the Coastal Commission and their impact on how these projects can go through. If you guys, as much support you can give staff to try to help promote our projects, promote the, help understand or make the Coastal Commission understand the need, but also that some of these projects do have challenges that are facing us, as well as just being surrounded by residential or non-agricultural uses. They do give us challenges, and they are good candidates to be converted.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thank you for your time tonight.
And my apologies, but Patricia left the meeting, so that was our final speaker.
Supervisor Lavanino.
I just want to see if my mic worked. No, I'm just kidding. And I think a lot of the comments today are reflective of what we have ahead of us. And some people might kind of be confused about, because we did hear about specific rezones. It made me, it's kind of like we've all decided that we're hungry. That's the easy part. The hard part is where are we going to go eat? Because the hard part is coming in the spring, and that's when we start identifying all these rezones. And it's going to be a battle. But I'm excited about moving forward. The one area where I'd like to see us actually make a little bit of investment as well is I had asked Lisa, when's the last time we approved a mobile home unit, a mobile home park? Because if you think about it, mobile homes, we see a lot of them in Santa Maria, and I know they're not for everybody, but they are the least affordable, the most affordable housing that there is. You know, if we want to do stuff that's quick, we've got lots of open space, lots of parking lots that could easily be transformed. And I think that's when you're going to find people, when you start proposing something like that, that's when the pushback is going to come of, well, I don't want one next to me. So I appreciate everybody staying this late. This is, critical for quality of life moving forward. The devil is in the details. We all know that. That's why I never get too excited about RHNA numbers and housing plans, because the reality is a lot of it never gets built. We talk about it a lot, and I know, I would be just up in angst as you are because you have so much of it in your district. But history has told me that there are many things that will come between now and when a lot of these projects actually try to make it through the system. So again, appreciate everybody being here tonight, and I'm kind of looking forward to how you guys try to thread the needle.
Supervisor Hartman.
2 points I'd like to make. The first is the P&D department has developed a balancing tool, and the big decision point is ahead when we have to do the rezones, and we have a puzzle to solve, how to get enough housing in each different category. And so the balancing tool is a way for people to give us feedback on how you would balance things out, and we will take that into account. It's also an opportunity to play the role of decision maker and see how difficult this process is going to be. I did have a question about the balancing tool, and that is, are you going to use that, adapt that to track the housing going forward as required by the state, and be posting that somehow? In other words, you said one of the things we have to do is track and make sure there's no net loss. And so my question is, will the balancing tool be one way that we do that, and will we have something on the website so that everybody can see progress or lack thereof?
Supervisor Hartman, members of the board, that's something we can certainly explore. We have a program an action in Program 1 that requires us to monitor our progress, which is a requirement under state law. So we have that as an action, but we haven't fleshed out how we're going to accomplish it. So I think that's a suggestion we can certainly explore given the time that we put into the Balancing Act. And Eva Marrero is the staff person who worked with the consultant directly and led that project, and she just informed me that the North County tool simulation is now active.
Wow.
So we have North County and South Coast ready to go.
The second point that I'd like to make is that we have a universe of parcels, and we need to rezone a set of those or a subset of those. And I'm really glad that Supervisor Capps and I and all of us worked to broaden that universe, because I think the rezone itself is an incentive that we can ask developers to meet certain criteria when the rezones come forward. So Supervisor Capps and I have been working with the CEO's office, and we will be bringing an item forward to have a discussion about what those criteria could be, so that we as a board collectively can decide whether we want to give developers some direction about the criteria that would be most important to us as we consider rezones. So that'll be coming up in a few weeks.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. As I mentioned before, this has been a frustrating process, the whole housing element, and as much as I want to sue, like maybe the city of Huntington Beach might have, I've been convinced by our council and others that that's probably not the wisest route to go. Through this entire process, I've tried to work with staff and try to work the plan and understand it. And, I'm on board for the exercise of the rezones. I know that that's something prescribed by state, and that's something that we can't really deviate from. And I plan on being an active participant in that. But the housing element as a whole is far too much policy that I don't feel like that we really had an opportunity to sit here and vet. I don't know if the state made us do that or whether that was staff that wanted to add those extra policies in there. I had a conversation with Ms. Plowman recently where we were talking about some of these issues, and she had a little off the cuff remark that it's all about affordable housing. That's what we're trying to do here is just get affordable housing. And I actually disagreed. I think this exercise is actually satisfying the state requirement, and that's what I would hope that this process was us just satisfying the state requirement. And then us as a board could have talked about the other extra things that we want to add on to that to really tackle these. I feel like this, what staff has put in the housing element is a little bit too much for me at this point. There's too much policy in here that I think is prescribing this board to future actions that I'm not there yet. Future staffing that I don't know, I'm not confident that can deliver on some of these programs. I think these should be in-depth conversations we have as a board in the future, and that's one of the reasons why, as much as I want to be an active participant in this as we move forward, I can't support what we have here. I know the alternative would mean going back to the drawing board and having this hang over our head for a longer period of time because this has dragged on for so long. But at some point, that's been hanging over our head now over a year. It's going to extend even beyond the rezoning period. Those people in the community that want to use mechanisms out there that are available to them when we don't have an active housing element have already done that. I've got an SB 35 project in my district. I've got another large builder's remedy project coming. Many of you in the South Coast already have those already hanging over your head. We're already pregnant, if you will, with a lot of those bad projects or tools. So I'm not happy with where we're at on this. I think there's far too much policy that's stuck in there. And I can't support it where it's at right now. I do plan on trying to be an active participant in making good decisions moving forward, working with all of you guys to discuss. I really appreciate Supervisor Capps and Hartman bringing forward this item next year where we can talk about criteria. I do think that that's where the policy, where we can actually as a board discuss these things and give good direction to the public. That's where these decisions should be made, is up here. And I think there's far too many decisions being made in this document that weren't made by the five of us. And so I also don't think we can meet the CEQA thresholds or requirements on this as well. I do think this is a project under CEQA, so I won't be able to support a motion to approve this.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I just wanted to follow up with Supervisor Nelson's question from earlier about programs and policies. He is correct that we are required to comply with all policies and programs within the document. The particular program that you mentioned on recreational amenities does have flexibility. It says that we should be looking at recreational facilities designed to further the recreational goals and policies and programs of the county. And then it gives options as set forth in the comprehensive plan, the rec master plan, active transportation plan, and or others. So it does give flexibility, and you would have the option of changing the action from adopt to consider. And I know that was just one example that you had, but I did want to confirm that we are required to follow them. You do have discretion under some of them.
And the irony is that those are plans that I will support, and so I just mentioning it for the point that I really think that those things should come up to us and us decide and not have a document tell us that we have to do that and prescribe future boards. And that's my heartburn.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. These are my closing comments here. I know we're elected to make really tough decisions, and this is about the toughest for me. On the one hand, I'm deeply passionate about our need for more housing and more affordable housing. The county that I grew up in was a place where people could live where they work, and people of low income, moderate income could buy a house, could live here comfortably. That is far from the case now, and it's up to us to help people who are really struggling I think of our food workers in our school districts who make about $36,000 a year. That's the workforce that I'm interested in. Back to that needed definition of what we're talking about. But today's vote, this plan, it's not about for or against more housing, because guess what? We're building the units. The state has mandated 6,000 nearly for our unincorporated part of the county, and I applaud that. I champion it. I'm a cheerleader for the fact that we are going to get more housing, especially more affordable housing. So that's the what, that we are going to get housing. That is settled. But we're voting on the how. We're not voting on whether or not we have more housing. We are voting on how we do that. And I think that's kind of to Supervisor Nelson's point, that this really moves us forward in a lot of directions that I don't believe were directed by the board. You know, how are we going to achieve this number of new housing? The inventories, the cake is baked in terms of we're not adding more sites. They're included in this list. We can tinker around the edges, but at maximum, we're going to have 15%. So we're sort of kidding ourselves that this rezone process is, I'm going to be an active player, but it is not the flexibility that's being advertised. It really isn't. And these decisions are going to last forever. And these are decisions that should be, you know, the ramifications are profound. This decision, again, to put 75% of South Coast units in the Glida Valley on agriculture, I don't support. I do support the enormous work that has gone into such a monumental task as required by the state, and to the board, when we've had our chances to roll up our sleeves, it's been a really robust deliberation that I've learned a lot from, and I applaud that. I just wish we'd had more. I truly enjoyed working with Supervisor Hartman and our respective teams. I think we did make it better, what we're voting on today, by adding these county sites that again, I think we're only scratching the surface on. But I feel like I have my hands tied to ask to be endorsed a process that I believe falls short of the opportunity that we owe people, and not just, you know, like my son's kids, because these decisions, especially when you're turning agriculture land, it never goes back. This is what will be our future. Again, I talked about affordability. I talked about the county having skin in the game with surplus, excess property. 320 units is a start, but I think we should be doing much more to provide for our people. 4,000 people work for the county, a third of whom don't live in the county. I'm sure if we ask them, the primary reason is it's too expensive. So let's get more active. And again, this disproportionate impact I've talked about, 75% in a small 4-mile radius. I would be a champion for all these new units in my district if I felt as though all these stones had been turned over in order to achieve this result, but that is not the evidence that I was presented with in the many, many queries I had with staff, with advocates, cold calling property owners of Magnolia, you know, trying to get this to be a better situation that was already determined basically in 2021. So unfortunately, I have to say that we have landed with a plan that has profound impacts. I am a champion for more affordable housing, but that is not what we're voting on today, whether or not to have affordable housing. We are in agreement that we need it. And what we're voting on is a plan that falls short and is one that I cannot stand behind. Thank you.
Well, I do agree that it's a decision about how that housing happens. If we say no to moving forward with the housing element, there have already been communities that have tried to avoid the legal arm of the state in this regard, and they have failed. And what happens the longer we delay is the more builder's remedy projects get submitted. And both of you have complained about that. It has been one of the centerpieces of it, and I agree, because they then have the option of having arguably fewer affordable units than we would be able to leverage with the discretionary process. And so, I think this is really important to move forward on if we are going to have the options for affordability. And the very policies that you are maligning are the ones that could get us to higher levels of affordability. Included in this is the option to raise our inclusionary requirement. So I will maybe be the only person that gives staff any input, but that, that to me is something we should consider if it can pencil out. And though I would argue that there may be the need to have an option of greater, broader benefit. So bear with me for a second, that sometimes it's better to have a larger number of units below market by a little bit than to have a smaller number of units that are way, way, way below market. And I would love to have some policies that can acknowledge that. And then, of course, the incentives for rental. I think that's going to be really important to move forward with if we want to have a greater percentage of those units beneficial to the target population that we all say we want to help, which is, our workers, our need for affordable housing, our workforce. I wanted to agree with Diane and the League that it would be great if there was a better term, but it takes 20 years to educate people about what workforce means in the first place. I'd be concerned about changing the term and then take another 20 years to come up with something that people actually identify with. And I think there is a need for housing, including in the 120 to 200% of AMI. If you look at who cannot buy housing here, it is including those individuals. So I hope we move forward today. I think it's going to be a much worse situation if we do not. Our ability to help guide it hangs in the balance. This housing is going to be built through other means if we do not take the reins. And as imperfect of a system as it is, we should take the reins by passing this housing element today. Ms. Hartman.
This housing element has been a massive task. I had no idea, but I tried to understand the HCD manual for how to go about this, and it's so technical and so difficult, and I don't think anybody really understood at the outset what was being required. And we had to, like emergencies of all kinds, you learn as you go, and people get mad, gee, you're inconsistent, but you're actually learning and evolving and trying to adapt with new information. So I would love to sit here and rail against the state and rail against the condition we find ourselves in. But ultimately, I think the risks are too great of losing, of getting more builder's remedy projects and losing grant money. And I think overall, we've invested a tremendous amount. And, you can't just build housing out somewhere. It's got to be around an urban area. It's got to be close to services. We don't want hopscotch development. So that does limit us. I think we still have tremendous opportunity with the rezone. I think we have tremendous opportunity with how we actually implement this. We're working on commercial sites. We're working on infill. And I think there's opportunities as we implement some of the programs in the housing element to reduce some of the pressure that might be elsewhere. Sorry, I was in the Lompoc parade and it was very cold that night, and I'm coming down with a bit of cold, but it doesn't distort my brain too much. I've got to support this.
I gotta say, on a bad day, you had twice as much brains as most of us. So, okay, can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to move staff recommendations A through D.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
3-2. We are adjourned to Tuesday, December 12th, 2023 in Santa Barbara. Thank you.